so it looks like everyone's in there. Good job, Paula.
That's right. Yeah, Paula and Cindy get gold stars today. Jen, we'll go ahead and give you one too. We'll loop you. We'll loop you into that gold star issuance for your efforts in making the meeting run smoothly. So,
Thank you. You all did a great job.
well, we'll wait just until exactly 1:30 just to give other members of the public time to get logged in, and then we'll get started for everyone who's listening and to hear me now. Start out with a few opening comments. Looks like everybody pretty much has their microphone on mute, so appreciate that. We'll get started here shortly. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for August 13th, 2020. As you are all obviously aware, we are not conducting this meeting live, but instead via video conference and Zoom. Just a few comments before we get started about this meeting process so everyone understands how it works and what we're doing. If the video conference is disconnected at any time during this meeting, the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued to the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, which is on August 27th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. That meeting is also scheduled to be held by video conference. The agenda and documents for today's meeting are located on okc.gov. And if you have any trouble accessing those documents, folks, you can call 297-2289, and the friendliest person you've ever talked to in your life, her name is Cindy, will be glad to help make sure you can get access to that information. For anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item or to speak under citizens to be heard, which is at the end of our docket today, hopefully you've previously emailed folks by email, staff by phone or email. I will tell you, I will ask at the end of, I have a list of folks here, people who have signed up that want to speak on items. And when I get to the end, I will ask if anyone else wants to be heard. I would also say, just given the technology and the issues associated with what we're trying to do here, I'd like us to all agree to sort of set an example for grace and civility. If somebody has trouble getting their phone off mute and we have to jump back a minute, I'm certainly happy to do that. I understand this is very unusual, particularly for folks who may be joining us on one of these meetings for the first time. Unfortunately, us as planning commissioners are getting fairly adept at these, if you can believe that. That may be hard to believe. But at any rate, we're going to allow speakers a limited amount of time to comment on any item, and I will give you all that information at the outset of each one, at the outset of the item. When you call in, staff will be muting your line. Please keep your lines on mute until you're recognized to speak. To unmute your phone, if you're on a phone call with us today, I'm talking to you, you press *6 on your phone. Only press *6 if I call on you or you'd like to be heard on a matter once I ask for anybody else who wants to be heard. If you are on the computer, you want to make sure that you unmute the device. You can do that by on Zoom, you can do that by pushing the space bar, but you also want to make sure your device itself, you don't have the microphone off or something to that effect. So be sure and check those things before you speak up. I ask that all participants except the commission members keep their lines on mute until they're recognized. Commission members are obviously allowed to ask questions or comment on any item or frankly about anything else at any time. And remember that only one person can be heard. If more than one person speaks, we won't hear you both. And so for one speaking today, including commission members, please identify yourself when you begin to speak. And for that matter, just give us your name and address for the purposes of recording it into the record. So we have that at the outset of your comments. So with that, we appreciate everyone again, and I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. The first item of business is to receive the minutes from the July 9th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Can I have a motion on those minutes unless there's concerns?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Pennington. I move that we receive the minutes from the July 9th meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second, and I will just say for the purposes of sports-like commentary, we are using a system called prime.gov to record votes. And at this point, just for the folks in the public, we're just waiting on motions and seconds to be recorded so we can vote. And I'll certainly announce the outcome of the vote. And we're still waiting here.
Hinkle votes aye.
Paula or Cindy or Jen, says status is waiting.
I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulty on that one. Who was the mover in the second? And I will manually get those.
Jamal Pennington made the motion
Privet made the second.
and Mike Privet, Commissioner Privet made the second. That's correct. I retract my statements at the outset that we knew what we were doing.
I'm so sorry.
No reflection on you, Paula.
Are we
This is tough
taking the
stuff.
gold stars away?
No,
Yes.
no, they get gold stars. No, no, gold stars stay. If it wasn't for them, nobody would even be logged in. Okay, I tell you what, while they work through it, let's keep this party moving. Let's do a vote, voice roll call vote on this. So Ward 1, Commissioner Claire, how do you vote on receiving the minutes?
Aye.
Ward 2, Janice Powers? Ward 3, Commissioner Coffey?
Yes.
Ward 4, Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Ward 5, Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
Ward 6, Commissioner Highsmith?
Aye.
Ward 7, Commissioner Pennington?
Aye.
I vote aye for Ward 8, and then Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
Janice, are you with us yet?
Phone call.
Well, we've got 8 votes. Minutes are received.
Mr. Cravens,
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Cindy, I have Janice on the line and she's having difficulty with the sound. So I've got to get her working on that, but she is logged into both Zoom and PrimeGov, but she can't communicate through. So I'm gonna have the clerk troubleshoot to see if they can help her get logged in.
Okay. Let's hold here a second and see if we can get PrimeGov to work. I really want to keep the meeting moving. We have quite an agenda here, so.
Okay.
Can you see the voting?
We can see the voting. It says, would you like to second the motion? Motion's been seconded.
Yes, I've got Michael Privet as the second.
Yep.
Do we know how Janice is going to vote?
If she's on PrimeGov, Janice, if you can hear me and you're on PrimeGov, please cast your vote.
I think her problem is she can't hear anything.
Is someone working with her to try to get her online, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
I
they-
am. I'm working with
Okay.
them. Be just a moment and I'll let you know.
Susan, Randall, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Scott.
We had a voice vote where 8 votes for commissioners were confirmed recorded for the receipt of the minutes. I'd like to keep
Yes.
moving the meeting forward. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, yes, you can
Okay.
go ahead and move forward since you've voted on that already.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda are continuance requests. I know we have a number of those. Mr. Butler, you want to read those for us?
Yes, item 35, which is case number C7178, has been deferred to August 27th. Item 36, case number SP 545, deferred to September 10th. Item 37, case number SPUD 1217, has been deferred to September 10th also. Item 38, SPUD 1229, has been deferred to October 8th. And item 39, which is SPUD 1169, has been withdrawn.
Is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on any of those items today? Again, just for clarity, and because we're all doing this electronically, those are today's agenda items number 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. I'll provide just a moment in case anybody needs to hit the space bar or push *6. Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Pennington. I move to grant the uncontested continuances as read.
Commissioner Hinkle, second.
Matt, go ahead and enter that second on PrimeGov if you would.
Scott, I don't have that ability.
Sure you do. Somebody did it for you.
Somebody's got you.
I did that.
Must be one of the Gold Star girls.
Definitely a Gold Star girl. We're just waiting on the opportunity to cast the votes. There it is. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
We're waiting on Commissioner Coffey and Commissioner Highsmith. There's Commissioner Highsmith's voted.
Commissioner Coffey, yes.
Do we think we're going to get Commissioner Powers' vote on this one? If not, we've got 8 votes.
She's talking to our IT, so I have not heard back.
Okay, let's just consider this vote absent. We've got the 8 votes. I can't imagine we have an issue with the vote here. So those continuances are granted. I believe we have 1 new continuance request. Mr. Butler, is that correct?
We do. That's item 18, which is PC 10675, request to defer to August 27th.
Again, that's item 18 on today's agenda. I'll give everybody a moment, just in case anybody wants to be heard on the matter. This would be the time. *6 on your phone or the space bar will unmute you on your computer. Make sure your device is unmuted. I'll give just a minute since this is a new continuance request that was not published on the agenda.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Shannon Wilgus. Thank you for letting me join in. Regarding, I can't see everything quite right, but I'm pretty sure I'm reading that 18 is the issue on Allison Lane. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. And right now what's before us is a request by the applicant to continue the item to the August 27th Planning Commission meeting.
Oh, okay. All right.
Do you have any objection to that continuance?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. And ma'am, just for the purpose of the record, what was your address?
9000 Allison Lane, ALLISON Lane in Oklahoma City.
Got it. Well, thank you for being with us today, Shannon. We'll see you on the 27th.
All
right back here virtually.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else want to be heard on item number 18? And again, that's PC 10675. Hearing nothing, I will take a motion on the continuance.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Pennington. I move that item 18 be continued to the August 27th meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to continue the item, please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle votes yes. Commissioner Power still offline? Okay, we have 8 votes. Let's mark our absence. Here we are, and the item is continued to the August 27th meeting. Next item on the agenda are our consent docket items. These are items that are either deemed fairly administrative in nature or to which there are no known protests. I will ask that these items be read in full, and then I'll give members of the public a chance, if there's one of these items they wish to make comment on, to let us know at that time. So, Mr. Butler, you want to read those items for us?
Yes, item 1, case number C7183 is a final plat of Castleberry Addition, and that's located east of May Avenue and north of Northwest 192nd Street. Item 2 is C7184, final plat of Saratoga Phase 3, located south of Northwest 23rd Street and east of North Sarah Road. Item 3 is case number C7185, final plat of Morgan Creek, Section 3. That's located south of Southwest 29th Street and east of South County Line Road. Item 4, case number C7186, final plat of Cedar Ridge at Morgan Creek, Section 4, located north of Southwest 44th Street and west of South County Line Road. Item 5 is case number C7187, a final plat at the Lakes of Annecy, Phase 1. That's located south of Northwest 150th Street and west of North MacArthur Boulevard. Item 6, case number C7188, final plat of Rockwell Executive Office Park, located south of Northwest 150th Street and west of North Rockwell Avenue. Item 7, case number CE1027 is an application to close a portion of Northwest 58th Street between Classen Court and North Chartel Avenue. Item 8, case number CE1028, an application by Jesus House to close portions of the north-south alleyways of Orchard Park Addition, Block 6 and Block 9. And that's extending north from West Sheridan Avenue between North McKinley Avenue and North Brower Avenue, and extending south from West Sheridan Avenue between Brower Avenue and Douglas Avenue. Item 9 is case number PC 10672, application to rezone 1868 Lowry Avenue from I2 Moderate Industrial with AE2 Airport Environs Overlay to I3 Heavy Industrial with AE2 Airport Environs Overlay. And the last item in the consent docket is case number PC 10674, application to rezone 25 Southwest 50th Street from R1 single family to R2 medium low density.
I raised my hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody who wanted to be heard, and I know that was a lot, on any of those items that were just read for us today?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, if you would start by giving us your name and address for the record, please.
Nicole Howard, 4117 Chesterfield Place.
Thank you, Nicole. What questions do you have on one of these items?
I'm wondering, it's on the case number 7186.
That would be item number 4 on today's agenda, the final plat of Cedar Ridge at Morgan Creek.
Yes, and I'm wondering, the house sizes that are going to be built, what are those? Can you give me like the square foot and the price range for those houses? Because the lots look really small on the paper compared to the rest of our neighborhood.
Okay, Kendall Dillon is the representative for the applicant. Mr. Dillon, are you on the line?
I am.
I don't really want to pull this item off the consent agenda just to answer this question. So can you quickly answer that question?
Yeah, this is Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll, representing the applicant. I cannot unfortunately give you the house size. I can just give you, I know the lots are on average about 7,200 to 8,000 square feet. It's comparable to what we just got through planning in the last section. But unfortunately, I don't have an answer on the house size.
Okay. And Nicole, I would just note for you, this is a final plat application, and our staff report indicates to us that this plat conforms with the preliminary plat that was provided, as well as the subdivision regulations for the city of Oklahoma City. So in other words, those lot sizes are within the allowable limits would be what I would answer for you there.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you coming with us.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else want to be heard on any of these items that are on the consent agenda? I did have someone signed up to speak, so I want to ask for that person specifically because I don't want to miss them. Jason Pittenger, and forgive me if I say your name wrong today, please forgive me. Jason Pittenger, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. So
is this just related to a comment, or are you asking that we remove these items from the consent agenda?
no, I'm not asking to remove anything from the agenda. That's kind of why I was hoping maybe I should be at the end of the agenda. Be more than happy to wait. These are just general comments about the development in this area.
If we could, let's actually, I hate to do this, but just since they are more general in nature and not specific to the items that are on the agenda, if we could wait till citizens to be heard,
Sure.
I think that would be
Absolutely.
appropriate. Yeah. Anyone else want to be heard on any of the items on the consent agenda today, as they've been read? And again, I'm sorry, I'm like a bad political ad. I just repeat things over and over again because I want to make sure that people that are joining us have the benefit of hearing things anew. So this is items number 1 through 10 on today's agenda: C7183, C7184, C7185, C7186, C7187, C7188, CE1027, CE1028, PC10672, and PC10674. I'll provide just another moment in case anybody else wants to be heard. *6 if you're joining us by phone, ** if you're on the computer. Please remember to unmute your device. I'll provide just a minute, and if not, I'll take a motion. Hearing no additional comments or requests to be heard, I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Pennington. I move approval of the items on the consent docket.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hinkle has seconded the motion. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Hey, Commissioner Hinkle, just so I know, you do not have the ability to vote on PrimeGov, is that correct?
Our IT system says I do not, kind of like Councilman Stonecipher has to voice vote all the time.
Okay. Just for the people on the call and just to confirm the nature of that instance, because we do roll call votes where everyone has to click for themselves, that's the way we can ensure that everyone is on the call and still available. From time to time, should a conversation take more than, say, 15 minutes or so, I may call on Commissioner Hinkle to confirm his attendance and his ability to participate in the discussion. So Commissioner Hinkle's voted. I believe everyone has voted except Commissioner Powers. Can someone provide an update on her ability to vote? She's listed as absent, so the consent items are approved. Before we begin the individual items, I was certainly hoping we could get her on board. Are we close? Does anyone know?
I'm still trying to get an answer on that.
Okay. Well, we're going to move. Let's start with the next item on the agenda, which begins our items for requiring separate vote. Item number 11.
Item 11 is case number V20. It's an application requesting a variance to section 5.1 or 5.10.5B of the subdivision regulations, requiring a sewer extension connection on property located at 5224 and 5228 Sage Avenue.
This is Jared in Development Services. I'll do a quick intro for this item. As you can see on the case map there, this is at the end of Sage Avenue. There are residential developments on basically 3 sides that are fairly dense, and then to the north is also a developed residential area with larger lot residential. Because of that, the utilities department is in agreement that the connection is not warranted at this location because additional development can't really occur. Typically, when someone extends sewer, it's not only to serve their property, but to serve properties on the other side of them in the future. That's really not the case at this location. They currently have a septic system for one lot. They are looking to split this into 2 lots, add another house with another septic system. And there are no objections from the utilities department, so they're seeking the variance to the subdivision regulations to be able to do that.
Thank you, Jared. Ronald Lytle is the representative for the applicant. Mr. Lytle, and again, if I say your name wrong, forgive me. Are you on the call with us today?
He may not be. He indicated he may be having difficulties. When I talked to him yesterday, he acted like it might be a struggle to get on here, so he may not be on here.
Can we
Okay,
move this
fair
without?
Commissioner Privet, this is your ward. Do you have questions or comments on this one?
No, the utility department has no objections, and it seems kind of silly to make them bring sewer all the way for one little house. So, yeah, I'm on board.
Got it. Okay, do any other commissioners have comments or questions of staff on this item? Hearing none, is there anyone who wanted to be heard on this item today from members of the public? I do not have anyone signed up to speak on this item. I'll give just a moment. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Please make sure to unmute your device. Hearing none, Commissioner Privet, I'll take a motion if you want to make one.
I think he might have just came in. I admitted to Lynn. We'll see. The applicant.
Is it Little or Lytle, Mike? Do you know?
I would say it's Little.
You're smarter than me. Mr. Little, are you with us?
Okay. Either way, I'll move to approve it.
I have a motion to approve the item. Do it. Second.
Hinkle,
And just to be clear, you're moving the variance, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So just to be clear, we've got to have six votes on this in order to pass the item. Yeah. Okay. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle has voted in favor. He's voted yay. And everyone's cast their votes. And the variance is approved unanimously with the exception of Commissioner Powers, who was absent. Jeff, do we need to move the item on this? I don't think we do. It's just the variance, right?
Yeah, it's just a variance. That's the item.
Okay. So the item is approved. Item number 12.
Case number C7191 is a final plat of Rockwell Plaza. That's located south of Northwest Expressway and west of North Rockwell Avenue.
So this is Jared again. So this is an existing development at the southwest corner of Rockwell and Northwest Expressway. They are proposing to subdivide this property, I'm assuming for potential sale of individual buildings or lots in the future. Access is existing, utilities are existing, everything's built. There are 5 TEs on this one. The applicant is in agreement with TEs 1, 3, 4, and 5. They may like to discuss TE number 2. It deals with a proposed traffic calming project that the city is currently designing for this intersection that could affect one of their entrances. I believe Aaron Maddox with Blue and Associates is on the line in case we have any additional questions.
Mr. Maddox, are you with us today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is there anything you'd like to add to his summary of the application or to address technical evaluation number, what is it, 2, 3?
Yes, sir. I've actually spoke to my client earlier today, just right before this meeting, and they would like to defer this till the August 27th meeting, if that is at all possible, just to see kind of what's going to happen with the Northwest Expressway and just kind of have a little bit more time to evaluate their options there.
Mr. Maddox, that seems reasonable to me. One thing though, before we ask commissioners if there's any disagreement, I understand from staff that it may be later than the 27th before there is an answer on this item. Jared, do you know if that's true? What is the expected time frame where we'll have more clarity on this one?
I actually I'm not sure. I know that they're 60% on their plans right now. I know they had a meeting out there today, I believe, and I believe they have another one scheduled for next week. It's possible they could have something in 2 weeks, but it very well could take longer than that.
Mr. Maddox, would you be opposed to, I mean, does this project, from a timeline standpoint, would it be detrimental to you to continue it to our first meeting in September?
I spoke to my client about that. They would really prefer to have it sooner than later, but they understand that obviously if a resolution is not reached by the 27th, then they'll want to defer again to the 10th. Is there any way that I could make that call maybe prior to the August 27th meeting if they would want to defer to the September 10th meeting, or is that something that needs to be decided now?
This is like a game show. You only get one continuance and then it's gone.
Fair enough.
Just kidding, Aaron. No, that's fine. I mean, if you want to do the 27th, let's just do that. And then if it's not done yet, you can certainly continue it again. And you can keep staff up to speed and they can keep you up to speed on the mutual progress related to those traffic calming improvements and whether or not you think it's yet ripe to bring this application forward. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Perfect. Yeah, that would be excellent, sir.
Okay. If there's no further discussions or concerns of commissioners, I think it's appropriate to move the continuance. Commissioner Claire, this is your ward. Do you have concerns or comments, or are you agreeable to the continuance?
I'm agreeable, and if there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion to continue this to the August 27th meeting.
Okay, just before we take a second on that continuance, or that motion for continuance, I just want to give a final opportunity for anyone else who wanted to be heard on this item today, if any. So members of the public, this is your chance. *6 on your telephone, spacebar on your computer. Please be sure to unmute your device. If you're having technical problems, 297-2289, 297-2289, and Cindy can assist you there. I'll give just one more moment and then we'll take a second on Commissioner Claire's motion for the continuance. Okay, somebody want to second that thing?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue C-7191, the final plat of Rockwell Plaza, to August the 27th. My PrimeGov folks, can somebody enter those motions and seconds?
I'm sorry, my computer seems to be frozen. Oh, hold on a second.
All right.
So that was a deferral, correct?
I'm sorry?
That was a deferral?
Yeah, we're going to, the motion and the second that are on the table is to continue the item number 12, C-7191, to the August 27th meeting.
I've selected the motion, but it's not letting me, it's just spinning. So if you want to move ahead with a voice vote, I can record the votes and close it out.
I'm all over it. Let's do that so we can keep this train rolling on. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Powers, are you with us? Commissioner Coffey? Commissioner Coffey?
Yes.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Aye.
Commissioner Highsmith?
Aye.
Commissioner Pennington?
Aye.
I will vote yes on the item. Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
Okay, the continuance is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Maddox, for joining us today. We'll see you again on the 27th.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Item number 13, Jeff, let's keep moving.
Item 13 is case number C-7189, preliminary plat of Rockwell and Memorial Marketplace 2. And that's located south of West Memorial, west of North Rockwell Avenue.
The applicant is proposing 3 office commercial lots on 7.34 acres. Public water and sewer improvements are proposed. They're also proposing a new street to be constructed. They have 7 TEs. The applicant does not agree with TE number 4. TE number 4 relates to the proximity of the road that they're proposing with the off-ramp from the Kilpatrick Turnpike, and then also that in between the intersection at Rockwell and Memorial. I believe Alec Bass with Wallish Engineering and/or David Box are on the line representing the applicant to discuss their objection to that TE.
Yeah, this is David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Alec is also on the line, as well as a host of other people that are involved in different elements of this development. So as Martin indicated, we do agree with all of the TE except TE4. So I want to focus on TE4. Because I'm sure when you read TE4, it sounds really scary, right? What staff is trying to tell you is that somehow this access point is going to cause what they call a safety hazard. So I want to step back first. If you see the images on your screen, Cindy, if you'll keep scrolling, if you'll scroll back up. One more. Oh, excuse me. Go to the second page or third page of that exhibit. So at the outset, I want to make sure it's established and clear. And when you look at paragraph B of this letter, and this is a letter dated May 20th, 2004, between the OTA and the city of Oklahoma City, and specifically as it relates to driveway permits along Memorial. And it says in subparagraph B that the city shall be responsible for the grant or denial of driveway permits to frontage roads included within the Kilpatrick extension, except where the authority has established limits of no access. So for our baseline, the city is the jurisdictional authority that has the power to grant or deny driveway permits on Memorial, not the OTA. If we look into the staff report, we will see on page 2, under the outside agencies that received a copy of the application, that under paragraph 8, the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority did voice an objection. Their objection states that the drive would fall within an area that the OTA acquired the access rights and within an area of limits of no access. That is simply not true. There are no established limits of no access through this stretch where we seek to put our driveway. So what we have then is the city is the only agency that can grant or not grant a driveway permit. So when we say that it's a safety hazard, I think it's important that we dig in a little further, specifically TE number 1 and TE 7. They look to be identical, but what they say is the design of all final plats must meet the access requirements established by the subdivision regulations for each phase of development, unless varied by the Planning Commission. So what you should note is that we do not seek any variances in this application. So what that tells you is that we meet each and every access requirement prescribed by the city of Oklahoma City as it relates to separation requirements. Now that is important because if we don't seek a variance and we are meeting the code as outlined by the city as to separation requirements, how could it possibly be that the city has established codes that they are admitting creates a safety hazard? Clearly, that's not the case. I doubt Ms. Randall or the city attorney's office were apprised or would like to stipulate to that. Clearly, I think it's implicit that if we meet the access requirements as set out by the subdivision regulations, and we meet all separation requirements prescribed by the city, how could it be that we create a safety hazard? Further, Ms. Lankin, if you'd please go to the off-ramp exhibit that I sent you. In anticipation of the meeting, Alec and his staff did do a really brief search, frankly, and it's only took a brief search to find multiple examples of similar access points up and down Memorial where it interacts with the Kilpatrick Turnpike, both on-ramps and off-ramps. So we are proposing our access point to be at 200 feet or slightly more, but at least 200 feet away. And so if you look at the off-ramp exhibit, and Cindy, you can just scroll through, what you're going to see is example after example of driveways and curb cuts, either at 200 feet or in many instances, less than 200 feet. So how is it that this issue is now problematic? Well, one of the issues is that the OTA and my client have been in some litigation as to whether or not they did in fact have abutters rights or limits of no access. It went up to the Court of Civil Appeals. The Court of Civil Appeals ruled that in fact the OTA did not have the abutters rights or limits of no access. So what I think is happening is that the city is trying to carry water for the OTA. So if we focus on what your role here today as a planning commission member is, it is to implement the rules and regulations as prescribed by the Oklahoma City Municipal Code and further the subdivision regulations for the city of Oklahoma City. So if we go back to TE1 and we are agreeing to meet all access requirements that the city has prescribed, how can we be forced to do anything more than what the city has codified? A subjective fear that something may create a safety hazard is simply not grounds to deny a driveway permit. Why should
30 seconds, Mr. Box.
Why should we be treated any different than any other application that has come through along the Memorial Corridor? We can't. If we can say that we meet all of your safety regulations as prescribed and the separation requirements and the subregs, I believe that we have met our burden and this TE should be deleted and therefore approval of the plat as submitted.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you respecting the time limitation as well. It's like you rehearsed that or something. So the question that staff raised on this issue, and I'd like for staff to comment on this for the benefit of the commissioners as it relates to addressing this, is that it's from their standpoint, I think it's less about the OTA and more about how the turnpike interacts with the city street of Memorial Road and Rockwell, and the traffic issues that are created with that interaction is really what they're focused on. It's not so much the turnpike. Mr. McCubbin, do you want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. Do you want to articulate the way you did for me at the pre-meeting for the rest of the commission, what staff's concerns are here specifically so everyone understands?
Yes, sir. Our concern is first that it does not meet the subdivision regs because it is less than 200 feet from the terminus of the off-ramp to the proposed driveway. That's the first concern. It does not meet the subdivision regs. Second, the city is getting ready to spend a large amount of money fixing very similar situation over at Western and Memorial over by the Cabela's because of the same situation. Our concern is people getting off the highway and trying to turn into this subdivision's driveway. It will back traffic up onto the turnpike. Doesn't matter whether it's a turnpike or an interstate highway, it'll back traffic up onto the turnpike. And you'll have people trying to make a weave in less than 200 feet, weaving all the way across 3 lanes, which is bad. Standards for a 2-lane weave are over 400 feet, almost 500 feet. This is only 158 feet, according to the measurements I've got from their plat, proposed plat. Those are our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. McCubbin, for clarifying that. Before I turn it over to the commissioners, because this is a worded item, I'll just say this. What I'm trying to do is find an objective basis here for treating this intersection differently. I drive this stretch of road under normal circumstances every single day, twice, and Memorial and MacArthur, for example, presents a similar, as Mr. McCubbin pointed out in our pre-meeting, it is a little different in terms of its distances, but it presents a similar problem in that you have to pull out. You can only make a right, for those of you who don't get this far north. Memorial eastbound the south side of Memorial is eastbound only. So you can only make a right turn out of this drive. And the short distance there requires that if you want to go back left so that you can access the westbound Memorial Road, you have to cross all the way across the 2 or 3 lanes of traffic there in order to do that. People on the turnpike are coming off at 70 miles an hour or whatever they are as they decelerate onto the city street. And so it does present a problem. The applicant is correct in that up and down Memorial, this exact same issue exists. So I don't know whether that is ferreted by where they successfully got abutters rights as the applicant's articulating, or if there are just little nuances of each intersection that are different. But there's a lot of this interplay, as the applicant says, along Memorial Road and the Turnpike. So I'm not sure how all that shakes out. There are some that are far worse. The one on our screen is frankly a great example. I'm very familiar with that one, and that's May and Memorial, and it is almost impossible to get off the Turnpike and get right into one of those drives, but I'll guarantee you people try it every single day. So I'll open it up real quick. If other commissioners have questions of the applicant or of staff, this will be the time to ask those. And then I want to ask if there's anyone else that wants to be heard on the item from the public before we turn it back to the applicant for a response on staff's comments. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pennington, my question is, could staff address the mitigation that they've done, that they're planning to do in similar situations, and address the ability for us to pursue that kind of mitigation with this application?
Mr. McCubbin?
Yes, sir. Currently, I'm not aware of what the final plans are. It is still in the study phase, so they have not presented us with any options at this point.
Is it, I guess, can I ask this, is it likely to result in some kind of reconfiguration of the intersections? Because I'm imagining that that would be about the only way to address that, right? Like, I guess I'm wondering, can you give me like even just a little bit of what the options even are?
At this time, not really. Like I said, it's still being studied. Large part of the issue there is getting off and trying to make the left turn. Large volume of traffic going north on Western from there, and it backs traffic up onto the highway as well. They're also looking at a Texas turnaround, the U-turn under the bridge, I know is one of the things, but that's not the same issue that we're looking at here at Rockwell.
Okay.
I would also, I mean, I just want to point this out to commissioners too. I have to make this point because it's worth making. You know, the Memorial Corridor, one of the examples that are referenced in the staff report is Memorial and Penn. And with respect for staff, what's very different about that interchange is the amount of interconnectivity of all those commercial tracks that are there that flood out into those ingress and egresses that conflict with the Turnpike. That's also true at MacArthur and Memorial, because once you get off Memorial Road to those side streets, a lot of private drives and things have been constructed to connect and interconnect all of those. This is essentially 3 lots next to an existing completely developed office building that takes up the entirety of the tract, and a power substation that would mitigate any kind of additional growth and connectivity at this site. Those of you that are at home that don't have an aerial, I'm looking at an aerial of this. For commissioners, I hope you can see it, or I'm at least describing it so you can understand it. So the amount of connectivity that would drive traffic into this is certainly mitigated by the restricted size of the site and the amount of development that can exist here. That's not to say that, you know, on these sites, I'm trying to find an acreage on the map. Mr. Box, how big is lot 1, block 2, as illustrated on your site plan? Forgive me, it's too granular for me to see. Or somebody, I guess you said somebody from your engineering department is on, maybe they.
Alec Bass is on.
Mr. Bass, how big is lot 1, block 2? Somebody, anybody?
Alec or Terrell? Do you know?
Oh, apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
I can.
Okay. Okay. I do not have that number offhand. I will measure it, but it is approximately 2 acres to 3.
Okay. So, I mean, hypothetically, that could serve a small gas station. How big is lot 1, block 1? I'm trying to give the commissioners some idea of what could be capable to be built there. So
the entire plat is a little under 7 acres. So if you want to look at it from that perspective and look at, that
You've got
lot
some
one-
easements and other obstructions too.
Correct. That will take up some of that space. So lot one, block one, is a little less than half of that. And then the lot one, lot two and the other lot are even smaller.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to give some perspective to commissioners of what from a real footprint size could actually be constructed there. 2 acres would certainly accommodate a small gas station, which would create, a lot of traffic conflict as opposed to, say a small office development or something like that. But commissioners, any other comments from you guys?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Claire. So my concern with staff's recommendation to remove the access from Memorial is that that's going to force everybody onto Rockwell. And if you're needing to go back west on the turnpike or go north on Rockwell, I think, it's going to be too close to the Memorial eastbound interchange to put a light there. So, traffic trying to make a left to go northbound on Rockwell, I think that's going to be a mess. I completely understand the concern about people exiting the turnpike and then trying to make that immediate right into the property. So I agree with, limiting access, but I have to think that there's some option that would still allow for an exit only onto Memorial eastbound, that would allow people an option to get out and hit the light to go north.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Claire, and I also would certainly not be in favor of only allowing, one means of access onto Rockwell to serve 7 acres. That's not realistic. So it's almost a lesser of two evils conversation of, do you have 2 means of ingress and egress, one that's going to be really close to the intersection light? If you put two access points on Rockwell, or is it better the way it's been prepared here? If you want to allow this corner to develop, I don't know that I necessarily really have an opinion. I think my preference is with Commissioner Claire, but I would echo your comments there, Nate.
Hey, could they curb it and make it a forced right turn type of deal?
Commissioner Privet, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry.
You know what I'm saying? A curb just to force a right turn only on Memorial.
Yeah,
Mr. Box?
That's
well, I mean, it already is right only, right?
Yeah, it's one-way street. Yeah, it's a one-way street. This is Richard McCubbin. It's a one-way street. It's already a right only. But if I'm coming out of there and making a right and want to go north on Rockwell or west on Memorial, like Commissioner Claire was suggesting, then I'm going to have to weave all the way across to make that turn as well.
Right.
So.
And we tried delineator post at May and Memorial. Commissioner Cravens may remember those. And because of the issue all those delineator posts caused over there, we had to remove them.
Yeah, well, people were just running them over. So
yeah, I remember seeing those.
Yeah. What I was asking about, and I don't think we were all on the same page. I think what maybe Commissioner Privet is really referring to, we all get that it's a one-way street, but is there a way to angle that drive so that it's not conducive to people trying to pull into it? I would not necessarily be in favor of that because of things I've seen at like the intersection where the on-queue is at 33rd and what is that, Kelly in Edmond, where they decided to put a median there. And so now everybody just hits the median with their car and it's blown up the concrete. I don't think that stuff works. I don't think people care enough about their cars, frankly. So I don't know that would provide anything here. And as they stated the obvious, this is a one-way street, eastbound traffic only. So.
Yeah, and if I may further, it again does the thing that I think you guys have said is potentially problematic, and it forces everything to Rockwell, because the individual that's just coming down Memorial will then not be able to enter the site, right? So not the turnpike vehicle, but the person that's just coming down Memorial from the west will not be able to access the site and will have to go all the way to Rockwell, which kind of defeats the purpose. So if I may, in regards to Mr. McCubbin's comments, So we do agree to TE1. TE1 requires us to meet access requirements as laid out in the subdivision regulations. So this is a preliminary plat. If we need to move it slightly to meet those separation requirements, we will do so, as indicated by agreeing to the technical evaluation. Mr. Chairman, you asked at the outset of your comments that you're looking for objective standards by which to judge this by. Well, if we agree to the TE1 and TE7, and we therefore say we agree to the subdivision regulations, there are no variances included in this application. So by all objective criteria as outlined in the subregs and the zoning code, we have met that. The only thing left is subjective thoughts from staff that it potentially creates a safety hazard. We have met all objective criteria.
Yeah,
So as such,
I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Box. I mean, I get it. That's why I asked if there's other objective criteria that we were missing or information that we needed that the commission may not be privy to, especially for folks who aren't driving this every day. But yeah, your point is well taken there. Commissioners, any other comments for the applicant? I want to ask if anybody wants to be heard so we can continue to move this item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just briefly, and I hate to totally disagree with that statement, but David, could you address the fact that if they're seeing that this is a problem in other places on Memorial to the point that the city is willing to study it, doesn't that give us a reason, an objective reason for us to evaluate your application differently? Because we know that the city is actually trying to address that issue now and study this issue. Instead, it's like we're going to grandfather you in only for the city to literally need to turn around and mitigate the problem that we're about to vote in favor of. Doesn't that seem unreasonable?
I believe their position is unreasonable. The intersections that they cite are wholly different from the intersection here, okay? This area is not the same as it is over on, even May and Portland. And as you continue to go to the east, where you've got mega retail centers. To our west is an office complex, okay? I think it's either Farmers or State Farm. It's a large office complex. The amount of traffic.
Farmers.
So the amount of traffic, it's traffic at 8 in the morning and it's traffic at 5. It's not like a large retail complex where it's in and out all day, every day, and on the weekends, right? It's more static traffic. So this intersection is very different than the intersections further to the east. So I don't think it's a fair comparison. However, the point's well taken, but I want to think back to a similar conversation that this commission has had as it relates to fire suppression. Okay, so the fire marshal has identified this is a big problem, and the response from the planning commission has been, well, then go and act an ordinance. Give us something objective to review these by. Well, same thing here. If they believe that the subdivision regulations and the access separation requirements are insufficient, then the remedy is go get an ordinance passed or go remedy the subdivision regulations. And then you are empowered with objective criteria by which to review applications.
Commissioner Bennington, I think your comment is a really good one. I think it's fair. I think that to his point, the fact that there's not a variance required and he's going to have to meet the current access requirements. If he doesn't meet them, he's not going to be able to do it. He'd have to come back for a variance. And then at that point, I think we would have obviously much stronger grounds to say, now you're asking us to vary the regulations to allow this. I probably would feel differently about that if that were true, right? I don't know. I mean, but your point is a good one.
Yeah, and I agree with that point. And obviously, I hate the fire suppression argument every time we have it. But David, I think you're probably right about that. And I appreciate your comment about the level of traffic, because you're right. Like the traffic coming from the west from that area is not going to be the same as May and Penn for all the retail that goes on there. So that's right.
Good. Do we have any?
Well,
do we have
sorry,
any
go ahead,
what
Commissioner.
traffic count is there as opposed to Penn or May of people exiting off on that ramp?
I'll be bold and tell you it is dramatically less. But at one time, just to be fair, I remember when Memorial and Penn was nothing more than a Wendy's. So that's why I made the point that I did, guys, that it'd be one thing if this whole corner was completely undeveloped. There's nowhere for these 3 lots to be expanded. This is a stagnant 7 acres that is completely surrounded. And there's not even an opportunity for interconnectivity that would add to development. Because if you get south of the farmer's building and of the substation, there's a big undeveloped tract there that I believe is zoned residential, but it's served by Northwest 133rd Terrace. So there you would enhance the, the connectivity back to Rockwell. You can't even get there. So it's not like people are going to come off trying to get through the farmer's parking lot to get to their neighborhood to avoid Rockwell. You can't do that here. This is a trapped 7 acres, which is what makes it different to me on an ongoing basis from Penn, May, even MacArthur. That was the point I was trying to make. If I did it poorly, I apologize. Other comments from the commission? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask if there's anybody from the public. Thanks for being patient with us on this one that wants to be heard on the matter. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer, and remember to make sure that you unmute your device. And I'll provide just a minute to make sure that someone can jump in if they want to. As a reminder, if you're having technical difficulties, 297-2289 can provide you some support there. Hearing no discussion, I'm prepared to take a motion on this. It's in my ward, so I can't make one, but I'll take a motion from somebody else, and let's see where we are. So there's no wrong motion, but somebody make one.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pennington here. I move approval of item 13 and the elimination of TE4.
Hinkle, second.
I have that was Commissioner Hinkle who seconded the motion, staff. I have a motion and a second to approve or recommend approval on C71, or this is a plat, isn't it? To approve C7189 with the deletion of TE4. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle's a yes.
Harry's voting again.
And I just want to verify, Commissioner Powers, that you cannot hear us. Okay, votes are cast. Where are we? And the item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 14.
Item 14.
Is case number C7190, preliminary plat. And that's located south of East Wilshire Boulevard and east of North Coltrane Road.
The developer is proposing 21 single-family lots and 1 common area on 32 acres with a gross residential density of 0.65 dwelling units per acre. They are proposing public street and public water improvements with this subdivision. Lots will be served by individual septic systems. 4 of the lots will take access directly off of Wilshire, and the remaining 17 lots will be taking access off of a new street that will be constructed for this development. There are 8 TEs. I believe the applicant agrees with the TEs. Alec Bass with Wallace Engineering is representing the applicant. I believe he's on the line in case we have any questions.
He was just here a minute ago. Mr. Bass, is there anything you want to add to his summary of the case?
Yes, sir. I'm still here. Alec Bass with Wallace Engineering. This is a rural residential subdivision. You all have seen this several times with the PUD 1730 that went through over the past year. As far as the TEs are concerned, there is one that we would like to we object to number 7. A landscape plan is required with each final plat adjacent to an arterial street. With that, the requirement on that is written for urban subdivisions that will have a subdivision fence. In this case, we will not have a subdivision fence. We intend to leave as many existing trees as possible along that frontage to act as that buffer. So we would like to strike that just so that it's not part of that application. Other than that, I'm available for any questions.
Two quick questions, and then I'll get that answer from staff. How long is this cul-de-sac street?
That is a little over 1,000 feet.
What's the JJ? What's the variance requirement, or someone from staff on that? Am I?
So since it's a rural subdivision, they have quite a bit longer cul-de-sac allowance. If it were urban, it would be 700 feet, but being a rural subdivision, they can go half a mile, I believe.
Got it. Okay, so that's the difference. I just want to make sure I understood that. Somebody from staff want to address his request to have TE number 7 deleted?
I would probably have to go back and look at that real quick on the in the zoning code. JJ, do you know offhand if what he's saying about that for rural is accurate?
Or, I mean, I will say we will comply with all subdivision regulations. It specifically states in the code that just where a subdivision fence is proposed. So I just don't want our final plat application to be rejected for not having that included, because we won't have that as part of it.
We understand your position, Mr. Bass. We want to make sure that's in line with the ordinance, or if we're going to alter the requirements, that staff is in agreement with that, or it's something that we're going to need to discuss as a commission. So,
okay, absolutely.
JJ, are you available to comment on this yet?
I believe you might be
Let me
looking
know where
it up.
JJ is.
Muted.
Anybody?
JJ's muted.
I'm trying to unmute. There I go. It's a
There you
preliminary
go.
plat. I think we can address it when it comes back for a final. I'd leave it in for now. We will research it. I believe that on rural residential lots, it's not required, because in most cases, you're leaving all the existing natural vegetation in the right of way. So
your opinion would be that it's probably correct that it could be deleted, but you don't know that for sure.
right.
Got it.
Jared
Mr.
has
Bass,
the
are you
subdivision
comfortable
review.
leaving that in there for now?
Yes, we can follow up with staff on whether or not they're going to require that plan to be submitted.
Okay. Commissioner Pennington, I'll turn it over to you, man. You got comments on this one?
No comments from me, except I would support fully when we get to final plat stage if we decide to eliminate TE7 after we have clarity. I'd be fine with that, just so that the applicant is comforted.
This is Commissioner Claire. I have an idea just about what if we amended the language to say a landscape plan is not required with each final plat, provided existing vegetation is maintained along Wilshire Boulevard.
Mr. Bass?
I would be agreeable to that. The owner's on the line as well, if he would like to speak. But that is the intent.
Somebody want to provide some comment there?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yeah, give us your name and address for the record, please.
This is Marcus Uday. I'm the developer, 4620 East Wilshire Boulevard. That's perfectly fine with me.
Okay. Commissioner Claire, why don't you restate that for Commissioner Pennington's benefit?
Okay, for the record, so I would say TE7 to be amended to a landscape plan is not required with each final plat adjacent an arterial street, provided that existing mature vegetation be preserved along Wilshire Boulevard.
Commissioner Pennington, you got that?
Yes, I've got it.
Okay. Real quick, are there any other commissioners that have questions or comments on this item 14? Hearing none, I'll turn it over to members of the public that have joined us today. Again, this is item number 14, C7190. Is there anyone that wants to be heard on this item? *6 on your phone, space bar to unmute. Make sure your device is unmuted. I'll give just a moment before we take a motion. Hearing none, I'll take a motion. If you're ready to make one, come on.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 14 with the following amendment to TE7. A landscape plan is not required with each final plat adjacent to an arterial street, provided the existing mature vegetation is preserved on Wilshire Boulevard.
Need a second? Okay, the motion was seconded by Commissioner Claire on PrimeGov. I have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat to C7190 as amended and read into the record. Please cast your votes.
Mr. Cravens, this is Cindy. Our Commissioner
Yes,
Janice
ma'am.
Powers states that she's on the phone. So can we try to recognize her to see if she can vote verbally if she's unable to vote on PrimeGov?
Sure. Is there something that I need to do from my side to do that, Cindy? I would think she
No, I
could
was
push
just,
*6.
yeah, and maybe just advise her that, and see if she has any comments.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Powers,
this
can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, this is Janice
Yes, ma'am.
Powers. I have voted on my iPad and I have cast my vote yay. It should show up.
Currently, we're still waiting on Commissioner Hinkle, but did you vote, Commissioner Hinkle?
Hinkle is a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle votes yes. Commissioner Powers, I'll be happy to accept voice votes. The vote does not appear to be registering on PrimeGov as far as my screen goes.
How odd.
Sounds like you voted yes.
I did, yes. I did vote yes.
Paula, please mark her vote accordingly. And Marcus, your item is approved, my friend. Good luck.
Item 15 is case number C7182, final plat of Sienna Ridge Phase 2. That's located north of Southwest 44th Street and east of South Morgan Road.
Sorry, give me a second here.
Jared, is this
So-
you?
Yes, I got it. Sorry about that. So the developer is proposing 74 single-family residential lots and 2 common areas on the 21.77 acre site, yielding a gross residential density of 3.399 dwelling units per acre. Public streets, storm sewer, sanitary sewer, and water improvements are proposed. The access for this residential development will be from 2 local street connections through Sienna Ridge Phase 1. These lead to Southwest 44th Street. A couple of different entrances there, and then 2 entrances on South County Line Road. There are only 2 TEs, I believe, with this one. The applicant agrees with the TEs. However, I believe that there are some protesters signed up on this one. Brad Reed with Craft and Toll is representing the applicant. I believe he's on the line in case there are any questions.
Okay. Mr. Reed, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything to add to the summary of the item?
I do not. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them though.
Outstanding. I'll just point out before I turn it over to Commissioner Coffey that our staff report indicates that the design of this final plat does deviate slightly from the design of the preliminary plat due to the presence of a gas easement. It also goes on to say, though, that it's still in compliance and satisfies the subdivision regulations. So, Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward. You want to lead off our discussion here with your comments or questions?
Yes, I have been out to this area. And I do think that probably the issue of sediment runoff could be a legitimate issue, probably might be better addressed at the time a PUD or SPUD is filed. Certainly that issue could be adequately addressed as suggested by Mr. Tipton as it relates to some potential sodding of those lots at the time they are developed. Other than that, I don't see any other comments that I feel need to be made.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant before I turn it over to public comment?
Yeah, I mean, could the applicant please address the anticipated issues from the public so we can have a clear understanding of where we are?
Yeah, Brad Reed, Craft and Toll. So I believe what this was, and this came up in our zoning case. If you see there, it's the addition that's actually to the east of ours. I think they had a lot of sediment that came off their site as they were being constructed. We constructed our first phase, which is to the south there. It was kind of far away from the creeks. I think the addition to the north is the one that has the concerns. They have some ponds in their stream. And so they got sediment into there. We're aware of this. Common Area B and Common Area C is a large creek. We understand that the concerns there will be that we need to definitely stay on top of our silt infiltration, make sure that it doesn't get off the site and into their property. I believe we've already even had some conversations with stormwater management from Oklahoma City about some mitigations and things we could do to make sure that we don't, and we're required no matter what to have the same requirements, even if there wasn't a protester. We're not allowed to have silt leave our site. So we're aware of this. We're aware of the concerns that they have, and we'll work with our contractors to make sure that they don't get any more silt into their ponds.
We'll come back and get some comments on this from staff, but just for members of the public to understand too, there are requirements within the ordinances for things these folks have to do. And I'll make sure that you guys have the resources you need to contact folks if those ordinances are not being complied with in any development project. Brad, if I'm not mistaken, you have brought several folks through in this area just east of Morgan Road. And there's been runoff issues relating to, I think every one of these applications that's come through in this area has presented this problem. Am I making that up, or is that true?
I think that there's some, the soil out there is really silty. It has the ability to kind of run off pretty easily. And it's something you really have to stay on top of. I think that with proper mitigation and proper controls, we won't have a problem. We did the first phase. Again, we were away from the creek a little bit, but I don't believe we had any concerns on our first phase, and we're going to use contractors to make sure we don't have any problems on this one either.
Well, we got some letters in our packet that would disagree with that sentiment, but we'll get there. So, okay, let me ask at this time. I have one person that is specifically signed up to speak on this, which is Brad Tipton. Mr. Tipton, are you with us? That's a name I feel like I can get right.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Cravens, I appreciate the chance to briefly speak to the commission.
Yes, sir. Just keep your comments to 5 minutes and let's keep going.
I'm going to be under that. I also appreciate Commissioner Coffey. I think she's seen eyeballs on site, the situation we're dealing with here. Again, my name is Brad Tipton, 9537 Southwest 35th Terrace, Oklahoma City. I am the vice president of the Walden Creek HOA. We have approximately 300 homes on Morgan and Southwest 29th. I have been to the commission once before with the Sienna Ridge Phase 1, and I have submitted 3 pictures before and after when they did their Phase 1, and I think it backs what Commissioner Coffey would tell you, that there's problems. And again, I would like to say that we have concerns right now with this additional 18.39 acre Phase 2 development, because it is a half a mile closer to the ponds that you see up there in the corner of their platted area between Chatfield and Honey Circle Drive. That is a pond, and that's the pictures I submitted that shows before and after. They will now be feet away from the edge of the water where the trees you see in the pictures. Basically, it appears that their plans is to remove a significant green belt barrier of trees that existed during Phase 1. And like I said, now they're closer and right near water's edge for Phase 2. And they will be, it appears also with a 20-foot drop there, moving significant amounts of water to put in a grade, and that will also be feet away from our ponds. So I don't know what retention structures are planned. There are none on the plat, and the stormwater folks say that there are none submitted. The entire drainage, part of the drainage for Phase 1 went to the south to 44th Street. For this phase, all of it will come to the common location right at the point you see in the pictures where those trees are. It all runs through our neighborhood and into that first pond, and then we have 2 additional ponds beyond that. So our HOA is asking that additional BMPs be implemented with some kind of sediment retention structure. This is an environmentally sensitive area, and this development will impact the stormwater quality coming off, as well as the sediment situation, which ultimately ends up down at MacArthur at your sediment removal area before it dumps into the Oklahoma City River. So again, I'll refer back to people that have come out here and looked. You have a concerned commissioner, and I would just like to know what kind of sediment structures and what kind of additional measures are going to be taken so that we don't have happen again what happened during phase one. Thank you.
Mr. Tipton, we appreciate your comments very much. And I just want to fairly summarize it. You really have no objection to the development other than you want to ensure that drainage controls are put in place to prevent a lot of disruption to your neighborhood as a result of that. Is that a fair summary?
That is, and I guess before bulldozers start moving dirt, I'd like to see where those structures are, what those structures are. Because if you look at the map, and again, right there in their northwest corner, that goes right into the ponds I'm talking about. Where are they going to
Yeah,
put
we can
them?
see that on our screens.
Exactly. Where are they going to put them, Commissioner? There's no place to put them. They're putting houses there.
Okay. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Chipton, for being with us today. Are there other folks and members of the public that would like to make comments on any other issue besides drainage at this point? We understand the drainage issue at this point. Are there other comments that need to be made? Okay, hearing none. Before I ask staff to kind of go over some of these things and discuss it with us as a commission so we can see what we do, Cindy or Paula, there's a phone number that's registering a fair amount of feedback on our line. It's 405-413-2743. If someone could make sure that line is muted, I would appreciate it. Again, that's 413-2743. It looks like they just muted themselves maybe. So thank you very much for doing that, whoever it was. With that, if the staff could, let's address what's required of Mr. Reed, Crafton, and his client in terms of protecting and preventing the runoff and erosion and spillover into their ponds. What are the requirements for detention and retention here? And if someone could walk us through that, that would be spectacular. This is open mic night for staff.
Yeah, Scott, this is Jared Norris with Oklahoma City Public
Jared.
Works Department. How are you doing?
Thank you.
This is a sediment. I'll just kind of go over this. So we do require, the Public Works has a stormwater quality group that requires a stormwater pollution prevention plan to be submitted and approved through the city. And it is permitted, and it is an active permit that is regulated during the time of development. So as you know, as they are moving dirt, we do go out there and we check these controls that are in place to make sure they haven't failed during development. And what I can say is that this is a sediment issue. I wouldn't classify this as a drainage issue per se. It's more of a sediment controls that are placed on the site that can prevent the amount of sediment that's being kind of washed down as the development is stabilized, or when it's not stabilized. And so I am not in that division, so I can't speak. I don't have. They will be required silt fences, of course. And I think Brad Reed could probably talk a little bit more about maybe additional best practices that could be implemented here that might help go maybe even above and beyond what's required by the city to address the potential for some of those controls to, as far as their effectiveness. So that's where I'm going to leave it, and I would refer it back to Brad Reed to give some additional insight into that. Thank you.
Well, I think for peace of mind for Mr. Tipton, Mr. Reed certainly can do that. I think it's helpful for members of the public to know what things they should be looking for, practically speaking, to know whether or not the ordinances are being complied with. And while there's an open permit and that drives the need for, and response from the city undoubtedly for inspection, I think what Mr. Tipton would like the ability to do is have his HOA serve as an extra set of eyes to ensure that compliance is taking place. What would be helpful? I'll tell you what, Mr. Tipton, what I'd like to do, I'm going to give you the number I've been repeating regularly today, which is 297-2289. Jared, if you could get a contact in drainage and runoff in that department for Mr. Tipton so that he has a line of communication with the city to get that information directly from the city, I think that would give him and his neighbors some peace of mind. And I think it would let us move the item on, which is a final plat, but complying with the ordinances is important. Mr. Tipton, Mr. Reed and his team are very aware of that. And I certainly think it's fair of you to want to ensure that there's best practices there. So 297-2289, if you could give us a day or so to get that contact number for you and call back, I think that would help get you the direction you need. Does that seem reasonable to you, Mr. Tipton?
Yes. And who do I speak to when I call that number?
Yes, ma'am. That is Cindy Lakin's phone.
Okay.
And I'm just asking Ms. Lakin to relay that information back to you as our clerk. And Jared Norris in Public Works is going to get that information and relay it to Cindy for you to get. So.
Okay, so I need to give her my contact then.
Yeah, you can give that to her when you call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
I had a good friend contact me the other day about an area southeast of here. Their issues there are flooding from those two. There's two ponds there that filled with dirt, and they seem to be flooding pretty easy and getting into those houses. But I knew nothing about this case at the time, and I just told him to call Stormwater Quality and see if they could help him out.
Okay.
But yeah, I just know that it's an issue there for sure.
Got it. Well, I'm almost positive, as I was asking Brad, I mean, I know I'm not making this up. If you go west of Morgan Road, there is a big plot of land there that's owned by a family. And I remember when they were coming in to build the north section of that land abutting Morgan Road, there was a big to-do over the drainage and runoff there. So anyway.
You are correct about that. We did have that discussion when the Park Place development was coming through. So you are remembering correctly.
Mr. Tipton, I'll also follow up with you on a contact. This is Commissioner Coffey.
Thank
I'll
you.
follow up with you.
Appreciate
Hey,
that, Commissioner.
Cindy Lakin, can you hear me?
She's too busy fielding phone calls, Scott. Keep giving her a number out.
Well,
Yes, I can. That number is correct. I was referring to the number you wanted me to look at on phone noise.
Got it. Understood. Okay. You scared me. I got it. Okay. Let's go ahead. If there's any commissioners, any other comments on this item, or Commissioner Coffey, are you prepared to make a motion? Are you comfortable to
Yes,
do
I
that?
am.
Okay, let's do it.
If there are no further comments, I make a motion to approve this preliminary plat C7190. I'm sorry, preliminary plat, final plat C7182.
There it is. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Hinkle will second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the final plat for C7182. Please cast your votes once available.
Hinkle,
Motion was made by Commissioner Coffey. Commissioner Hinkle seconded the motion. Staff.
and voted yes.
Mr.
Commissioner Coffey, we're
Chairman,
waiting on your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
I have again tried to vote on screen and it shows that I'm voting yay, but just in case, I'll just reaffirm that verbally.
It shows me you have voted. I'm still waiting to see how the votes tallied. I've got to wait. There it is, and the item is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Tipton, Mr. Reed, for your time. And Janice, your vote did record, so I think we're in good shape.
Item 16 is case number PC 10670, an application to rezone 11319 North County Line Road from AA to R1.
This is JJ Chambliss Development Services. This is a 1.5 acre site on the west side of County Line Road, north of Hefner. It's going from AA agricultural to R1 residential to permit a single family home to be built. It's adjacent to an existing home of comparable lot size on the south, and to the east, you can see is a large single family subdivision. Staff found it to be in conformance with the urban low LUDA, but this area is in the employment reserve of the comp plan. Several large areas of that employment reserve have been removed through comp plan amendments fairly recently on the west side of County Line. And this will probably be one area that we will look at as a group of comp plan amendments to bring forward and lift that employment reserve area here as well. Jason Yarber is the applicant and should be on the line.
Mr. Yarber, are you with us today?
Yes, we sure are.
Start out by giving us your name and address for the record. And do you have anything you want to add to that summary of the application?
My name is Jason Yarber, address of 11319 North County Line Road.
I hate it when I have to ask an obvious question. Sorry, man.
That's okay.
Anything else you want to add to the summary of the application?
No, but we're here for questions.
I suppose that's Brandy Yarber.
Yes.
Okay, well, this is in Ward 8, I'll lead it off as a reminder to other commissioners. We had a big to-do about employment reserve out here a while ago. This is an area that is predominantly developing as single family. We had a large discussion about a huge area that was reserved as employment reserve. I discussed this issue with staff, and I am in full support of this application, even in spite of its employment reserve layer. There's two things at play for that. One is this is an incredibly small parcel in the grant. Thank you very much for putting that screen up, Cindy. You can see the area north of this is what we've approved that is yet to be developed, that was employment reserve, that now is no longer, and it will be developed as single family housing. The land here, the subject, is very small. It is obviously not going to conflict with a larger employment reserve area. And in fact, the reason I'm against sort of removing the employment reserve or having that requirement before we would agree to rezone this is, in a roundabout way, it's almost better if it remains employment reserve. I know staff is reviewing right now if any of the employment reserve layer in this area should be removed entirely, and they're going through that process. But assuming that it wasn't, and then all of a sudden this was going to be developed for something other than single family, we'd be able to review this again in accordance with the comp plan. So I think it makes some sense to leave the layer, but push the application forward. And I just thought I'd give that summary since those discussions occurred outside the purview of the other commissioners. And I'll ask at this time if there are other commissioners who have comments or questions as it relates to that, but those would be my thoughts on it. I'm in support for those reasons. Hearing no other comments from commissioners, I'll ask, is there anyone that wants to be heard on this item today from the public? PC 10670, *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Pause just a moment. Hearing none, I can't make a motion, but I'll take one.
Mr. Chairman.
From anybody.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Pennington. I move approval of item 16. I
have a motion. Do I have a second?
Hinkle will second.
Commissioner Coffey has seconded on PrimeGov. So I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council for the rezoning of PC 10670. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle, there you go. Commissioner Privet,
Sorry, had a dog emergency. Yay.
those happen all the time in Zoom meetings. Mr. and Mrs. Yarber, your application is approved. Good luck.
Item 17 is case number PC 10673, an application to rezone 9001 Southwest 44th Street from R1 to C3.
Yeah, this is a 4.4 acre site at the northwest corner of 44th and County Line Road. Request to go from R1 single family to C3 commercial. We have C3 community commercial on both of the opposing corners on the south side of the street. Staff found it to be in conformance with the urban low LUDA and recommend approval. And Kendall Dillon represents the applicant.
Mr. Dillon, are you with us today?
Yes, Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll, representing the applicant.
Do you have anything to add to that summary?
I think JJ, for the most part, got it. The only other thing I might mention is, we're abutted on the north and the west by property that my client owns and controls. Across from County Line to the east is a subdivision. However, it just so happens it's a project I'm involved in as well, and there's a large common area. And we just got through constructing a large pond in that common area. So this site's really well buffered. I think it's obviously in conformance with the comp plan. It's compatible with the surrounding area. Staff's recommended approval, and we'd ask that you all do the same.
Okay, well, Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward, ma'am. I'll turn it over to you for initial comments.
Okay. Well, I support the application. It's very well suited. I've looked at the site plans and reviewed a similar commercial development that's already been constructed, and I think it's well suited for this particular location.
Thank you, Commissioner Coffey. Other commissioners have comments or questions for the applicant or staff? Hearing none, I will ask members of the public if there's anyone that wants to be heard on this item. This is PC 10673. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Make sure your device is unmuted. I'll provide just a moment. Hearing no comments from members of the public, if there's no more discussion, Commissioner Coffey, it's your motion to make.
I move approval of PC 10673, the application by Morgan Creek Development.
I have a motion. Do I have a second on PrimeGov or otherwise?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Privet. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council for the rezoning for case number PC 10673. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle's a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle was voted yes. Commissioner Privet's apparently having another dog emergency. There it is. And the application is approved. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you.
Item 18 was continued, so we're on item 19.
Case number SPUD 1228 is an application to rezone 1300 North Blackwelder Avenue from R2 to SPD 1228.
This is a 1.04 acre site. It's located at the northeast corner of 12th and Blackwelder, currently zoned R2. And it's going to a spud that's divided into two tracts split by a north-south alley through the middle. Tract 1 on the west side of the alley is an R2 base, and it would accommodate 10 single-family homes. Tract 2 on the east of the alley would be an R4 base with 12 units. Staff found it to be in conformance with the urban medium LUDA and recommend approval with 2 TEs. And Patrick Struble represents the application.
Mr. Struble, are you with us today?
Yeah, this is Jeff Struble, and I am. Can you hear me?
Do you have anything you want to add to the summary of the application provided by staff?
No, we agree with everything other than TE1. We have a 5-foot setback, and that's what we were wanting to move forward with. Across the street, the building is on a 0 setback, and then the spud next to that is at a 5-foot setback. So we're trying to keep the street cohesive with the setbacks.
Okay. Commissioner Highsmith, this is your ward, my friend. You want to lead off our discussion?
Sure. I talked with the applicant a few times about this project as it came through. You know, it's a big change in density for the area, but I think it's adequate and appropriate density for you know, an area this close to downtown. We talked a little bit about how to guarantee that we get some of the green space in there, and I know the applicant worked on the language some. Maybe with staff, maybe they worked on it on their own. But Jeff, would you walk us through what you did to address those comments?
Yes, we on the fourplexes, the front building will have a front door on it to kind of address the street, and then we definitely have landscaping on the front, and then in between each door and garage on the sides to kind of have a better flow going down the alley and the driveway. And this project too is just at the end of the block. It dead ends into McKinley Park, which is a huge, really nice park. And then down Blackwelder, it's just a few blocks from the Plaza District. So it's a walkable area to restaurants and shopping. All the units have garages and driveway parking on phase 1 on the single family houses, and the fourplexes have 2-car garages. So there's, you know, we feel adequate parking for all of the residents, and I think it's going to be a really nice project. I'm open for any questions.
Commissioner Highsmith, any other questions or comments you want to make?
Yeah. And so, you know, in working through this, you know, the only thing that I had any, I guess, trepidation about was the drive that goes between the buildings on track 2. And in working with Jeff and Patrick Struble, they alleviated my concerns. It all had to do with the landscaping and making sure that that's a pleasant place to be no matter what, even if it's mainly for a drive. So in the end, I'm actually pretty happy with it. I'm okay with the 5-foot setback, but I'd love to hear, you know, any other comments in regards.
Perfect. Thank you. Staff, does anyone want to provide comment on objection or staff's concern with changing TE1 to reflect a 5-foot setback instead of a 10-foot setback?
This is Jeff. Yeah, just the reason for that was that along that side of the street, well, most of the buildings on both sides of the streets are, well, much larger than 10 feet actually. So that was just an attempt to compromise. I think that, I think the other ones are about 20 feet or so. The houses to the east on both sides of the street. And so, you know, like I said, 10 feet was an attempt to still kind of meet the character of the neighborhood while allowing them some flexibility to get closer to the sidewalk.
Okay. Other commissioners have questions or comments of the applicant or staff? Hearing none, I'll ask if there's anyone, members of the public that have joined us today that would like to be heard on this item. This is SPUD 1228. *6 on your phone or space bar. I don't have anybody signed up to speak specifically, but I'll provide just a moment to find out. While we have a commercial break, as a reminder, 297-2289 is the phone number you can call if you're having technical difficulties while you're with us today. Don't forget to unmute your device if you want to be heard. Hearing no comments, Commissioner Highsmith, I'll take a motion.
Well, I make a motion to approve item SPUD 1228, or make a recommendation of approval. My apologies, on SPUD 1228 striking TE1 and allowing a 5-foot setback to match their property across the street to the south.
So you just want to amend TE1 to 5 feet instead of 10?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Got it. Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Highsmith and a second from Commissioner Pennington to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1228, amending TE1 to reflect a change from 10 feet to 5 feet on the setback. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
It appears everyone's voted and the application is approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Item 20 is case number SPUD 1234, an application to rezone 3721 North Classen Boulevard from O2 to SPUD 1234.
This application is a 0.4 acre site at the southwest corner of 37th and Classen Boulevard, and it's developed with an existing building and accessory parking. We're going from an O2 zoning district to a SPUD with an O2 base that retains all the O2 uses and adds retail sales. Found it to be in conformance with the urban medium LUDA and recommended approval with 1 TE, and David Box represents the applicant.
Good afternoon. Mr. Box, before you begin your presentation here, we do have a number of people signed up to speak on this one. Mr. Box, I'd remind you, you've got 5 minutes. Members of the public that have joined us, you'll be held to the same requirement. And I would ask if, just as kind of a friendly reminder for everyone here today, if you have general comments, if someone can be appointed to speak on the group's behalf, I think that would be ideal. Or just at least once a comment's been made in respect to a certain concern, we certainly don't need to hear it from multiple people. We will discuss it in turn. So feel free to supplement any discussion or opposition that's brought up. But with that, Mr. Box, if you want to begin your 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I will. I will note, when you hear from the public, there is going to be 2 facets of that. There are neighbors that are now in support, and there's some that aren't. So as Mr. Chambliss said, this is an SPUD. When we filed the SPUD, which is when staff made their analysis and recommended approval, there was 1 TE. We do agree with that TE. We have made a multitude of changes to the SPUD, and I want to thank the neighbors that were willing to listen to us and willing to negotiate. I think we have a better product because of it. There were some neighbors that were not willing to listen and not willing to negotiate. And unfortunately, representing an applicant, if the other side isn't willing to negotiate, there's not much I can do. But what I hope you'll see is everything asked of us, we have agreed to. So again, if we look at staff's report, their analysis is before we made any changes requested by the neighbors. So I want to focus on 2 things. One, on page 10, under the operational impact section of planning department, specifically the last portion, it says the proposed uses must occur indoors. The SPUD specifically prohibits EMD signs. No triggers requiring mitigation were identified. So that's important because no mitigation measures were needed, meaning the use we propose is compatible with the use of the abutting single family residential. Then if we go to plan conformance considerations on page 11, it says no compatibility issues were identified. So staff's independent objective analysis based upon the comprehensive plan and all the other criteria the staff looks at have told us that there's no mitigation needed and there is no compatibility issues that were found within the application. So if we start there as our base and we move through the changes, I wanted to display this exhibit that you see before you. I can't take credit for this. This was a neighbor that put this together, Mr. Sean Murray, but I think it does a good job of showing the changes that have been incorporated into the SPUD document. So it's zoned O2 now. I would submit that a marijuana dispensary, frankly, is not much different than an office use. I would challenge you to go find a dispensary in this town with more than 3 cars parked at it. They are uses that do not drive traffic. It is not a typical retail type of use. When we think of retail, we think of uses that are intended to drive a lot of traffic. Medical marijuana dispensaries simply don't fit that criteria. However, it was the best we had at the time when the state law passed. And so I think staff did a good job of putting it as a retail. So first and foremost, we have limited the retail sales use unit to only allow for a medical marijuana dispensary. So we're not allowing full retail. We simply are office plus the one marijuana dispensary use. It is worth noting there are provisions in the code, my understanding is, that would allow you to have marijuana dispensaries in an office setting if there was a doctor's office or a pharmacist on site also. So it's not uncommon that this use be in an office type setting. But as we go through this exhibit, you'll see the green area that's west of our curb cut on 37th. We agreed to provide additional landscaping in that area that will be 6 feet tall at the time of planting. So that will further screen what's to the west. There's a masonry wall there right now on the western side of our property. We have agreed that if that were to ever be removed or come down, the site-proof screening that would be required would have to be, once again, a masonry wall instead of what could be built today being a stockade fence. You'll see several points on the building being the south wall, the west wall, and the north wall. We have eliminated signage from that. The effort there was to ensure that the neighborhood to the west don't see the signage. The curb cut that exists on 37th is a forced right out. One of the things that they were concerned about was traffic coming into the neighborhood. So we agreed that the curb cut will remain as is. If something ever changed, it would have to go back to this right out only and have the same design. The existing very small accessory sign that's there along Classen would have to remain that very small size. And again, we've then limited the retail use. So anything that was asked of us, we did agree to. We also added a provision that it's not entitled to be a 24-hour operation. We agreed to some lighting requirements so that any lighting would be shielded and not shined into the backyard to the west. So Classen is 6 lanes of traffic. It carries a lot of traffic. I think the rapid bus transit is slated to go up and down Classen. I understand that right here there are not other commercial uses, but I think a very light commercial use is in no way going to impact the neighborhood to the west. And that's not just me saying it, that is staff saying it. Because again, no mitigation efforts were needed and no operational impacts were found. So I think we have a product now that essentially keeps it the same, but actually negotiates against ourselves and gets it better than what could be developed under O2. So I think it's less impactful through this bud than it could be today under the straight O2. So again, I want to thank the neighbors that were willing to work with us. I do think we have a better product and we would ask for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Box. Just to clarify a couple things, in our discussion about this, we had a brief discussion about this application this morning in anticipation of the hearing. And I had asked if you guys would be willing to limit the retail sales and services general 8300.63 use unit to the licensed medical marijuana dispensary. And you said that you were in agreement with that?
Yeah, we agree to limit the use unit of retail sales and services to only allow the dispensary.
Okay. And last thing I have, these changes that you've referenced in terms of lighting and landscaping and the masonry wall, all these have been memorialized in the most recent version of your master design statement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I included Ms. Powers, staff, and Mr. Murray, and perhaps another neighbor on those correspondence.
Got it. Okay. Commissioner Powers, this is your ward. If you can hear me, if you want to lead off with questions of the applicant or staff, please feel free.
Hey, David.
There you go.
Yes.
How tall is that wall on the west?
I believe it's 6 feet.
Okay. From the ground?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Before we have too much consideration about this, I really would like to hear from the neighbors. This is a very difficult application for me. The maintenance of Classen Boulevard as a sort of non-commercial district has been something that has been a long standing practice. And I think, there's a big investment in that. I spoke last night with Mr. Murray, and he made a pretty forceful argument that it's a bit of an illusion, but nonetheless, there's not a great deal of commercial signage. The Classen Boulevard north of 36 looks very, very different from Classen Boulevard south of 36. And I think, you know, the historic neighborhoods, especially the traditional neighborhoods, have, you know, a substantial investment in maintaining that. On the other hand, Classen Boulevard is a very, very busy thoroughfare, and likely, if anything, to become more busy over time. It's both a snow route, and now it is a bus route. It is the official bus route. And so, you know, it's hard to make an argument that this particular use, and I will limit it to that. I'm not ready to throw my hat in the ring and say, oh, you know, Classen is just going to be commercialized here on out and all bets are off. But if you look at an application, you know, one at a time, I must say that the application that is in front of you now, with the changes that have been negotiated by those neighbors who were willing to engage in that negotiation, is probably the best case scenario for that development. Having said that, this is not a slam dunk for me, and I would really like to hear from the neighbors on both sides of the question before I say more.
Understood. Appreciate that. Are there other commissioners that have questions of the applicant at this time? Okay. Hearing none, we do have a number of folks signed up to speak. I'll ask just kind of in the order that I have. First, I'll ask if there is anybody who's been designated to speak by a group or represents Putnam Heights or the area at large.
I would like to designate Suzanne Broadbent to represent us at large, with the exception and the stipulation that we all get an opportunity to speak as well. But Suzanne, I think, has the most well thought out and articulated argument that probably includes as many things as we could think of, but I do reserve the right to speak as well.
Understood completely. And just give me what your name and address were for the record, please.
Michelle Statham, 1415 Northwest 36th Street.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate you being here today. Ms. Broadbent, you have been anointed to speak first. Would you like to do so?
Yes, I am ready.
You got 5 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your hard work and consideration of our concerns. Not being willing to compromise on an absurd application does not mean we didn't listen. We had a meeting, we heard everything out, and I've reviewed everything that's been submitted. Nothing has changed my mind. This is a huge policy decision for the Planning Commission, and it's a huge impact for the neighborhoods around us on Classen. These are traditional neighborhoods. They are historic preservation neighborhoods. And I want to call attention to something in the staff report, existing conditions, D1. The last sentence talks about the priorities for the urban medium areas. And one of them is supporting revitalization of distressed neighborhoods. Now, I would suggest that what is understood there is that you don't do anything that hurts the existing neighborhoods that are not distressed, but you know, they could become so with whatever happens on Classen. Everything that happens there will have a domino effect on Classen and on the neighborhoods surrounding it. I would also point out the staff report supports a lot of our objections, and among them, it points out that the zoning east, north, south, and west of this applicant's subject property, which he does not own, I'll get to that in a minute, is zoned, all of those properties are zoned O2. And so from 35th to 50th Street, there is no commercial development, and Commissioner Powers has made that point quite well. Staff report supports that as well. So going to the issue here is opening out Classen for commercial use. Now, having a dispensary in your backyard is, we can argue the merits of that. The point is, their hours are going to be 9 to 7, maybe 9 to 9. It is going to be retail, and it is going to increase traffic. If it isn't going to increase traffic, then they're going to go broke. So let's be honest about what is going to happen there. I have heard from about 30 neighbors. Now, I know of about 3 who are not objecting to this application and who might be counted as being in favor of it. But I have heard from 30 who have agreed with my petition, I'll call it, and they represent people on both the east and the west side of Classen, mostly on the west, mostly from Putnam Heights, obviously, that's the way it would be, because they understand that there is no way to limit this spud so that commercial use cannot be made even worse than the dispensary would be. Once it's opened up to commercial use, other properties will fall, and this one will not be contained in future years to just the dispensary. It opens it up to everything, and I would invite you to think back in your memory, because I couldn't get my pictures downloaded, to what south of 35th Street on Classen looks like. A series of dispensaries, massage parlors, and many other businesses, most of them good, but just think about what that looks like as compared to what it looks like north of 35th Street. Among the 30 neighbors that I heard from, one of them is Dr. Kirby, who is the dentist at 36th and Classen. Now, you should have his note in front of you. Jerry Bryan, who's the attorney in the building across from this subject property. And he also lives on 37th Street. He calls it a mess, and he's totally opposed to it. And I understand Mr. Aharon Manley is with us and is opposed to it. He owns the building across the street where Jerry's office is. You've heard from Warren Edwards. You've heard from Anthony Warren. All of this is an issue bigger than whether a couple of neighbors on 37th Street have decided to support it. So I won't reiterate too many of my points. You've had my letter before you for a number of days, but just think what Classen Drive looks like, and this property abuts the neighborhoods that it looks like. And another important point is this
Ms. Robbins, this needs to be, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you. This needs to be your final comment. Your 5 minutes is up, and I want to make sure we hear from everybody.
Okay, well, very quickly, I want to point out something that was in the Oklahoman yesterday, that Oklahoma's I'm reading exactly here. Oklahoma's cannabis market attracted the attention of outsiders hoping to cash in on the state's love of legal marijuana and regulations that are less strict than other states. And we've seen that. This applicant is, in my opinion, an out-of-state opportunistic investor. He does not own this building. I have the county assessor's printout here. He has no investment. And these residents have put their hearts, time, money, and loyalty to Oklahoma City. And I hope this planning commission will not throw them under the bus in favor of this absurd request.
Ms. Broadbent, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate you being here and appreciate your comments. And I apologize for having to interrupt you there. Michelle, Ms. Statham, you wanted to be heard. In addition, we heard from Ms. Broadbent on concerns about the historic neighborhoods, the fact that we'll be establishing kind of a new policy for the Classen thoroughfare, the harm this may cause to the neighborhoods, and the domino effect of allowing retail. Are there other comments or concerns you think this commission should be aware of beyond those? You're on mute, Michelle, I'm sorry. Statham, I think is your last name, forgive me.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
So I do want to start off by saying my husband and I bought this house when it was a HUD reject that had been abandoned at the end of this block for about 2 years in this neighborhood. Nobody wanted it because it butted up against a home of an elderly person and 3 other offices. So the whole issue there was, of course, that eventually the home next to us would fall as well, blah, 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 blah. Nobody wanted it. But I fell in love and my husband fell in love, and we decided it was worth the chance. We plowed every bit of money, energy, our time, and our heart into this house. For 30 years we've lived here. I am a community volunteer. My kids have been raised in this home, in this neighborhood, and they want to move back into this neighborhood. They know the importance of having neighbors and neighborhoods where you feel like you belong and that you actually have a voice in the city. I've raised both of my sons to know and understand that involvement is in fact the key, particularly when it comes to something like this. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. But I called the city way back in March, the moment that the sign went up on that building indicating that there was going to be a commercial property there rather than an office. Now, I could have called when they painted the building blue instead of its natural brick color, but I paused. Some people might like an office that's blue, I said. Don't jump the gun. But the minute that herbal dispensary went up there, I made a phone call to the city. I caught somebody who just happened to be in the office that day because the COVID emergency had shut everybody down. And she admitted that she wasn't exactly sure how to research things, so she would need to get back with me. But I told her what was going on, that that is an office space. It always has been an office space, and we've always fought to keep it that way. She checked and said, in fact, there had been no petition at all to change the kind of space that was in there, which told me that hadn't been done, but they had already been working on the inside of that property for weeks, and they painted the whole building before they let anybody know what was going on there. So I don't understand why we keep getting told we're not negotiating and we're being irascible, and that, you know, this is an issue with the neighbors because we're asking for something that's unreasonable. I called the city months ago and asked if this had been properly taken through the channels for them to put retail in there, and as it turns out, they hadn't. Because as soon as they did it, I got my notice, which is what I should have gotten months ago so that I could object before this is where it is right here. And I know why they did it that way. They do it that way because it's harder to stop something once they've gotten started. So I'm just going to say that right there. I understand Mr. Murray feels like all of the things that he requested in our initial meeting with the business owner and his lawyer have been met to his satisfaction, and that is completely okay. We all have our opinions, but there is no way that you can argue that letting these buildings go retail is not going to absolutely crush our neighborhood. And I will give you 2 examples. Again, we had houses here when I first moved in here and offices. The house across the street, they turned into an office. Thank God they didn't tear it down. The house next to me years ago, they had the house half torn down by the time I got a call into the city, even knowing they were destroying it. You know what the city told me? Well, they've already started tearing it down. What do you want us to do now? And I said, I want you to stop it. That's what I want you to do, because you never should have done that without asking neighbors. So I'm just asking you here today to consider that instead of seeing us in a light of people who don't want to negotiate, let's take a look at the owners of that business and how they didn't have the, whatever you want to call it, the decency, the wherewithal, or even the legal right to come and talk to us before they made all these changes. And now we're having to do it this way. So I'm sorry it looks like we're disagreeable, and I'm sorry that it looks like we're not wanting to negotiate with them. But the truth of the matter is, it never should have happened this way. And I don't think that we should continue to let businesses roll over neighborhoods because they've already started doing the dirty work. So I'll stop at that and let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Tatham, thank you very much for your time, and we do appreciate you being here and your comments. I have a couple of the people that have signed up to speak. I'll ask if they'd still like to be heard. Jack Werner has signed up to speak. Mr. Werner, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Mr. Werner, we've heard about the historic neighborhoods, the policy change for Classen, harm that this development may cause the neighborhood, the domino effect of allowing retail, the impact on property values, and the complaints about process. Are there things, please start by giving us your name and address for the record, and any additional things you think this commission needs to hear.
My name is Jack Werner. My address is 3625 North McKinley Avenue in Putnam Heights Historic District. I guess the two things I see, I got an email from Mr. Murray, Sean, and that said everybody on 37th had agreed with this. And I just got that yesterday evening, and I've only been able to contact two people on 37th in that block, and both of them adamantly disagree with this. So I don't think we're getting exactly an accurate full picture. I certainly have the impression that many, many more neighbors disagree with this than agree. And I guess the final things, being involved in a property on Northwest 13th Street backed up to Heritage Hills, where I believe the attorney representing this, I'd like to know if he would agree to this for that property backing up to Heritage Hills. I somehow, with the stipulations we got on that property of what could go in and what couldn't go in, not even doctor's offices, it intrigues me that Heritage Hills does not allow this, and yet we're asked to allow it. And that's my feelings. I'll stop. Thank you.
Mr. Warner, thank you so much for being with us, and we certainly appreciate your comments. The last person I have signed up to speak in advance was Krista Posey, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your last name. Ms. Posey, are you with us today?
I am with this,
Great.
but I actually had signed up to speak on a different proposal. Not this one.
Okay. No problem. My notes can be wrong. No problem. That's my fault. You certainly be sure and speak up when it's your turn.
Okay, I will do that.
If I can
I also
interject,
have
if
I also
can
have Sean Murray. Just a moment, please. I also have Sean Murray, who's signed up to speak, I know, in support of the application. Mr. Murray, I'm not going to forget about you, but before I move on to that, I want to ask if there is anyone who I don't have signed up to speak that would like to be heard on this matter, and hopefully you are aware of the issues that we've already discussed with your neighbors.
Yes, I would like to speak, and I sent an email earlier this morning asking to be put on the list of people who wanted to speak.
Understood. And if that didn't get relayed, I certainly apologize. We all make mistakes. I don't have you signed up on my list, but you are certainly welcome to speak. So if you'd start by giving us your name and address for the record, you've got 5 minutes and you're welcome to go.
My name is Diana Grapes. I live at 3711 North McKinley Avenue. I've lived here for about 8 years, and over the course of that time, we have spent massive amounts of money to maintain this house, because I believe when you own an historic home, you have to be part conservator. And I think that extends to the surrounding areas as well. And I object to having any of the buildings on Classen Avenue outside our neighborhood be zoned commercial. And I also was offended by the presentation early on that people who object to this are being intractable and aren't listening.
Two more.
I do not recall
still
even
have
being invited to a meeting.
Can he see?
I'm sorry, am I talking over someone?
Yeah, Paula, we
No, you're fine. Please continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
I do not recall being even invited to a meeting to hear anything about this issue or to negotiate on it. The first time I ever heard anything really about this zoning issue was an email I received Monday that was followed up by amendments that had been made in an email on Tuesday. So I greatly object to the idea that I am thought intractable because I am against this rezoning to commercial and retail out on Classen Avenue. We love this area because of the way it is in its entirety, and it will not be nearly as attractive to us if Classen Avenue becomes retail oriented. That's all I have to say. I can yield my time back to Suzanne if she has anything more to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
And Diane, forgive me for not catching your last name, so I'll use your first. I do appreciate you being with us. And if you would, just in case staff didn't catch it, would you please state your full name one more time for us?
Diana, D-I-A-N-A, Grapes, G-R-A-P-E-S. Just like.
Thank you so much, Diana. Appreciate that very much.
Chairman Cravens?
Paula, you're,
Hi.
yes?
We have 2 more speakers.
Okay, that's great. Who is, if someone wants to start, I just ask that you not repeat comments we've already heard about historic neighborhoods, a policy change for Classen, the harm that it will do to property values, the domino effect of allowing retail, or frustration with the process.
Ellen Harmon.
Alan Harmon, are you with us?
I am, but everything has been said. I just amen to the previous comments.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We appreciate that, and certainly noted. I don't think it was fair for the applicant to characterize, every neighbor there as being belligerent. And I don't normally do this, but I can certainly speak on behalf of the commission when I say that stuff like that falls on deaf ears. There are great frustrations in this process for a lot of folks that are involved. That can be because they're not aware of the 300-foot notice requirement. So one neighbor gets a notice and another one doesn't because they're just outside, or one neighbor is belligerent and therefore they almost be belligerent. But most of the people on this commission have been on here for at least a couple of years now. In one case, we have a commissioner who's been here many, many years, and those things are almost, laughable to the extent that we understand that that's not the way things happen. So I certainly appreciate the neighbors' frustrations with comments like that, because it's, not something that really needs to be said, and certainly not how we would have perceived the process to have unfolded. Is there anyone else who wants to be heard on this matter today on an issue that we have not already heard about?
We have Aaron Hernandez Marley signed up.
Okay. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Is there something that you think we need to hear we haven't already heard, sir?
Yes, I own the building just across the street at 3801 North Classen Boulevard. And
I'm sorry, is that you say on the east side of the street? I'm looking at a map, so.
oh no, it's directly across, just north.
Oh, my fault, to the north. Okay, gotcha.
There was some talk that I was going to allow overflow parking in my parking lot, and that is definitely not the case. In fact, well, I think it was TBI that was on 39th. They had a bunch of their employees parking on the street, and I think it was a major concern for the neighborhood. And also, they started parking in my parking lot, which made it almost impossible. I have a law firm for my clients to even park. So if this is commercial, I fear that would be the same result. And that's all I have.
Got it. Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez, for being with us today and for your comments.
Thank you.
I will just ask, thank you, Paula, for confirming the other folks that wanted to be heard. I will pause at this time and ask if there is anyone else in opposition to SPUD 1234 that has not been heard that would like to be heard on any matter we haven't already been made aware of at this time. And that would be *6 on your phone or spacebar on your computer. Mr. Murray, I've not forgotten about you, I promise. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Murray, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I have you signed up to speak in support of the application, so if you'd like to do so now, please feel free.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's time and the time that you've given me to talk on this. My name is Sean Murray. I live at 1417 Northwest 37th Street. You can see the roof of my house in the screen that you have up. It's just to the upper left of the green landscape that they agreed to put in. My wife, Chris Balaban, who is the owner of a retail establishment on 41st and Western called A Date with Iris. She lives with me there. There's a little bit, because my name has come up a few times in this discussion, I feel like I need to respond to a few comments. So that's on top of the things that I had already been prepared to say. I understand that there are more neighbors against this than for it, and that I'm not winning a popularity contest by taking the lead on working with the property owner to protect the neighborhood through the SPUD. But I think that in any neighborhood, if you say, do you want a medical marijuana dispensary at the end of your street, getting people to say no would be like shooting fish in a barrel. So I don't think that's, I'm not I don't want to work in opposition to my neighbors' concerns, but I don't believe that my neighbors are properly understanding the issue. So to Jack, to his comment about my email saying everybody on 37th Street was for it, I may have said something too enthusiastic, but I believe I haven't looked back at the email. The people that I know that are for it are Kevin and Charlie Wenzel, who live directly behind the dispensary. They have voiced unequivocal support of my efforts and the SPUD as it's written. And then Shannon Roland Missouri, I think her name is, who lives directly north of me on 38th Street, who also borders commercial property. She has voiced unequivocal support for this. I've got about 3 or 4 other neighbors that have, and Jack Zedlitz next to me has said that he is going to abstain and either supports or opposes. And so what I'd like you commissioners to focus on, and my neighbors too, really, is what it's really like to live next door to these properties. And offices are not by nature, Classen Boulevard from 36th to 50th Street is not some genteel row of offices. It is a very commercial, very retail oriented street. There are retail banks, there are retail insurance agencies, there are pain management clinics, there's an auto shop, there's a Jimmy's Egg. The Bank of America, that would be a tenant that would ruin our neighborhood. If we had a bank next to us with a drive-through. So 41st Street leads from Classen to Western. My wife's store is on 41st and Western. The traffic from Bank of America is extraordinarily disruptive. Now, all of these properties are zoned O2. So there is a very dense and varied commercial, retail, traffic heavy use all along 36th to 50th. I understand none of us want to see Classen Boulevard north of 36 turn into the disaster that some of Classen Boulevard south of 36th Street is. But I suggest to you that that the way we prevent that from happening is that we work through this SPUD process and we get good owners like Ramel Williams and or good shopkeepers. If he's not the owner, I don't know that.
1 minute, Mr. Murray.
I'm sorry?
I'm just telling you have 1 minute. Sorry.
All right. Well, so I mean that's it. I just want to tell you that the concessions that we ask for are very important, and if we don't receive them, we have no control over what happens to this building. That wall could be torn down, just like the wall was torn down by the office on 38th Street. The curb cut could be removed, just like the curb cut was removed by the office building on 38th Street. This SPUD protects the neighborhood. You cannot make a special exception for a medical marijuana clinic. That's why probably most people don't like this, but if it was a pain management clinic, which there are many on Classen Boulevard, some of which have patients lined up before they open in the morning, just at the new one that just opened at 42nd and Classen.
Mr. Murray, final comments. Your time's up. I apologize.
There are many more disruptive uses than this. O2 zoning isn't appropriate for this site anyway. It's a different zoning. It should be O1. And I just say that we need neighbors that work with neighborhoods like this, and our neighbors, I think our neighborhoods have to learn to cooperate and try to work towards the best outcomes we can get when it's inevitable that this is going to be approved anyway, and we all know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Appreciate it very much, you being here. I just want to clarify for the purposes of the record, because of the way you phrased one of the comments, you're not involved in this project in any way, are you?
No, absolutely not. I live across the street from it. I can see it from every window in the front of my house. I can see it from my front yard and my backyard. I'm enthusiastically in support of it because it protects me as a property owner, and it's going to enhance our neighborhood to have these protections in the zoning code and run with the force of law with the land.
Okay, I just want to make that clarification for the purpose of the record. That's all. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Before I turn it over to a discussion of the commissioners, I am going to give the applicant 1 minute to respond. But before I do that, this is the final chance. Is there anybody else that wants to be heard on this item today, relaying information to the commission that has not already been heard? And I'll pause just a moment to give anybody an opportunity. We certainly want to make sure if there's a point to be made, that someone gets the opportunity to make it.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Ms.
That I
Statham, you
cer-
sure
that I
may.
just- Okay, because I just don't understand. So it seems to be that everyone is talking as if this is going to happen. Now, I don't understand. The process is supposed to be that they come beforehand and then we have an opportunity to object. And by the way, I'm not objecting that being a dispensary. I'm objecting it to being a retail outlet. So can you help me understand? Is this already zoned retail and we're just talking about something that says it's general office? Because I don't get the issue here.
I believe there's only one use specified to be allowed.
To answer your question, Ms. Statham, no, of course not. It is very common practice for applicants, their representatives, whether that be engineers or attorneys, to engage with members of the Planning Commission to discuss issues as they evolve. One of the things that's a frustration to the members of the commission is that while Commissioner Powers has been able to engage as your ward representative and listen and hear comments and stay involved in this process, a lot of the other commissioners haven't had that opportunity. And so when we get into this room, a lot of times we're hearing things anew. Again, it's very common for applicants to reach out and express what's going on. And for us, as I articulated at the outset of the conversation, to tell them, hey, look at the outset, here are the concerns that I see. What I don't want to allow, I don't recall the square footage of this building, is we certainly don't want to allow a 6,000 square foot dispensary. So some of those back and forth take place. Then when we get in here, it gives us a chance to hear all the facts from staff, from people who are in opposition to the application, as well as from the applicant or their supporters, who a lot of times we don't hear from either. So this is very generally how the process takes place. And so, no, it is not a foregone conclusion as to what's going to happen here.
Okay, and does O2 general office include retail, or are we changing something to make it include retail? It does not.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, it does not include retail, and we would be making a change to allow it.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear. Okay, because some of the comments led everybody to believe that it was just foregone conclusion. So thank you so much for clearing that up for me.
Oh, of course, you bet. Look, it's very important, especially when we have to engage in a meeting in this type of environment where we all can't look at each other in the face, that people feel very comfortable about the way a process unfolds. So I certainly want to make sure that you and your neighbors feel good about it and feel like the process is happening the way that it should.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I want to turn it over to the applicant to provide a 1 minute response, just given all the comments. Mr. Box, you got 1 minute, and then we're going to take it to the commission.
Sure. So I want to emphasize that the neighbors who live directly next to this, so the most impacted neighbors, are supporting it. The idea that some element of retail crushes, which was their term, crushes a neighborhood is simply false. If you look at all other historic neighborhoods, including mine, Heritage Hills, we have far more intense commercial uses that directly abut it. The houses that live on 22nd Street have fast food restaurants immediately on the other side of their fence. Crown Heights has Western Avenue, which is full of restaurants and bars. Mesta Park has commercial on its north side. Heritage Hills has commercial on its south side. So the idea that commercial is incompatible with a historic neighborhood is simply false. And even more so, if you again go to the staff's objective analysis, they say no compatibility issues have been identified. So this is not even retail. This is just one single use to allow a dispensary. That, in my opinion, a dispensary is not a disruptive use.
Thank you very much, Mr. Box. Okay, I want to turn it back over to the commission for comment, and I'll start. Obviously, Commissioner Powers, you've expressed some of your opinions. Nevertheless, this is your ward, and you've been the most involved, so I'll let you take the first crack at comments if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that after listening to both sides articulate their concerns, I'm not much clearer in my view than I was. I have just an enormous respect for the historic neighborhoods. I live in one. Unlike some members of the commission, who do not seem from time to time to give much credence to the effort that it took to establish those neighborhoods, to pull many of them out of deteriorating conditions and to stabilize them, and the effort that it takes on an ongoing basis to defend them against encroachment and so forth. I feel very strongly about that and feel very committed to that. Perhaps the biggest issue I have with this application is the fact that the precedential value of it. Not only, although, and I give the applicant a great deal of credit for being willing to narrow the use to this single use of medical marijuana dispensary. The way things are set up, that's just it's a difficult thing to permit a retail use to be established. And the fact that they have narrowed it down, I give them a great deal of credit for. But I have to be realistic about how likely that line in the sand is to withhold or to withstand future pressure. And it seems to me unlikely. On the other hand, I would have to say that if it sets the precedent that, well, the only retail use that's going to be allowed on Classen is medical marijuana dispensaries, I'm not sure I would want to see 20 of them between 36th and 50th in any event. So the precedential value of the change weighs heavily on me. Having said that, I also recognize that Classen is a very, very high traffic street, and we do not have, unfortunately, an overlay. We do not have an actual mechanism by which we can prevent the commercialization of Classen. So then what defense is there for the neighborhoods? And it seems to me that realistically, that defense is going to come down to a case-by-case, property-by-property review of the appropriateness of a use on a particular piece of property. And I think, that's how I am struggling to focus my attention here. That's really our charge as commissioners. And I think that's the only thing that really makes sense in this case. I want to assure as best I can, both sides of this argument. I am neither punishing the applicant for not having sought rezoning before now, nor am I rewarding the effort that they have made to, remodel the building, or, to me, I am looking at this just as if it was happening at the beginning. I'm not punishing, but I'm not rewarding either. I don't think that is appropriate on either end. I don't think that this is an absurd application, but on the other hand, I do not believe that it is, intractable or unreasonable for the neighbors in in any of these neighborhoods to take the position that they simply do not want to see or take a step they believe will encourage commercialization of Classen. And I would really like to hear from my fellow commissioners on that particular issue. I do not believe that this is a done deal by any means. I think that this is very much an application that is due and will receive a great deal of consideration before the vote is cast. And I would very much like to hear from my fellow commissioners on the issue of whether they believe approval of this application will open the door for other types of commercial And maybe some of them feel like that's appropriate. Maybe some of them feel like that would be a disaster. But I would really like to hear from them on that subject. And I'll mute myself so that I don't feedback while you're doing that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Powers. Other commissioners want to jump in with comments?
Sure. This is Commissioner Highsmith. I got to say right off the top, I can't imagine a more appropriate corridor for retail than Classen. I think, you know, I think we determine our commercial corridors by our traffic volumes, and the traffic volume there is, you know, it's one of the highest in the city. I don't even think, you know, to me, it's not even a question. I think the north portion of Classen should develop as retail over time. I think it'd be a good thing for our city. On the historic preservation side, and on the question of how we you know, handle these things at the edges of our neighborhood, you know, it's my opinion in researching cities, zoning, and researching, you know, the history of how we have done city building, that commercial, especially retail, historically encompass neighborhoods. I mean, that's the pattern of development here in Oklahoma City, in every neighborhood pre-zoning for sure. And those are, of course, our historic neighborhoods. You know, I think one applicant or one of the protesters mentioned Heritage Hills, and somebody else, I think maybe even Mr. Box, had mentioned that, of course, Heritage Hills is edged with retail on many sides. So I think, to me, like this is completely appropriate. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood, but I don't see it. I don't think that's reality. And I also do absolutely have a little bit of issue with I think the conversations like this that elevate historic neighborhoods as somehow more important than a regular neighborhood. I understand absolutely that there's difference of characteristics because of the age of the homes, and that those are worth preserving. But I don't, you know, I will never consider an issue at question next to a residential neighborhood. I'll never consider it in terms of its historic nature. I don't think that's appropriate when we're talking land use. Anyway, those are my comments. I hope that's clear, and that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Highsmith. Any other commissioners want to speak up on this matter?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Claire. I have to say that I'm in agreement with Commissioner Powers. You know, I was on the fence about this earlier, and as I hear arguments from both sides, both are compelling, but I think what I feel strongly about is, you know, this is a 6-lane corridor. I understand what Commissioner Highsmith was saying about retail, and I do think that that's appropriate south of 36, but this segment north of 36 is completely different. This is a corridor that I drive at least twice a day. You know, I don't feel that a commercial use in this section is appropriate. And I really feel that once the BRT comes through, this section is going to really be a prime spot for Class A office space. You know, there's lots of comments on the types of offices and office space and properties along this section. And I really feel that the BRT is gonna spur that redevelopment of that office space. And this is going to be a place where businesses and office owners want to be. But I'm just not comfortable with this application, and feel that it's appropriate north of 36 in this section.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Claire. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, if I can, couple of comments. First thing, I want to start by saying I grew up in Lincoln Terrace, a historic neighborhood. I own a home in Lincoln Terrace, a historic neighborhood. So I definitely understand and clearly appreciate the concerns of the neighbors. So I want to start at the onset of saying that as I get to my next comment. I think that it is incumbent on the applicant to show that their plan is for this use is not going to require any more intensity than an office use. And in my opinion, based on the conversation we've had, it sounds like that's the case. They've narrowed the retail to only one thing. So I don't like this characterization. I think it's an unfair characterization to say that it opens it up to any commercial. We're not talking about any commercial retail. We are talking specifically about a medical marijuana dispensary. So to say that we are opening up to any commercial development, any retail development, no, we're not. This conversation is specifically about medical marijuana and whether this is appropriate in this space. And so the question to me, as somebody else who lives in a historic neighborhood, is this use going to take up more, going to create more traffic than exists if it is an office? And it sounds like, based on the evidence that the applicants provided, the evidence that I've seen, even anecdotally from seeing medical marijuana dispensaries, that the traffic you can anticipate is not any different than you would if it was a busy law firm or another busy office. And in fact, this developer, this applicant has taken steps to mitigate the potential traffic risk to the neighborhood. And I think that that's fair. As far as Commissioner Powers' comments on the precedential value of making this a retail, medical marijuana dispensary, and therefore opening up all of the rest of 36 to retail development, that's always a risk. That is always a risk. We are talking about a major arterial. We are talking about one of the major places that people go to. It takes you directly to the mall, to Belle Isle, to Walmart. That is to be expected for a space like this. And so again, that's why it brings me back to my initial question of, can you prove that this change is going to create more traffic or more problems or more challenges that wouldn't have existed if this was remained O2? And to me, there's no clear evidence of that. Saying that retail has to remain south of 36 is arbitrary and is inconsistent with our plan. That's inconsistent with what Plan OKC says. It doesn't say everything below 36 has to remain, can be commercial and everything above it can't. That's not true, and that's not a part of our mandate. This is about what's appropriate use and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. And at this point, converting this use to a medical marijuana dispensary has not been shown to be create any more traffic or other issues than it would if it remained a busy office. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Pennington. Any other commissioners want to be heard on this one?
This is Commissioner Hinkle. I have a whole lot of respect for the opposing side of this, especially Jack Warner. He's a good friend, but I have to agree with Kamal on this deal. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Hinkle. Anybody else?
Is David Bach still on the line?
Oh, I'm sure he is.
There he is. Hey, David, one of the protesters touched on parking. I'm sure you meet the ordinance or we would be looking for a variance, but how many spots do you think you have there?
We counted it. My belief is, hold on, I can tell you. I believe we had 20 spots.
Okay. That seems sufficient to me.
David, while you're answering questions, I have 2. How big is the building?
I don't have the square footage. Mr. Williams, are you on the line? I see him. Ramel, are you on? There you go.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Start by giving us your name and address, Mr. Williams.
Oh, Ramel Williams, 3721 North Classen Boulevard.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, the building is 4,000 square feet.
Okay, and how big is the proposed use? How much space in the building are you going to occupy?
So the proposed use is the actual retail portion is about 1,000 square feet. The rest of it is administrative and office, just office space.
Got it. So would you be opposed to limiting the use of the medical marijuana to 1,000 square feet?
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, it may present issues down the line for just the functionality of the business, but could I ask why that would help? With
Sure. You bet. So, and I was trying to be respectful to give opportunity to other commissioners to be heard. But that's a great segue to mine. And I'll start by addressing Commissioner Powers' question, because I respect the fact that she's struggling with this one. There's no question that the door for retail development on Classen is wide open, but it has very little to do with this application. Classen, which has been aptly pointed out, is not a major arterial. It is a primary thoroughfare. It is on the list of street typology, it's right below Northwest Expressway, and frankly, fairly comparable, if you want to know the truth of the matter, in terms of how much traffic it's capable of carrying. It's designated for bus rapid transit, which means the concentration of transit that's going to exist on this corridor, in addition to automotive, is going to continue to increase. You're going to continue to see a desirability of people to move into this area. We see applications all the time that are going to increase density of residential in this area. That's not going away anytime soon. That's certainly here to stay. And I think it's probably pretty possible that down the road, as we look toward the future of Classen, because of the amount of right-of-way, that is undoubtedly the street that the city would target on the west side of downtown to get traffic in and out, whether that's through a streetcar line or some other means of public transit beyond bus rapid. I think the signaling of bus rapid on this thoroughfare is all but indicative of what this corridor's intention is. I am also in agreement that there is no line of demarcation along Classen Avenue for where retail is and isn't appropriate. On the far north edge of this, you have Jimmy's Egg and a restaurant. 2 blocks south of this, there's a retail shopping center that a few years ago was up for sale, and I've looked at in my professional, aspects of life. There were homes behind that shopping center that were under renovation at the time that shopping center was up for sale, and I have to tell you, it's not the prettiest thing in the world. If the owner's on, I apologize for offending you, but it's not that pretty. In fact, it's not really well maintained, and yet the homes behind it were still desirable enough to be turned over. I am not in the camp that historic neighborhoods don't deserve a fair amount of additional protection. That's why they have historical overlays. What I'm not a fan of is saying that they I think this is where Commissioner Highsmith and I would agree, that outside of those designations, that protection goes away. And while I wouldn't support under any circumstance just a straight zoning application because of the nature of the high density retail traffic that be driven to Classen, along with the need to protect and preserve those neighborhoods, I would never support that. I can't find a place on Classen as I look up and down this street on my map where I wouldn't support a heavily regulated PUD that allowed retail uses. If the applicant here is in agreement to limit the use of retail sales to not only to one use unit, but to one use within that use unit and to a specific square footage within the building, he has every reason to maintain a good relationship with the neighborhood. Because should they want to come back and enhance the size of that use, they have to come see us again, which gives all these neighbors a chance to be heard again. And I don't think that 1,000 square foot retail is going to change the complexity of Classen Boulevard. I worry a little bit that it really is, at least for some people, I'm not going to put words in neighbors' mouths. I believe for some people, it's probably more about the use itself. And I mean, I'm in the real estate business. I bet 1 out of every 3 calls I get right now for property that I have available is some sort of MMA regulated use, whether that's grow operations or dispensaries. I mean, these people are calling all the time. And I'm sympathetic to the idea that it's a change, and it's a change that worries people, but it's not a change that changes the use of the property or the impacts or the operational impacts or the compatibility of this property to the surrounding. I don't see that it goes that far. If he wanted a C3 application, I would never support that here. Wouldn't be in favor of it. But in this sense, I am. And I think he's laid out as minimal an impact plan, so long as he's willing to agree to the restriction of the use unit, which he said he was, and the restriction of the square footage. What more could you possibly ask someone to do if you wanted to ensure that should their use expand or change, they have to come back and go through this whole process again? This is a 100-day process. So I think we've successfully vetted it. I think we've all been heard. I think the points have been made. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any commissioner that wants to add anything or not. Otherwise, Commissioner Powers, I'll leave it in your hands if you'd like to make a motion. You certainly don't have to, but I'd leave it in your hands if you'd like to. But before I do that, is there anyone else that wants to add anything to the discussion at this time? Commissioner-wise. Hearing none, I'll take a motion. Commissioner Powers, if you want to make it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The square footage limitation would not change my future yes vote for this application. And so I just want to be clear about that as we are making motions. I think it's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah,
the current square footage or goes down to 1,000.
That's a great point. I shouldn't have phrased it in that way. I'm not putting words in the commission's mouth there. That's just a way to further limit it. If that gets people to the point where they're on the fence and they're trying to figure it out, to me, the fact that he's essentially held hostage within this use unit, within his existing footprint, means he has to come back. If that's what you need to feel good about it, so be it. I'm with you, Kamal. I don't think it changes my support either, but I'm just trying to get other people on the commission to think through where they stand and what's required. And it's certainly Commissioner Powers' motion to make, so we'll see how she feels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you honestly, this is just a bit, and I really want to thank my fellow commissioners for their comments. I found them very educational and helpful to a certain in a certain regard. I have to say, I have struggled with this application more than I have struggled with any in a long, long time. I am very impressed with the applicant's willingness to do those things, not just to do what the neighbors want. I don't mean it like that, but to take mitigation steps, which seem to me to be meaningful, and to touch on, when I first read, the application, or just through the agenda, and saw this was on, the 5 things that immediately came to my mind are, the things that have been addressed here. I think it is realistic to expect that there will continue to be commercialization pressure on Classen. And I guess, as difficult as it is, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Clara, if you feel like I've hung you out to dry here, but when it gets right down to it, I think looking at this particular application on this particular piece of property, given the modifications that have been made, and maybe we need to clarify the one with respect to square footage, but I think that this application, I'm going to move for approval. So, with the square footage limitation, if the applicant is in agreement with that.
So just to clarify, Commissioner Powers, your motion is in support of SPD 1234, subject to the limitation that use unit 8300.63 be restricted to a licensed medical marijuana dispensary and a limited floor area of 1,000 square feet or less.
And including the other modifications that have already, as I understand it, been made to the MDS with respect to, not 24-hour operation, the sign controls, the additional landscaping, the, driveway improvement and so on. I mean, not just those things, but all of the changes that have been discussed and agreed here today.
The August 12, 2020 version of the SPUD Master Design Statement.
There you go.
Mr. Boxer, just if you would just confirm for the record that what she's referencing, you have incorporated all of those into that document you just referenced from August 12th, the Master Design Statement from August 12th, that it incorporates all of those agreed changes that have been negotiated by the neighbors and Commissioner Powers and others.
Except for the 1,000 square foot limitation, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Powers, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
God, I
Chairman,
think the
Mr. Chairman,
applicant, I think the
Oh,
applicant
the
say
applicant-
something. I'd like to hear his response.
Yeah.
I just wanted to speak a little bit on this, the square footage allocation. What I was speaking of is the sales floor, but to this business, there's a lot more functions. I have, security functions, storage functions, training, we're really big on training. So I just want to be clear that what we're talking about is just the retail area, the sales floor.
Yes.
And that is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Box is indicating that he's in agreement with what you're articulating there, Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you.
It's just the retail storefront piece of it.
Yep, perfect.
Commissioner LaForge, does that assuage any, you interjected, I want to make sure that assuages your concern.
Yeah, thanks. I was just afraid the applicant had a problem with that, but just wanted to have a chance to make sure he understood.
No.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you for interjecting. I do have a motion on the floor for the commission. Do I have a second of the motion?
Sure, I'll give a verbal second.
Okay, it was seconded on PrimeGov by Michael Privet, so I'll acknowledge that second. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1234, subject to the revisions of the master design statement as agreed to by the applicant, with the restriction that 8300.63 be further limited to a licensed medical marijuana dispensary with no greater than 1,000 square feet of use. Cast your vote.
Hinkle's a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I seem to have lost my screen, so I'm going to vote aye.
Okay. Someone could please register Commissioner Powers' vote as aye. And the application is approved. Thank you all very much, neighbors included, for your time and your patience with us as we work through that application.
Item 21.
And Mr. Williams, good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Item 21.
21 is case number SPUD 1235, application to rezone 824 North Phillips Avenue from PUD 1367 to SPUD 1235.
This is a 1.67 acre site, southeast corner of Northeast 8th and Phillips. We're going from an existing PUD to a SPUD with a technology park base. The intended use here is to provide temporary housing for individuals seeking cancer treatment at the medical center. The PUD allows all technology park uses and adds a few supporting commercial uses for the lodging accommodation. It's found to be in conformance with the comp plan and consistent with the medical uses and development in the area. Staff recommends approval with 2 TEs, and David Box is the applicant.
Yeah, once again, David
Mr. Box.
Yes.
Yeah, do you have anything to add to that summary?
No, I would just add that we do agree to both TEs. We do have various folks from the development team on the line if there are any questions, but we think the use is certainly appropriate and supportive of a lot of what's going on in this area. So in the interest of time, I know I've visited with several of you about it, but if there are additional questions, we'd be happy to answer it. But I think Mr. Chambliss did a wonderful job of explaining what the application is.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward. Do you have questions for the applicant or staff?
No, I don't think I have any questions. It's consistent with everything that's in that area. If you haven't driven down Northeast 8th Street, well, if you have, then you know that this is exactly the kind of thing that's already there. So happy to support it.
Are you trying to tell me that there's medical activity in this area?
Yeah, just a small amount.
Interesting. Okay. Is there anyone signed up on this matter today that wants to be heard? Members of the public? This is your chance to shine. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Don't forget to unmute your device. Hearing no comments from the public, I'll ask other commissioners, do you have questions or comments of staff or the applicant regarding SPUD 1235?
Sure, this is Commissioner Highsmith. I'm just looking at the elevations they provided. These both the west and the north elevations are, of course, the elevations that face the two streets there. And my understanding is that due to you know, like I think a natural gas easement, that the building needed to be pushed to the north. I think you can see it in the low left corner there. And so it's almost got like a little bit of an urban siding, the building. And with it being that way, I'd really urge the designers of this project to really consider the two elevations, the north and the west one, so that we get good visual activity on the ground floor. I mean, understanding that Northeast 8th and Phillips and that area is somewhat suburban, we're still essentially designing a very urban condition there. So I just love to see more attention and thought put into those elevations.
Thank you, Commissioner Highsmith. Other comments from commissioners? Hearing none, we didn't have anybody speak up from the public side. Commissioner Pennington, this is all you, man.
I move approval of item 21.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Hinkle to recommend approval to City Council for SPUD 1235 as outlined in the report. Please cast your votes as soon as we can.
Hinkle's a yes.
Just for the record, that that item was seconded by Commissioner Hinkle, not Commissioner Highsmith, staff on PrimeGov. There you go. Now we can vote. Cast your votes, please. Everyone's voted. And the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 22. Jeff?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Spacebar didn't work for me that time. SPUD 1236 is an application to rezone 3500 Southwest 119th Street from AA to SPUD 1236.
This application is for a 5-acre site at the southeast corner of 119th and South Portland. It's currently zoned to AA, and it's going to a SPUD with an AA base. And it represents an expansion of the adjacent university, Mid-America Christian University. It's also within the AE2 and AE1 airport environ zones around Will Rogers. The SPUD recognizes that, and those districts will not be affected. Staff found it to be in conformance and recommends approval. And Jody Allen with the university is here, and Brian Richards with BWR Design is on the line.
Mr. Allen, are you with us?
I am, yes. I don't.
Do you have anything to add to staff's introduction to your application?
No, nothing really to add. We moved up here in 1985 and purchased the 60 acres to the east and the south of it, and then the church next to it had the other land, and so Ms. Schroyer had this L shape in between us. And about 2 years ago, we purchased it. Just didn't realize there wasn't a PUD or anything on there. So as we plan master planning for the university, we realized we had to get that an SPUD on it. So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Would you, Mr. Allen, just for the record, would you give us your address, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jody Allen, 3500 Southwest 119th Street.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And then there was also, I believe, Mr. Richards was on the line, who was part of the applicant team. Mr. Richards, did you have anything you wanted to add to the introduction of the application?
No, I think that covered everything.
Outstanding. And your address, sir?
It is 816 North Walker Avenue, Oklahoma City, 73102.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today. Commissioner Hinkle, this is your area. Do you want to lead off with questions of the applicant or questions of staff?
Oh, I really don't have any questions. About 5 years ago, when I was fortunate enough to be chairman of the South Chamber, I got a chance to meet these great people and speak at their grand opening of their last expansion. And you couldn't ask for better neighbors in South Oklahoma City. So without further discussion, unless somebody else has something to say, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, well, you hold it together over there for 1 second. Any other commissioners have questions of the applicant or staff on this? Hearing none, I'll ask if there's anybody here that wanted to be heard on this item today. Members of the public, *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Please make sure your device is unmuted. Hearing no comment, if there's no further discussion from commissioners, I will certainly take a motion, Commissioner Hinkle.
I'll move approval of SPUD 1236.
I'll second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Privet,
second.
I think seconded that motion. Yep. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1236. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Commissioner Highsmith? Commissioner Highsmith, are you with us?
Josie's on.
I see
still.
that he's on. He's on mute. I think it'd probably be appropriate if he doesn't respond to mark him absent would be my recommendation. And the item is recommended to approval of the City Council. Real quick, Susan Randall, are you still listening? Did we lose her too?
I'm here. I'm here, Scott.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming or presuming that I'm handling that correctly. If we don't get a response, we need to mark them absent.
Yes, if he's not there to vote, then he needs to be counted as absent.
Got it. Understood. We need to make sure and roll call him when he comes back, given the next item. So anyway, that application was recommended for approval. So we're on item 23.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner
ma'am.
Powers. Do you have a preference about how we notify you if we need to step away during these Zoom meetings?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for the benefit of the public. Susan Randall, if I say this incorrectly or you disagree, please overrule my thought here. But to make sure that everyone knows you're stepping away, you certainly need to make that known here so that members of the public have an opportunity to know that you've stepped away. I also think that would trigger for us how we would handle your vote in that instance. If you were absent from hearing the matter, I don't believe you can cast a vote on it. Susan Randall, if you disagree with that, this would be your time to tell me so.
This is
I'd agree with that.
Commissioner Highsmith. I assume you're.
Hey, you're back. Sweet.
I assume you're talking about the absence of apologies.
No problem. No problem. Okay, so Susan's confirmed that's the way we'll handle it. Commissioner Powers, does that help you answer questions?
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we had some kind of a way to let people know.
Yeah, I think just obviously commissioners can interject at any point. If somebody needs to step away, certainly you want to make members of the public aware of that, and it would preclude you from voting on the matter once we get there. So with that, Jeff, go ahead and go to item 23. I think we're ready to go.
All right, case number SPUD 1237, application to rezone 12 Northeast 102nd Street from SPUD 1060 to SPUD 1237.
Yes, this is a 4.46 acre site on the south side of Northwest 102nd, just east of Broadway Extension. It's going from an existing SPUD 160 to a new spud with an O2 base. It's basically the same spud as the existing spud, but it is amended to allow some horticulture use of the property. conformance with the comp plan, and staff recommends approval with no TEs. And Johnson and Associates represents the application.
Mark Zitzow is listed on my application. I don't know if it's he or Tim Johnson, but is somebody here from Johnson and Associates?
Yes, sir. Tim Johnson is here. Mark Zitzow is with me.
You have something you want to add here, Tim?
Yeah, I just want to mention there was an error on the notices that went out. It specifically added marijuana production and use here, and the PUD specifically excludes that, does not allow that. And so we had several neighbors sign up and sign a petition. We were able to talk to 4 out of 5 of them, and they are okay. I don't know if anybody's on the line that is opposing it and did not hear that we had specifically restricted that use. The purpose of this PUD or SPUD is to allow for the use of the existing greenhouse that's on the site for the storage and sale of sod to be used on the site in the interim before it develops into an office tract. That's the only use being added.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tim, for that clarification. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward. Do you want to lead off discussions, questions in terms of questions for the applicant or staff on this one?
Sure. I thought that Tim and Mark were going to create a giant headache for me until we got that line on no use to permit the marijuana, all the marijuana uses. So thanks, Tim and Mark. Other than that, I have no objections and look forward to voting yes.
Okay. Other commissioners have questions for the applicant? Questions of staff?
This is Commissioner Clare. I got one. Site-proof screening along the east boundary says it shall not be required unless the abutting is developed as residential prior to building permit. So basically stating as long as you beat the next developer in or homeowner, that you don't have to put up site screening. Is that, so is the screening, would the screening then be the cost of the residential owner to the east when that's developed?
It's currently AA, and so if it were to rezone to R1 and be zoned as single family, then they would come in and build fences along with the building of their house typically. So if our use is there first, they're zoned AA, it's really upon them as the development to do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Clare. Anybody else have questions of staff or the applicant, commissioner wise? Hearing none, I'll ask if there are members of the public here today that want to be heard on this item. This is your chance. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. I do not have anybody signed up to speak on this one, but that doesn't mean that no one's here. So I'll pause a moment. Remember, if you're having technical difficulties with us today and you need assistance, 297-2289. Again, 297-2289.
So Commissioner Clare, I have a clarification from staff. So I've gotten my notes that the property to the east is zoned R1 already. Is that correct? Or?
I show that it's zoned R1 in the staff report.
Looks like R1.
There it is.
Undeveloped.
R1 several
Yeah.
properties down, but not immediately adjacent.
And I may have misspoke. It's undeveloped agricultural land. It may be zoned R1 as it was annexed as R1.
For whatever it's worth, Tim, that was one thing on here that Commissioner Clare brought up that I share the concern with him on, is just, typically the commercial developer is the one with the obligation to screen. I don't see that would be inappropriate here. The other thing is I want to make sure staff is really comfortable. This, I'm, and you can correct me, Tim, if I'm wrong, because I know you've been involved in this whole project, but I believe we had this discussion about the street extension once before, and when they would be required and when they wouldn't and how that's going to work. So is the next guy down the line from you, that wants to build a house there, I mean, heaven forbid they go to pull a permit, are they going to have to extend the street? How does that work? Tim or staff? I'm fine with an explanation from anybody.
Yeah, so the way it's written in the original PUD is that it'll have to be improved when we reach 10,000 square foot of occupiable space. And
Okay.
And with regard to the screening, the intent of that comment was we don't want to screen the greenhouse that's there now. But when it develops commercial, we will put the screening in. So that
I think we should.
You shouldn't drive the fencing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Right. I think what it should say is that if it does develop, right, if it develops as R1, then the screening should be required. I mean, that's what we would do in almost any other instance. I mean, if any commissioner disagrees, jump in, but that's almost invariably what we would do.
And we would agree with that.
Okay, so you're agreeable to amend that portion of your master design statement to reflect that site screening would be required in the event that the adjacent property develops as residential.
Correct. Yes, we will.
Kamal, do you have any objection to that?
No, I have no objection to that.
Staff, are you comfortable with that language being effective?
Yes, we've used that language before.
Okay, well, great. All right. Anybody else have comments commissioner wise? Hearing none, I'll ask just one more time to be sure. If there's anyone that wants to be heard on this item, we had a letter of protest in our packet. Since no one's speaking up, I will make sure to point out to commissioners that that letter was dated August the 5th. It was a handwritten letter. I'm assuming everybody saw that in their packet. Purported to provide a number of signatures of people that were in agreement. None of those people are present here, but we got it nonetheless. So with that, I will turn it back over to Commissioner Pennington. Doesn't sound like anybody wants to talk, so I'll take a motion.
Happy to make the motion, and just so we're clear, it's because the neighbors' objections were about the marijuana uses, and so
got it.
Has been addressed. So there's not any objections with that being addressed, and so I'm going to make approval of item 23 with the amendment that should the adjacent property develop as R1, that the applicant will be required to provide the site-proof fencing.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second there from Commissioner Highsmith. Staff? I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1237. Please cast your votes. Paula, just FYI, you've got Kamal and Asa transposed in terms of who made the motion and who seconded it. I'll let you correct that secondarily. Commissioner Hinkle, how do you vote on this one?
Yes.
Okay. We have all the votes. Commissioner Hinkle's voted yes. And that application is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good
Chairman,
luck.
Chairman Cravens.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman, this is Susan. Can I clarify the statement I made a while ago as far as how we should handle, like if somebody leaves? I mean, I do agree that if somebody, commissioner leaves, they need to announce that. I don't necessarily mean that they couldn't vote if they came back in a short distance and had enough information where they felt like they can vote. If they're there present when the vote is, they could vote even though they may have left, for a few seconds. So
okay.
Depending on how much knowledge they have about the case, just because they may get on a phone call for 5 seconds or, a minute or two during the presentation doesn't mean that they could not vote on the item if they were actually came back at that time and were present when the voting was happening.
Got it. I think that's all the more reason to just commissioners to state if you're going to leave the presence of your screen and your microphone temporarily, that allows us to have some reasonable gauge on how long you were gone. And if anybody objects to your vote, they would have the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, as long as municipal council is in agreement, I don't see why you couldn't continue to participate and vote accordingly. So thank you for that clarification, Susan. I appreciate that.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Jeff, item 24.
All right, case number SPUD 1238 is an application to rezone 10549 Northwest 10th Street from SPUD 769 to SPUD 1238.
This application is a 1.2 acre site at the northeast corner of 10th and Sarah Road. It's going from an I-1 spud to a new spud with an I-1 base. The new zoning mirrors the existing zoning, but adds personal storage use. Conformance with the comp plan, staff recommends approval with no TEs, and Anthony Green is the applicant.
Mr. Green, are you with us today?
This is Brian Richards, also here for this this item, if Anthony's not
Oh,
on.
okay. Gotcha. Mr. Richards, do you have anything you want to add to staff's introduction to this item?
No, I think that covered everything.
Okay. Commissioner Clare, this is your ward, my friend. You want to lead us off with questions of the applicant or staff?
I do not have any any questions for the applicant or staff, and based on staff's recommendation, I'm ready to make a motion if there's no further discussion.
Okay, I have two quick questions if you don't mind. And these, I think, are primarily one staff question and then Mr. Richards, hopefully one question you can answer. I noticed in the staff report, it says that basically this thing has been rezoned 4 times in 20 years or so thereabouts. And that essentially it's the same. So this is the exact same master design statement and use and everything, except that it's adding personal storage. Am I interpreting the staff report correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the applicant, Mr. Richards, this may be silly, but in reading your development regulations under architecture, I noticed that it says your primary building shall be 60% brick masonry construction and unfinished concrete block is prohibited. It also says that secondary structures can be metal. It doesn't tell me what the other 40% would be. Is that regulated by code, or do you know what it's going to be? And enlighten me there.
Well, what I can say is that we took the previously approved SPUD and like it was mentioned, we just mirrored everything in. So I am not 100% sure what I believe the primary building is what has been constructed and that is existing. So I'm not 100% sure what that other 40% would be, other than it maybe default to the standard code.
Well, what I think it's doing, and this is why I bring it up. So I want to make sure I point this out, and Commissioner Clare, I want to make sure that like this is something that you were aware of too. I think that's going to be deemed a secondary structure, which means I just want to be clear that I think it's their intention to build this entirely out of metal. And there may not be any objection to that, but I just want to be sure that that's clear, because that's certainly the way that I interpret what they're doing there. Those proposed personal storage units are back behind the primary building, therefore they'd be secondary, and they're clearly going to be constructed out of metal because of the way the application is set. So, you know, I don't know if we have anybody signed up to speak. I haven't asked yet, but I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with that and that all the other commissioners were aware of that as well.
Yeah, that was my understanding, is that the new storage structures would be all probably metal, and I'm okay with that, with them being behind the primary structure.
Got it. Okay, just making sure. I guess I'll ask if there's any other commissioners real quickly that want to be heard. Hearing none, I'll ask if members of the public that are here with us today would like to be heard on this item. This is SPUD 1238. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. 297-2289 if you want to talk to the most friendly person on planet Earth. Or you need help with your technology. Hearing none, I'll take a motion, Commissioner Clare.
Well, no further discussion. I'll move for approval of SPUD 1238.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Privet. to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1238. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Hinkle is a yes. Commissioner Highsmith? There he is. And that application is recommended for approval to City Council. Item 25.
SPUD 1245 is an application to rezone 1701, 1709, 1711, 1713, and 1715 Northwest 11th Street from SPUD 1179 to SPUD 1245.
This is a site, it's 3.3 acres on the north side of 11th, just west of Blackwelder. The existing SPUD was approved back in February for a multifamily development, and it was set up that all the units would be rented. The change in this SPUD is to allow the units to be put on individual lots so they can be sold separately. And that is the only change to the existing SPUD. Staff recommended approval with no TEs.
Fallon Brooks, are you with us today?
I am. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, sorry.
Do you have anything you want to add to staff's introduction to the item?
No, just wanted to correct the addresses. It says 1701. It's actually 1705 through 1715, but that's it.
Okay. By the way, Fallon, real quick, will you give us your address for the record, please?
Oh, 1605 North Classen Boulevard.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Highsmith, this is your ward. Do you have any comments or questions for the applicant or staff?
My only comments would be, I didn't have any problem with it originally. I definitely don't have a problem with I guess the function, I would say, of these changing from rental to for sale. I think most people would say that they prefer for sale in neighborhoods. So, I mean, I'm happy with either. I think so. I think it stays a good project. The one thing that I would say is I really feel like, I know I've said this before, but I feel like the policies that lead us to these weird shaped panhandle lots on these, I mean, we're going to have these all over the city as this continues, and we've got to find a better way to handle the utilities than doing these little like 2.5 foot, platted lines to get access, quote unquote, to an alley or to frontage. Like, to me, it's crazy, and I think we're going to regret this at some point looking back, trying to deal with these.
I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I don't know what can be done there, but I 100% agree with you that it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think we've got, in the midst of everything else that we do as planning commission, I really feel like we need to, as a commission, ask that, some group get together and figure this out, because otherwise nobody's doing anything about it. And we're going to cut, our neighborhoods up with these weird lots. And I don't know I just don't know how people are going to deal with them in the future legally.
To that point, to the 2.5 foot panhandles, we were in the language says 5 foot minimum width at the street frontage, which is that's the wording in our master design statement. And so at the front, we have 5 foot, and then at the back, where we presumed that the sewer line access was going to be, we had 2.5 foot, because we were only going to need just the sewer line access, so it's narrower. And I got a phone call this morning from Jared in subdivision and zoning, and he said that there is apparently a sewer line that runs through the alley next to the storm sewer that's in there. And so they were, because the next item on your agenda is my my deed approval for the same thing. And the deed approval is going to be
your lot
contingent.
deed.
Yeah. So, and they were saying that they wanted us to change those to take those 2.5 foot ones out based on that information. So I'm not sure, if that's going to be necessary or not, but the 2.5 foot at the back or front or whatever, like, so I don't know. My question is, I suppose, does the wording need to be changed to accommodate for 2.5 foot or 5 foot, or is it fine as it is? Because I know that the deed approval is an entirely separate animal. So,
Well, Fallon, this is Commissioner Highsmith. Just to be clear, my comments weren't asking you to change anything.
oh, okay, sorry.
Those were comments really generally for staff. A statement of like, hopefully a future desire. I would assume if you hadn't got your language correct in this application, that staff would have already told you. So
I would hope so, because this is the second time I'm doing it. So.
Yeah. Well, yes, that I'm with you, Commissioner Highsmith. I was hoping staff. I don't know who. I hate to pick on him just because I've talked to him so much as of recent, but I bet Jared Norris could direct us within Public Works to who would be the person to address this. But I agree that we need to have. I mean, we have this comp plan that encourages us to, promote and allow for density, and so I think everybody here knows we continue to see. We've got some more in front of us today. These, increased densifications of previously single home lots, and it's supported by the comp plan. It's encouraged. They're coming through here all the time. And I remember an issue recently where we approved something. I don't remember the specifics, but I know everybody will remember the gist. We approved something, and the applicant didn't even having to come back because there was some problem with the way it was done. They couldn't even get the permit, so they had to come back before the Planning Commission to get it done again. It's going to be a nightmare as these sewer lines start to fail and neighbors have to try to work through these issues with 2.5 feet to do it. Good luck. That's not a property dispute I'd want to be involved in. And so I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully Public Works or somebody can look at that and provide a solution so we can better address this as we continue to support these applications.
This seems like a perfect example of something that we should look at peer cities for. Just to see how they handle it, because I mean, surely there's got to be something that'll get us better outcomes.
So,
food for thought.
I have a question for Public Works or anyone that can answer. But I mean, is the intent that on the east side of these that there are 4 separate sewer lines serving each, running parallel, serving each unit?
You're talking about the west side? I'm sorry, this is Chris DeVola, Utilities Department.
Is the sewer on the west side?
Sewer's on the west side, and there's actually a 12-inch main that runs through the alley, and they do not need the panhandle lots, and that is what I iterated to Jared the other day. So they can connect directly into the alley for sanitary sewer service, and they can adjust their lots so that they're all abutting the alley. They do not need the 2.5-foot panhandles that go to the sewer main that is north of the property.
Okay, what about on the east side? Is that for water?
On the east side, that is for water. A solution to this, to remove the panhandles on this specific lot or this specific project would be to extend a water main abutting each individual lot up the alley to serve each tract.
I think that would make a lot more sense than, I mean, in this instance, than all these panhandles. So.
I agree. Yeah.
I think the reason people don't do that quite a bit, right, is the cost of extending the main.
That's right.
Especially on these small residential projects where you're only doing a few homes on, a lot split. These types of projects just can't afford that cost. And so I'm sympathetic to the issue here for sure. If you can't, if you have to extend the water main, most of these projects just aren't happening.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask if Tim Johnson is still listening in on the meeting? And if so, whether he would care to share any thoughts on this particular subject with us at this time?
I see that he's on.
I was half listening. I apologize.
Tim, we're talking about utility panhandles for small residential infill development, multi-units on single lots, and the continuing problem that is. I know you and I have been talking about this for many years and trying to come up with something that is a simple, affordable, response that can be applied, you know, kind of across the board, or, you know, it can be a one-size-fits-all, if you will, that's not cost prohibitive, but yet that, you know, solves the problem of these 2-foot wide, you know, panhandle extensions and so on. I just
Well,
thought
and I
maybe you'd
think,
like to weigh in.
I wasn't listening fully to Mr. DeVolder's comments, but he and I were able to work through an easement document that legal reviewed thoroughly, and we were able to utilize that on a situation that didn't have this many lots, but that allowed for the private utility services to go across the adjoining property through an easement rather than having to plat a panhandle. And I think that instrument has been signed and recorded and provided to the city before a permit could be issued to build on the second half of the lot. So I would think a similar application could be done here. We've done this on the projects that are the Johnstons have been successful with, 4 units using a single driveway, 6 units using a single driveway, where that's in a platted situation, but we plat the center as a common area which shares the drive and the utility corridor. And that's been a concept that's been useful. You know, and the issue is the city's not responsible for those services. Each individual property owner ends up being responsible for everything in the common area, including the drive and the water and sewer services. That's a concept.
Well, I guess I would say, you know, if that's a path to handling these better, and that's kind of an agreed better, you know, preferred solution, then we should definitely start telling applicants that and leading them down that road, because I think my understanding is a lot of people are still getting guidance to do these panhandles, and I would just think surely anything's a better solution. And I think what you just outlined as a common area approach, that makes sense to me as well.
This is Chris DeVolder again. I will say on the easement that Tim described on those tracts, those were existing lots that were built on that had sanitary sewer service, and they were splitting those to be individual lots so that they could continue using the existing services they had going across the property.
Well, how about this? I'll volunteer, because I feel like we're all kind of sitting around just contemplating this issue. I'll volunteer, Chris, if it's something that you and I could talk more about offline, and maybe then, you know, I'll bring back for commissioner comments at a future planning commission, you know, things that I've learned about, you know, the issues at stake. That'd be great for me.
We'll call you the Panhandle Committee.
I'm the Panhandle Committee.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, report back. What do we need to do with this application? I'm not in favor of the Panhandle if there's an alternative solution that's cost effective. I think we should require a more effective solution if we can do it. Ms. Fallon, where are you on this?
I'm wherever allows me to move forward the fastest. I mean, this has delayed us quite a bit. So, you know, whatever the most cost effective and time effective way to move forward is, I mean, I can see how the panhandles make it easier to get utilities in for each unit. That makes sense to me. But you know, I don't know if it's gonna cause us more delay. I'm not sure.
Alan, is your developer available? Is he online?
He ducked out because I don't think he thought that it was going to take this long.
Sure,
Oh, he's
sure.
in. He just texted me. He said he's here.
Well, I think it would be good. I do think we need to ask, you know, they need to understand that the question at stake here is.
Jason, can you hear me?
There he is. That's Jake.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
Jake.
This is Jake. This is Jake Shuffler, developer. I live at
Jake, what's your address? There you go.
8487 Canyon Oak Drive up in Edmond.
Okay, I think the question put forth right now is, do you want to live with the panhandle lots? Do we move this forward? It sounds like, maybe our commission chair might not, be in favor of that approach, or you can choose to continue the item to a further date, and we can help you work through potentially a more favorable outcome on the lot splits. Now, I think the only thing you've got to decide as a developer is this a speed issue for you?
Yeah, since we've been waiting on this for quite a while, I'd rather just go forward with this one. With the panhandles.
Is that a deal breaker for you, Scott?
Man, I'm just one voice up here. I think we should be mindful about the problems we're creating, and I mean no disrespect to Jake or Fallon, either one of you, but you guys are going to build this, and then you guys are going to sell them, and then you're going to be gone, and this is going to be somebody else's problem down the road. I'm uncomfortable with it because I've been in these disputes before, so I just want to make sure that the other commissioners are aware of it. I'm just one vote, obviously, so we need to hear from other people's opinion. I think we need a better solution. There's clearly a solution there that our public works officials just provided, that Christopher provided to us, that I think makes a lot more sense for the long-term viability of these individual lots with individual owners. That's where I'll leave my comments. I'd love to hear from other commissioners if they have it, but we're not going to solve the overall problem today. We need to solve the problem with this application. And for me, I don't feel good about panhandles.
Can I ask
Scott, real quick, this is Commissioner Highsmith. Sorry, everybody. I know everybody wants to talk. I was just going to say, just to add color, just to make sure you're aware, Scott. I mean, they came through on a SPUD that we approved, and admittedly, they made a mistake in the way that they did their language, which is why they're back today. Right. Obviously, I brought up the issue of the panhandle, and it's an issue I want to solve, but I don't know. I guess part of me feels like they've jumped through the hoops, and I'm ready. Like, even with the panhandle issue here, we've done this elsewhere. I think just like SPUDs and PUDs generally, we're going to have a lot to deal with on our plate moving forward as a commission for the foreseeable future. And so, admitting that I don't like the panhandles in this case, I am going to support this item because I think it's the right thing to do for the applicant in terms of the added cost that they're already going through to rezone the zoning that they just got passed because of their own mistake, admittedly. But,
if I can say something real quick, the panhandles for the gas, at least, those are going through an existing easement that's already there. And also that we've been in this process since January. And the additional cost of interest just to carry this project is going to far outweigh the additional, footage of water lines I have to put in.
Hey, so look, man, I honestly, I trust your judgment and your opinion on these issues a lot more than I do, frankly, my own. If you're comfortable with this, then I'm fine. Again, I'm just one vote. I'm sure the 7 other people that are sitting here going, let's move this thing with a motion. I think we should have a different solution. And I think we should, to your point, put applicants on notice, because I think this is a dangerous precedent for infrastructure to set, that we're going to keep throwing all over the place and then watching people fight over how to repair a sewer line in 2.5 feet of space. Just telling you. So
I agree. But I totally agree. I just think, in this case, the city's obviously created this path, and it's a path that they felt was acceptable. And at this point, I can't personally, deny this application because of my opinion on the approach. But
got it.
I'm going to continue working as a commissioner to change it for the future.
Well, you're the Panhandle Committee. You got to report back next meeting. So, all right. Any other commissioners want to be heard on this item? Hearing none, is there anybody from the public that wanted to be heard? Last call. *6, spacebar. Hearing none. Ace, it's your ward, your motion, man.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval on SPUD 1245 to City Council. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle's a yes.
It was seconded by Commissioner Pennington. There it is. Hinkle was a yes vote. Everyone's voted. And that application is recommended for approval. Good luck, Fallon and Jake.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, item 26.
Item 26.
Case number DA 26165, application for consideration of a lot split deed approval. Property located at 715 Northwest 11th Street and a variance to section 3.4.4.C.2 of the F of the subdivision regulations.
Hey, so we just heard it. It's your ward. I don't think there's any need for discussion on it. Just note that we have a variance here we need to make a motion on first.
Okay. Yeah, if there's no comments, then I make a motion to approve the request for variance to section 3.4.4.C.2 of the subdivision regulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We need 6 votes in favor, just to be clear for members of the public on this one, because it's a variance. Commissioner Pennington seconded that motion, staff. Cast your votes.
Hinkle's a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Hinkle was a yes. And the variance is approved. Just need a motion on the item, Asa.
Yep, I make a motion to approve item DA 26165.
Second.
I have a motion. I need a second. Commissioner Coffey seconded that motion, staff. I have a motion and a second on DA 26165 to approve. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle was a yes.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Privet? There it is. And the item is approved. Now, Jake and Fallon, I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Item 27 is PUD 1775, an application to rezone 500 South Cemetery Road from R3 to PUD 1775.
This application is an undeveloped 4.18 acre tract located on the east side of Cemetery Road, south of Reno. We're going from R3 to a PUD with an R4 base to allow a multifamily development that consists of 12 duplex units. Staff found it to be in conformance with the comp plan and recommend approval with no TEs. Brad Reed with Craft and Toll represents the application.
Brad Reed, are you still with us?
I am.
Overtime pay, man. You got anything you want to add to this one?
No, so we basically, it's an R2 development. We went with the R4 zoning, but limited the intensity on this one down quite a bit, 25 units compared to 72 that the R3 would allow us. We just need this to be a complex, basically one lot without access onto a approved city street. So we did the R4 zoning, but then limited it down to the duplex use.
Got it. Okay. Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward. Do you have questions for the applicants or staff on this?
No, I do not have any further questions for the applicant. I've talked briefly with Mr. Kendall. I've had no contacts from any neighboring individuals, so pending any other questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
Fair enough. Other commissioners, questions for the applicant or staff on this item? Hearing none, I'll ask if there are members of the public that are with us today that would like to be heard. This is your time. *6 on your phone, space bar. I do not have anybody signed up to speak, but I'll pause for just a moment. Hearing none, Commissioner Coffey, I'll take a motion. Sounds like we're ready for it.
I make a motion to recommend approval of PUD 1775.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I think that was Commissioner Hinkle. Staff?
Yeah, yes.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of the City Council on PUD 1775. Please cast your votes.
Hinkle is a yes.
Hinkle is a yes. Application is approved. On to City Council. Item 28.
PC 10669 is an application to rezone 1414 Southwest 89th Street from O2 to C3.
This is an application, it's 4.3 acres. It's developed with an existing office building. It's on the south side of 89th, just east of Penn, zoned O2. And the application is for C3 zoning. Given the location near residential and the zoning along this segment of 89th, staff recommend that it be amended to a C1 zoning. I believe that the applicant is agreeable with that. And Brandon Coots should be on the line. He's the applicant.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Coots, do you have anything you want to add to the introduction of staff?
Well, the only thing I want to add is a special exception for medical marijuana, which we're not planning on renting right now because we got a rehab facility that's in the building in the unit B. But that's something I want to put in there with that.
In other words, you need to make an amendment to your application to be allowed to include that use.
Yes.
So a couple of things real quick. What is your address, just for the record, please, sir?
Mine is 12705 Williamson Farms Boulevard.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The staff has recommended in your application an amendment to C1. So you're in agreement with that so long as the medical marijuana use is included. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, so I understand that. There's certainly a way we can accomplish that. Commissioner Hinkle, this is your ward. Do you want to lead us off with questions or comments?
The medical marijuana use is news to me, so I'd be open to discussion on that and what other commissioners think. This is a small office complex, probably 12, 15 parking spaces in the middle of a arterial street, but you know, the C3 zoning is on both the corners. So be interested to hear what everybody else has to think about that.
Okay, fair enough. Other commissioners at this point have questions of for the applicant or of staff?
For clarification, C1 does not allow the retail medical marijuana use. This is a straight zoning.
Yeah.
He would need to stay with the C3 that he's requested for the medical marijuana.
Is there a way for us to do this, given that this is a straight zoning application? Wouldn't we need a SPUD?
No,
if we didn't just
what we would have to do, Kamal, is yes, we'd have to amend. He'd have to get C3, right? Because you're right, it is a straight zoning application. He'd have to get C3 in order to have it, or he could amend into a PUD, right? Which would allow, and the base would be C1, and then we just did it. I mean, he would basically add the use unit of retail sales and services general, further limited to, you know, medical marijuana sales, if that's, you know, the pleasure of the commission. And I think, you know, I talked about this a little bit with Commissioner Hinkle at the pre-meeting. It's, you know, a straight C3 there is a little tough. I don't know if we have people who are signed up. I don't have anyone signed up that wants to be heard. I'm going to ask, but to me that changes the profile because around it you have O1, O2, and R1. This would be an island of C3, which, you know, I think is at least worth the commission discussing before we would approve it because of the uses that would potentially allow. I recall this site being about 0.4 acres. That's correct. So that would allow for like a Scooter's Coffee, for example, something like that, right? Just plop down there with a drive-through order window off somebody's back fence. I mean, these are the reasons why you always end up back at a PUD or an SPUD, even though they're frustrating, is I don't have any problem with the medical marijuana use, right? And C1, but the general C3 is problematic, at least with some mitigation measures, without some. So I don't know.
From a procedural standpoint, though, do we have the ability? We would have to send him back. Then we'd have to continue this.
Yeah, we'd have to continue it.
The application. Just wanted to be
Yeah.
certain.
And I believe he'd have to renotice, wouldn't he, JJ?
Yeah, he'd have to start over.
So, yeah, we need to make sure that the applicant's clear about that, the ramifications of that.
So, Mr. Coots, I mean, your options here, I think, well, are there any other commissioners who want to comment on this first?
Mr. Chairman, I do. This is Commissioner Powers. There's no way I'm going to support a C3 application here. If he wants to consider an SPUD with a C1 base and an allowance for medical marijuana use, that's something I would be willing to look at. But C3 at this location is just a non-starter for me. So if that gives him any more direction or guidance, he's welcome to it.
Okay, and Mr. Chair,
Other
this is
commissioners
Rusty.
want to comment?
Yeah, I'll add to that. This is Rusty. You probably were going to include it in your comments, Scott, but when you mention the applicant, make sure he's clear that the recommendation by the staff is C1, which would not allow the medical marijuana. If he wants that done and good, I'm ready to vote in support of the staff's recommendation of C1 right now, and he'd be done. If he's willing to do that, he'd only have the one issue. So if he wants to do that now, I'm ready to vote for it. But if he wants, if it means enough to him, then he's got to go the other direction.
Yeah, that wouldn't give him the use that he needs, but yeah, I'd be the same.
So I would need to
That's good feedback,
reapply.
Mr. Coots. Where are you on this?
I would need to go down and apply or for a special exception or what?
No, you actually have to file a new zoning application, and you'd be placing this property, you'd be filing an application to place this property to rezone it from O2 to a, JJ, would it be a PUD or SPUD on this?
SPUD.
Okay, because it's less than, yeah. So an SPUD application. So you're going to have to start over. So we would deny his application today, wouldn't we? Or we could just continue it indefinitely, I guess.
Let's just go ahead and do the C1, and that's fine because I don't want to go through it again. I think that's there's dispensaries, stones throw away, but I mean, I guess you got to follow procedure.
So then I just want to be clear for the record, you are agreeable to the amendment to C1 on your application?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'll ask if there are other members of the public that wanted to be heard on this item today, because I hadn't done that yet. So this is your chance to be heard. Again, this is item number 28, PC 10669. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. I'll pause a moment. Commercial reminder, 297-2289. If you are having any technical difficulties, I know we still have a big item left to hear, so I know there's some people hanging on patiently, which we appreciate. Hearing nothing, I will, Commissioner Hinkle, your call, man. You ready to make a motion on this?
Yes, I'll move approval of PC 10669 with the TE to change it to a C1 zoning.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Rusty. I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner LaForge on PrimeGov. Please cast your votes. A motion and a second to approve PC 10669. Commissioner Hinkle, go ahead and give us your verbal for the record.
Hinkle's a yes.
Waiting on you, Privet.
Waiting on a button.
You want to give us a verbal?
Yes.
Okay, they entered it for you. Thank you, Paula. And the application is recommended for approval. Good luck, Mr. Coots.
Thank you very much.
Item 29 is SPUD 1224, an application to rezone 4320 North Military Avenue from R1 to SPUD 1224.
I will be, this is Commissioner Highsmith. I'll obviously be recusing myself on this item.
Just to confirm for the benefit of the people in the public knowing a recusal is in, Susan Randall, is there anything else that Commissioner Highsmith needs to do other than not participate in the discussion at this time?
He may want to turn off his camera, just so he's not, okay, that's good.
There we go. Okay, start us off.
This is a 2-acre site at Northwest 42nd and Military, currently zoned R1. It's going to a SPUD with a modified R1 base to accommodate single-family homes and detached garage apartments. Staff found it to be in conformance with urban medium LUDA. Recommend approval with 1 TE. Klaus Philipp and Jared Smith represent the application.
Klaus, are you with us?
Yeah, good afternoon. Klaus Ryman Phillip, 325 Northwest 25th Street. And yeah, I think JJ outlined it pretty well. I will just kind of follow up and say that there is some protest on this item. And it is something that we've been in extensive talks with the neighborhood. We continued it from the last meeting to continue to have talks, and we made some measures to accommodate some of the concerns from the neighborhood to add clarification to the SPUD. We've had several revisions on this. So we feel that we've arrived at a SPUD that that addresses most or all of the concerns from the neighborhood. Yeah, I think that's pretty much sums it up. Let's open it up to questions.
Klaus, I appreciate that. I do want to note for the record today, and for the purposes of informing the public, because I do have people that I know are signed up to speak on this one, we received an email. We, being members of the Planning Commission, are in receipt of an email from Klaus that came through today. I did provide that email to staff for inclusion in the record of the staff report, but it was basically just outlining the changes that had been made and addressing some of the issues that he had been in long discussions with. If some of you were on the call earlier, you heard me describe that it is not only customary, but really common practice for us to engage with applicants to discuss the item and facilitate discussions between the neighbors and the applicant, and try to get the application moved to a point where it can be more easily negotiated once it arrives at the commission. So I want to disclose we received that because a lot of people won't have been in receipt of that email in terms of the public. So I want to disclose that. And Mr. Klaus, I appreciate you sending that and summarizing the discussions that some of us obviously weren't privy to. With that, I'll turn it over. Commissioner Powers, this is your ward. Do you want to lead us off with questions for the applicant? You've been blessed with some good ones today.
Yes, I'll be glad to do that. The iteration of the MDS that is, on the table today is our fourth iteration of that document. The applicant has met with the neighborhood in sort of a formal neighborhood meeting kind of way, at least twice. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth between the neighbors and the applicant, between the neighbors and myself, between myself and the applicant, between the neighbors internally. I guess the things that I would emphasize about this application are it's really kind of two separate developments, I would even say. The little square off of Military north of Helm Street will be a little pocket neighborhood that faces another little pocket neighborhood across Military to the west called Military Court. It will not be, architecturally similar or whatever, but it kind of replicates that pocket neighborhood concept, if you will. And then the other portion of the development are really single-family residential units with permitted garage apartments is a term that's not a term of art. You would call them additional dwelling units or ADUs. But I think, you know, garage apartments are sort of what everybody thinks of when they think of these things. And so those are just single family residential units that will face 42nd Street and will not be terribly dissimilar to, you know, what already exists along 42nd Street. The practice in the neighborhood, which is very common in these older neighborhoods, is for there to be a single dwelling unit on what was originally 2 platted lots. For some reason, when they platted these neighborhoods, they platted really skinny little lots, like 25-foot width, and then they would put 1 house on 2 lots. So the proposal for the portion of this project that faces out onto 42nd Street is to go from a situation where you have 1 lot or 1 house on 2 lots to a situation where you have 1 house and an additional dwelling unit on a lot and a half. So in terms of density, visually, not a huge difference. What you'll see from the street won't look terribly different from what's there now. There is additional density, of course, because of the additional dwelling units that are permitted, 1 for each of the new lots. Those face out onto, or not face, that's not quite the right way to say that, but they have access onto Helm. Helm is a very strange little street. Anybody passing it would just assume that it is an alleyway, but in fact it is a platted street. It has a right-of-way of, you know, a mere 25 feet. It's not very big, but it does allow 2 cars to pass each other, which I found out just the other day. And it goes from Western to Classen. The only portion of it that really caused much discussion during the meeting with neighbors and the discussion back and forth was the portion from Military to Western. One of the, it's not really a concession, it was really just a clarification that spoke to the neighbors' concerns about density, was a clarification in the NDS that there won't be additional dwelling units in what they call Area 1 or the pocket neighborhood. The additional dwelling units will be only along or adjacent to, accessory to the units that face onto 42nd Street. There was concern about whether the development along 42nd Street would be, you know, a solid line of attached dwellings. So the NDS was again, you know, not changed, but simply clarified to make sure that were detached units, if you will. So both the ADUs and the main structures on each of those new lots along 42nd Street will be detached. There's a lot of concern, I think, amongst the neighbors about how the development will look. That really was not a huge part of my negotiation or discussion with the applicant. They're sort of not at a stage where they're willing to commit to design details. They did agree to put a porch or front door facing 42nd Street. But beyond that, you know, they were not prepared to commit to pitch roof, for instance, anything design aesthetic for those. And frankly, I just didn't feel like it was appropriate to push that at this stage of the development. But I know it has created some anxiety amongst the neighbors. The other issues that were discussed really had to do with traffic, which again kind of loops back to density. And one issue that was significant to me, frankly, was the fact that there are some existing residential structures on the properties that are identified here for redevelopment. And I'm not a huge fan of tearing down existing viable residential housing stock in order to replace it with, other different housing stock, especially in these traditional neighborhoods. But the property that you see on Exhibit B or C, whichever you're looking at there, Exhibit C is what's up on my screen, that shows the subject property, the property that's subject to this application, is owned by this applicant. And a big chunk of the property on 42nd and both east and west of Military is vacant. So what he has acquired here is, and there's just one house on in Area A that's existing. So a big chunk of what has been acquired is vacant property. Not all of the housing stock that is still standing looks to me like it is. I won't speak to whether it's structurally sound. I don't know, because you can't tell that by looking at something. But it is not housing that strikes me as inviting for someone to acquire and renovate. In terms of, one of the things that happens in these older neighborhoods is people come in, they like things about the older houses, especially the interiors. They have a lot of, wooden floors and built-ins and kind of the charm of them. Some have, architecturally charming exteriors. I don't see a lot of that with the existing housing stock, and the fact that he actually owns those properties and there's nothing to keep him from tearing down the houses on them tomorrow if he feels like it, I think answered my concerns about this particular application. Again, that's not something that I would want to encourage or see happen everywhere or anywhere, but here it overcame my objections, I guess I would say. I don't know if I've kind of covered everything. Plus, are there other things that I should touch on? We spent a lot of time working on, again, not so much concessions as just clarification of the master design statement to make sure that the things that were intended by this applicant are actually written into the document. So if something happens and he sells the property or it changes hands or, into the future, those provisions are there in black and white and will govern the development of this property in the future. So.
Yeah, no, that was a great summary. I think I'd say two things. One thing that I forgot to mention, we're happy to comply with the TE, which was to add sidewalks on 42nd where there are currently none from the lot. So we're happy to do that. And as far as, you're right, so we added a lot of clarifications to make absolutely sure that what we're proposing is what we also actually be able to develop. And one thing that we did change that was a direct ask from the neighborhood was for areas 2 and 3, which is the areas between 42nd and Helm Street, to reduce the lot coverage there to 50% from what we had originally requested of 75%, which is kind of in line with the base R1 standards and would ensure that the pattern of development would be consistent with what's adjacent to those lots. So that's the only thing I'd add, but I'm open to any other questions if you have them.
Klaus, just to confirm, those are all memorialized in the most recent version of your MDS, is that correct?
That is correct, and I believe that is officially revision 2, dated 8/12/2020. So,
got it. Yeah. Okay. Other commissioners have comments or questions of the applicant or staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just two things quickly, Klaus, because I'm sure we've got plenty of comments to hear. Could you quickly tell us just how many times you all have met? Because I know this was continued for a month, so that there's clarity for the rest of the commissioners, and you and I have had this conversation. Just want to make sure that they've heard this too. Second, would you address as quickly as you can why you don't feel comfortable committing to the specifics that I think that neighbors are going to want regarding the way that the design, the houses will actually look?
And Klaus, before you interject that, I just want to note, I'm going to have to step away for just a second. I will return because I want to make sure I'm here when we hear from the neighbors. So please proceed.
All right. Yeah, the first question about the meeting. So we had one meeting, and I don't have the date off the top of my head, but it was before this was originally scheduled to be heard, basically a month ago. And we met with the neighborhood. There's a number of questions that came up, and we agreed to continue the item to allow for continual discussion, make sure that the neighborhood was heard, that we fully understood their concerns, and that we could address them the best that we could. So we had one meeting. The result was that we continued the hearing to continue the conversation. We received some comments back from the neighborhood. We made a few changes, and then we had another meeting. So these were the meetings we had were kind of like this, a Zoom meeting with whoever could make it from the neighborhood. Janice Powers was present for both of them, I believe, and JJ was present for the first one as well. So, so yeah, those were kind of the meetings we had. And then there's been a little bit of back and forth since. We would send an update of the master design statement. I know that Janice in some ways acted as a kind of a go-between. She would have a discussion or go to an internal neighborhood meeting that we weren't privy to, and she would relay some of their concerns to us, and then we could respond to those concerns the best way that we could. So I'd say that was kind of the the meeting process or the communication process, summed up pretty well. And then I forgot, what was the second?
Why you don't feel comfortable, and Janice mentioned it in her comments, why you don't feel comfortable committing to the design elements about the house, besides making sure that the front doors face 42nd, for example. I know that that's in there, but describe the other things.
Well, I think there are really a couple concerns on why we weren't comfortable with that. The first item is we haven't, if we had designs for the houses, we'd share them, but we don't have them. And what's unique about this SPUD is that it's multiple lots. It's not one lot. And, from the developer standpoint, and by the way, Jared Smith is on the line as well, if you have any questions for him. But, it's a big investment to try to design all of these houses to get feedback on the design when you're not even sure the status of the SPUD. So, if it was one lot, and we see this sometimes, they'll do some preliminary designs. That just wasn't really economically feasible here. The other point I would add is that design by committee is always difficult. I think there are already under R1 guidelines, which we're trying to modify as little as possible from the base R1 that it's currently zoned to allow this. We don't want to, completely write some new SPUD that's super complicated. Of course, it has gotten more complicated by trying to make some of these clarifications and making some of these concessions. But, I'm not sure that design by committee necessarily always ends in the best result either. It's just, I think if we started to propose a design, you might have 20 different opinions from the neighborhood on what they like and what they don't like. I'm not sure that would have been really a productive conversation, I suppose. I'm not sure where we would have ended up on that. So we did make, like, as you mentioned, we did make some design concessions as far as how the houses face, also with garages. It is our intention to continue the pattern of development. We want these houses to be complementary to the neighborhood. That's very important. That's also why, the developer can speak to this as well, but, it's an attractive area. You've got Western Commercial District, and this is he's going to sell these houses. And, I think home buyers in the area will look for houses that kind of fit the area. There's a certain charm that you get when moving into a neighborhood like this. And that's something that we want to emulate. At the same time, I think, it would just overly complicate the SPUD. I feel like at some point, when you take it, to get your building permit, and there's some element of the design that isn't perfectly covered under the, I think it would open up just a door to, I don't know, just be a difficult conversation, I think. If that answers your question.
Are you good, Commissioner Pennington?
Yes.
Okay. Any other commissioners have questions of staff or the applicant?
I would add just to that comment by Mr. Ryman that in fact, the applicant indicated that some of these homes may very well be custom built homes. So to come in and commit to design when, you know, you're out seeking people who want to come in and perhaps design their own homes or have a fair say about, you know, what they look like, I think it would be problematic, perhaps. There was one other issue that the neighbors raised early and were quite vocal about, and that had to do with, you know, issues of sustainability. And one of the things that the applicant did agree to do was to at least provide within the master design statement, that the SPD, the possibility of doing permeable paving. You know, it's a little bit difficult to guarantee that kind of thing at this stage of development for, you know, this many individual residential properties. But in the event that that is desired by the developer or by a purchaser, you know, at some point down the road, there is the possibility of doing that. So that was one other issue that they had raised.
And if I may, I'm sorry, I know we want to turn it over to other comments, but I guess one more comment regarding design and kind of in general, the SPUD. I think, you know, these are lots that currently have very little restrictions besides just being zoned R1. And I feel that, you know, it was kind of like a previous case that we discussed. By having this SPUD, it's, you know, basically brought the neighborhood to the table, and they've been able to voice their, you know, their concerns and opinions on what could go here. And we've taken those seriously, and we've added provisions for some of their concerns. So even though, you know, the neighborhood might not be 100% happy with this proposal, I do believe it's in many ways more restrictive than you know, what you could develop now, because there's things written in the SPUD that just aren't covered in the base R1 zoning. And I feel like they have had a voice in guiding the, you know, the design of the, you know, these lots and how this final development will look. So those are my final comments.
Klaus, I appreciate it. And I don't think you talked for 5 minutes in totality, my friend. I mean, it's, you guys have clearly put in a lot of work on this. And I will just tell you from what the iteration Janice just, you know, it went over, and your comments and what you've done, you've clearly made a good faith effort from a developer's perspective. There's nobody on the commission that wouldn't see that. It's pretty obvious from the application and the amount of iterations you've gone through and all that. So look, we get it, and we are certainly appreciative. And I hope the neighbors understand that not all developers are that engaged. They offer a meeting, they have it, and then they come to this. So you know, you're trying to do the right things, and that's commendable. At this point, unless there's any other commissioners that feel really necessary to make a comment, I want to get to the protestants because we do have a number of people signed up to speak. So I'll pause briefly. Any other commissioner comments? Hearing none. The first person I'm going to recognize is Cassidy Smith, who represents the Helm Farm HOA. Cassidy Smith, are you with us on the line? I will come back if there's an issue getting your microphone to work.
Oh, no,
Just
I'm
as a
here.
quick reminder-
Sorry, I'm here.
There you go. I was about to say star six or space bar. Go ahead. Before you start, if you would give us your name and address for the record, and then limit your comments if you would to 5 minutes.
So my name is Cassidy Smith, and I am the president of the Helm Farm Neighborhood Association. I live at 1216 Northwest 42nd.
Okay. Thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, anytime. So I'm going to do some of the speaking, and then Rachel is going to be doing a good bit of it too. But just a couple things. I've spent the last couple of months in communication with my neighborhood as well as the applicant developer on this project, and we've had multiple meetings. One was 2 days before the first SPUD meeting, and then the other one was last week. And we've even gone above and beyond to meet their deadline requests for information when they ask for it. This week, I've been referring a lot back to the Plan OKC guidelines, and there were a few significant items I noticed between what is outlined and what this current SPUD has proposed. Enrich OKC discusses a historic preservation plan for the city. While our neighborhood is not covered by any kind of overlay, the majority of our homes either are or are nearing the 100-year mark. Without any kind of protections currently in place like Crown Heights or Linwood have, I wonder just what could happen to our neighborhood before any kind of preservation plan is set into place. How many projects like the one proposed across the street from me could occur in our community, and how many blocks could be wiped out for density? The lack of guidelines that I've seen and with this project reminds me of the urban renewal efforts back downtown in the day. Additionally, Sustain OKC mentions creating, and this is a direct quote, regulations, standards, and guidelines that focus on designer compatibility, which are sensitive to the surrounding urban form, especially in areas that are stable or improving and whose character is well established. Helm Farm might not be our neighbors in Crown Heights, but a quick drive through the community shows that we are stable and we are improving. And that we do have a design standard that is well established throughout the entire neighborhood. Recent projects in Helm Farm have included 3 homes on the 42nd block within the last 2 years being completely gutted and renovated and brought back to former glory, as well as thoughtful infill on other blocks on vacant lots with modernized craftsman and bungalow designs with defining elements such as pitched or gabled roofs and porches included. We do not oppose this project in its entirety, but we do oppose elements of this proposal. And those are what do not make Helm Farm feel confident in moving forward where it stands, even with the changes that were made to the SPUD in the last few weeks. However, I am asking you, Planning Commission, to consider just what SPUD 1224 means for our community and what the unintended consequences could be before it's turned to the City Council for final review. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. I just want to try to fairly summarize. Your concerns are protections for older established neighborhoods that don't have the protections of historic designations.
Yes.
And then also the elements, essentially, I'm assuming from the application, the responses of the density parts are what you're primarily the most concerned about. Is that fair?
Yeah, and Rachel, like I said, Rachel Bundy will be speaking. She's more primarily our main speaker. I just thought as president, I needed to represent on this project as well.
No, I appreciate it. At this time, I'll recognize Ms. Bundy to speak. Ms. Bundy, if you would start by giving us your name and address for the record, and I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Bundy, and I live at 1144 Northwest 43rd Street. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I know this has been a long day. Sorry to hit you with this at the end of it, but it is a big issue for the residents of Helm Farm. My husband and I have lived in Helm Farm for over 13 years, and our property shares a property line with Area 1 of the proposed SPUD, so we are very directly affected. My husband and I have previously been active in the neighborhood association before Cassidy came along, and we've worked before with the city and with developers on negotiating proposed SPUDs. And we've had to work to protect our homes and our neighborhood before from different projects and different developments that we didn't feel complemented the balance of this area. Our neighborhood has also successfully worked on with developers and the city to create some wonderful projects like the Bradford House, which was just recently completed not far down the street. We do appreciate all the time and the help that we've received from both Commissioner Janice Powers and from Traffic Commissioner Rob Littlefield. And we do appreciate that both Klaus and Jared, the developer, have worked to hear our comments, and that they have worked to, make a lot of clarifications to the SPUD that I think were very necessary. And they have made some revisions to the SPUD in a good faith effort as well. However, as Cassidy mentioned, in the current form, the SPUD we feel is just not yet acceptable to the neighborhood. It proposes not just 1 or 2 things being changed out of our current neighborhood standards, but it collectively proposes what we feel like is a fundamental change to our neighborhood. It's significant in size. It includes, these 11 total lots. They're in 3 different locations, and it's very centrally located in our neighborhood. But most importantly, we feel like any revisions that this SPUD makes from our current neighborhood standard and that you all allow will set a precedent for the next developer that's going to come in and see the opportunity in our neighborhood. Projects like these place really a higher value on the lot property than on the value of the existing homes and the surrounding homes. And it seems to encourage the next developer to similarly collect these lots, tear down homes. We're talking about 6 homes that we're tearing down. And, it can just really put the fabric of the neighborhood at risk. We support the concept of the SPUD, but we strongly feel it's really important to make sure that we get this one right and make sure that it is complementary for the current homeowners and the current residents. So the items that we still oppose, the density is a big part of it, and I know that's something that the city is promoting and supporting right now for a lot of neighborhoods. But we just, we feel like with the amount of lots that this involves, that the amount of density they're going for really could be or should be scaled back. It is going to place a higher burden on the existing infrastructure, on older utilities in our neighborhood. It's going to increase, traffic and parking issues. One of the things that they've diverted from in the standard R1 is to reduce an on-site parking spot for each of their primary dwelling units. 42nd Street also already is kind of lined with a lot of on-street parking from, residences and then the bars and the restaurants and the shops down on Western. And when you drive on our streets, if there's, cars parked on both sides, 2 cars cannot pass one another. And so, a development like this, just increasing and adding the number of homes, that number of density, we feel like is going to compound some of these issues. Janice brought up Helm Street, which we do essentially consider an alley in the way that it's used. And, we have some concerns the way that, they're proposing to line up all of these accessory dwelling units and maybe some of the home access along, along Helm Street as well. So we also would request that they would consider 50% green space in Area 1, not just areas 2 and 3. Which again is an R1 standard. That's something they proposed and revised, but we felt like it was excessive. We also think that they need to clarify for Area 1. It has been discussed verbally. It's been written in the email to you all that Area 1 would be a cottage court development similar to Military Court, which is across the street from it. But there's really no language in the SPUD for that. Based on what's in the SPUD, there could be 6 dwelling units that are 35 feet tall. In general, in general, we've talked about the design intent and them not really being, willing or able to share the design intent. But we do have a lot of concern for how this is going to end up looking. I realize our neighborhood, you don't have to pick a design or show a design for a house, but we're not talking about one house anymore. We're talking about potentially 28 dwelling units. This is just a fundamental change to our neighborhood, and we really urge the Planning Commission to think about, the impact not only of what this is going to do to our neighborhood, but the kind of the door or the window that it's going to open up to continue this pattern in our neighborhood. It's just too much. We'd like to see it scaled back, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bundy. We appreciate your time, and thank you to you and Ms. Smith and everyone that's involved in this application for your patience as we've worked through what has been a long agenda. So we're grateful for your attendance here today as well. The other person
Commissioner Craven, if I may, and I apologize because the only other thing I was going to say is we would like to ask for the developer to consider continuing it to work on the SPUD a little bit more, and if they're not, willing to do that at that time. As of today, as of how it's written, we do oppose it and we'll, continue to take that to City Council. Thank you. Sorry.
Understood. The other person I have signed up to speak today is Kelly Dillow. Kelly, if you're with us, I'll recognize you to speak. Before you do, we've already heard about protections for older and established neighborhoods, certain elements of the projects that add to density, the precedent that this will set for future projects in the neighborhood, the disruption of the fabric of the neighborhood, the density, traffic, and parking concerns, the request for 50% green space, and the frustration with lack of design controls. If there are other things you'd like to add, we'd love to hear it.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. So I sent a letter that kind of summarized my issues, and I'm just going to go over those really quickly. So my biggest concern is the gentrification of the neighborhood, and that existing families and families that may have an income of existing families can stay here. And so I think limiting the square footage, they've put some language in that will limit the size of the homes by going ahead and keeping that green space at 50%. But I think limiting the square footage to 2,000 square feet will help make this area accessible to more families. So the applicant agreed to include language that would give the option of permeable pavement. I would argue that that is not sustainability, that's the bare minimum. And I would like at the lease for any additional off-street parking that is associated with those ADUs to be permeable pavements. I would also like for the landscaping to include a non-ornamental city-approved tree for each lot. The reason for that is because, as Rachel mentioned, we do have an aging infrastructure. The stormwater load is already not bearable for what is here now, much less with additional non-permeable areas. So this is going to reduce pollution. It's also going to reduce heat island effect. And that is all in line with Adapt OKC recommendations. So those are my big things. I am excited about working with the applicant. I'm excited about this development. I oppose it as it is now, and I'm open to questions. And also I would love to hear the applicant respond specifically to why trees and permeable pavements on those extra parking spots are not an option.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dillo, for being with us this evening at this point. We appreciate it. Those are the only three folks that I have signed up to speak. At this time, I'll ask if there's anyone else.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I'm Krista Posey. You recognized me earlier on a different item, but I had signed up to speak for this item.
Oh, well, please, if you have additional issues that they haven't previously addressed, please share those with us now.
Thank you. I just would like
and by the way, would you start by giving us your address real quick?
I will, yes. My name is Krista Posey. I live at 1134 Northwest 42nd. So directly across from the proposed Area 2. I just would like to provide sort of just an anecdotal kind of personal experience with development in Helm Farm neighborhood. I've lived in Helm Farm since 1994. And previous to this, my direct next door neighbor, it was an empty lot and there was a proposed development. And I was naive. Developer that they weren't able to. It's going to be fine. And I ended up with a 2.5-story monstrosity, 3 feet, a modern angular monstrosity, 3 feet from my 100-year-old bungalow that blotted out the sun and eliminated privacy. I sold that home because of that and moved to my current location. And now I'm facing again a non-specific proposal. And I know Klaus said earlier that matching the design elements of the existing neighborhood is very important to them. And I feel that if it is very important to them, they can write it into the spec. And as yet, that hasn't happened. So that's all I have to say, and I yield the rest of my time.
Ms. Posey, I appreciate you being here. You were obviously very patient and sat through another long item. So thank you for being with us this afternoon, this evening. Do I have anybody else that wants to be heard on this matter? Of course. That wants to be heard on this matter today?
Hi. Okay. Someone else go. Never mind.
All right. Do I have the floor?
Mr. Hoyt, is that your name?
Yes. My name is Jim Hoyt, H-O-Y-T.
Start by giving us your name and address for the record. And if you would, please don't repeat previous comments we've heard, but we'd love new information we don't have now.
I appreciate that. My name is Jim Hoyt, and that's spelled H-O-Y-T. I own an office building at 4300 Classen Boulevard, which is an office building and not a residential building. Well, it's not my only concern because I've heard the other arguments and I agree with most of them. And the whole issue is that Helm is a true alley. even though it's not described as such. And if the city's prepared to go in and do some major work on it, because it isn't even a full street, then that's going to just a capital cost the city hasn't really talked about. I don't know if they have or not, but the developer, that'll be on the developer. I've built a lot of buildings and things, and I always have to pay for it, so maybe they can too. The other issue is that you're not going to be able to have very much traffic on Helm at all, and because of the width of it, the type of street it is, and the proximity of the structures that we're allowed to build up to the property boundary. So it's really going to be a headache. And if the city, again, they'll probably throw it on the city to do so. The property that I have is not part of this development. I'm 3 houses away from it, but I do see too much traffic already, and any increased traffic is a headache. 42nd Street, I don't know why, but it is one of the primary streets that people utilize for access to Western if they're on Classen, or from Western to Classen. And it is heavy. And I don't know if you have a note on that. I did note that the preliminary, from the Planning Commission that was published, that the traffic was not even discussed. It was just moot, which I find somewhat disturbing. That somebody needs to understand and at least go out to Helm and look at it, and I think you'll see what I say. So that's my primary goal, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. We appreciate it. Mr. Stack, I saw you speak up and you wanted to be heard. Do you have something else that needs to add to the discussion we haven't heard already?
Yes, I do. My name's Hunter Stack at 1221 Northwest 43rd, longtime listener, first time caller. And while we're talking about Helm Street, there's I don't believe anyone's brought it up. There's a dog leg curve, I've been told it's called, where Military comes down and then goes over and down, creating 2 blind spots depending on the direction you're coming from. And people don't have to stop on my street on 43rd. So the stop signs are for east-west traffic, not north-south. So people kind of just barrel through to 42nd. And now you're asking 6 other homes to be built. So more people are going to start. That's a dangerous intersection. I do not walk on Military there because I'm afraid I'm going to get hit because people just don't pay attention. And the city hasn't put up those mirror thingies where you can see around corners or whatever they're called. There hasn't been a stop sign installed on 43rd like there is on 42nd. There's not a warning. And it's just you want to increase density, that's fine. But now you're going to put more people at risk, people that love to walk. I see them walking all the time and people riding around on their bikes. And it's just this just seems a little dangerous. So I yield my time.
That's a great point, Mr. Stack. Thank you very much. I see that now, and to be candid with you, I didn't notice that when I looked at the aerial, but I see exactly what you're talking about now. So thank you for that point. Anybody else that wants to be heard on this item today? Okay. Hearing none at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Joe Tolliver. I am at 1216 Northwest 42nd. And I just had a couple things that I wanted to hit on real quick. First would be I wanted to address something Commissioner Powers said in her opening statement to this. The demolished for this project has had a resident in it within the last year and a half. So the homes are livable. And then as Cassidy had somewhat alluded to, we as a neighborhood have significant interest, I'd say multiple letters a week of people wanting to flip every house in the neighborhood. So there's definite interest there. Not wanting to go back and discuss what a lot of other people have addressed. One thing I will say is we gave a pretty comprehensive list of wants to Klaus and Jared for this, of which I think we got we got 2 put in the list. So I think of a list of 14, we had 2 concessions, which were the lot reduction size in 42nd Street facing front of the house. So that's one thing I just wanted to say. I think we are really close to getting there. I think that we can get there. but I don't think we can get there right now. I think we should push for a continuance. And if not, as Rachel said, the neighborhood, most of us are still in opposition of this. And I yield the rest of my time.
I'm so sorry. And just to make sure we got it on the record, what did you say your full name was, sir?
Joe Tolliver.
Joe Tolliver. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate you being here.
Yep.
Anybody else that wants to be heard on this item? Okay, now hearing none. What I'd like to do is turn this over. I'm going to give the applicant 1 minute to respond. Klaus, I realize that's not a lot of time, but I think we understand the issues and adequately have gotten the information we need, but I just want to give you a fair opportunity to respond to anything for a minute you feel like is really important to clarify for the record.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, this is a development that we really believe is complementary to the neighborhood and what is already there. I mean, if you pull out in a big picture, this is not a big change from a zoning perspective. It's not even that big a change from a density perspective. If you're considering what could be developed there on those vacant lots, and considering that the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, are not, they're not full houses. They are secondary to the primary structure. I believe Hunter did bring up a good point about the intersection of Helm Street and Military Avenue. And there is no stop sign on that intersection. And that is a dangerous condition that, I'm sure that Jared would be happy to work with the neighborhood and working that out with the city. That's clearly something that the city would have to address. But, we've had a traffic study conducted that found very little, the opinion was that there wouldn't be a large negative impact. I think we came at this with a SPUD that was already kind of as simple complementary to the neighborhood as we could. We could have asked for twice the number of houses and some super dense development, then negotiated down to half that or something. We just came into this with a SPUD that we felt was complementary. And because it was already such, in our opinion, a minor change to the pattern of development there, there wasn't as much room to negotiate as we could have given, but I think we made some serious concessions to the neighborhood. I think things like the lot coverage addresses multiple issues, whether it's permeability with the stormwater, whether it's house size. I think there's a lot of overlap there. So anyway, I appreciate the neighborhood's concerns. I appreciate the discussion that we've had. I think it'll make the SPUD stronger. And but I think that we've made the concessions that we feel comfortable making on this item.
Thank you, Klaus. I appreciate it. Commissioners, I'm going to turn it back over to us at this point. We've heard what we need to hear. So I'll start. Commissioner Powers, this is your award. If you want to lead us off on the discussion of concluding the item, certainly I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you all have worked with me long enough by now to know that I consider myself to be a neighborhood advocate. I'm protective of neighborhoods, be they HP or otherwise. I think, I've spent a lot of my time on the commission trying to figure out ways to protect these small, traditional, older, but not quote unquote historic neighborhoods from decimation. My first take on infill development was, well, it needs to look exactly like what's already there. I was very gradually taken from that position to a position where, well, maybe it would be okay if it didn't. And that journey was really one that I was pulled along on, mostly by younger architects who were interested in doing infill development, but didn't want to build, their grandparents' house. And so I thought, well, you've got to do something to give them some incentive to take these kind of projects on, because infill is not easy. It's painful and we've spent quite a lot of time over the years that I've been on the commission trying to identify and break down some of the kind of structural obstacles to infill development. So giving some design flexibility was one of those things. Giving density was another one of those things. Now we have a plan that actually encourages density, especially for infill development in the core. And then finally, you know, I was brought around to the position that I think I occupy today, which is more about the fact that, you know, things not only don't have to look like they've always belonged there, maybe it's good if they don't, because it gives a, you know, a visual representation of the fact that, you know, this neighborhood is still alive, it's still growing, it's still changing. You know, frankly, the first whisper I heard about this development, which I will just say begins, you know, 2 doors, maybe 3 doors down from Sapango on Western, was, oh my God, I bet there'll be some kind of, you know, mixed use or even commercial or high density if we're lucky enough to have residential. And so, you know, my first realization that it was a straight residential development was really a relief. And I figured it would be a pretty heavy density, but as I said, you know, what they're really proposing here is, instead of 1 house on 2 lots, it's 1 house and a garage apartment on 1.5 lots. That does not strike me as too much density for this area. Yes, there are some challenges to this area, including the dog leg along Military, but our traffic commissioner, Rob Littlefield, was part of much of our discussions on these negotiations back and forth. And, you know, he assured them that the traffic commission would be very open to seeking workable solutions to whatever problems may develop, and or to working on, you know, even the issues that exist there now with respect to that dog leg. It has not been my experience. I only live a 1.5 blocks from here. I drive in Helm Farm all the time. I go up and down Military all the time. It has not been my experience that people barrel through there, because there's a stop sign on every other intersection. And frankly, this is not a blind intersection. It's weird enough that it causes you to slow down as you approach it from any direction. You know, I think Klaus knows that I'll haunt him for my grave if this turns out badly. If I were not convinced that this was a net plus for this neighborhood, I could not support it. But when the time comes, I'm going to move for approval. So I'll just lay that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Powers. Other commissioners want to be heard on this item? Have comments?
Mr. Chair, this is Rusty. I'd like to, please.
Go right ahead.
Thanks. I'll be brief. When this many neighborhood meetings have occurred, and I can tell there was a lot of attempted cooperation by the applicant, and when we've heard so much, this meeting's gone on so long, and including this item, and when the former chairperson who's over this ward says so many things about it, I hate doing this, but I am going to not be able to support it yet. I will encourage continuance rather than repeating their comments. The comments from Ms. Bundy, Mr. Tolliver, and the others, I think they're right. When I've seen these, and I've now been on for a little while, when I've seen this many neighbors feel this strongly with so many good points, I do not think, I trust and respect the applicant, but I don't think enough concessions have apparently been made. I think, well, he says they think it's complementary to the neighborhood. The people living there don't agree, and the number of them and the clarity at which they've made some really good points is what tells me that it's not there yet. I don't think the applicant has gone far enough. Maybe that's as far as they can go. That's what he said. But if they can't discuss further and get more neighbors more comfortable with it, I can't vote for it today. I could see being able to do it after continuance if more neighbors came back and felt better about it.
Other commissioners have comments? Thank you, Commissioner LaForge.
I'll go, I guess. To Rusty's point, I'm open, Rusty, because I want to say this. I really think and appreciate how thorough, genuine, and thoughtful the neighbors have been in this discussion. You've come at with such good faith, and I sincerely appreciate that. I think we'll end up in a good place no matter whether it's continuance now, because remember, we're only making a recommendation that goes to City Council. The negotiating will continue whether we reach a conclusion today or 2 weeks from now. It's going to keep on going, because I guarantee you, no matter what we do, we won't satisfy everybody. So patience is going to be required no matter what today's outcome is. But I do want to commend you for that, because I agree with several of the things that you all are concerned about. Here's my issue, and this is for the commissioners now, inside baseball. When we're talking about a SPUD that's really an R1 to R1, when we start imposing more requirements than it would have been if the developer would have just left it as is, zoned as is, I start to get a little nervous and think we're being unfair, that we're holding them to an unfair standard. If this developer separating out the development across from the Pocket neighborhood, okay? So just talking about area 2 and area 3. It sounds like we're imposing way more requirements than it would be if they just left it R1. And how is that a fair outcome to the person who comes in? We're disincentivizing coming to the neighborhood and trying to build as much consensus as possible when we do that. I'm separating now. Let me go back to area 1. Can I get a very brief answer? How many units are in military court? How many units are being proposed here? Klaus, can you answer that?
Yeah, military court, it actually extends farther down. You know, if you look at the full lot area, what we have versus what's existing, you know, it goes farther down. Actually, it's less dense in some ways. If you look at the same lot area for military court versus what's proposed, there's a series of duplexes. You can see it actually right there across the street. Those with the DU over them, those are a series of 4 duplexes. So you've got a total of 8 dwelling units. So actually compared to what's across the street, this will be less dense.
It's 6 units.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we also added.
Single family compared to across the street, that is 8 units.
They are 8 units. It is 4 duplexes.
I'm so sorry to interject.
Sorry,
If
I
you
apologize.
just hold on and let the commission visit for just a moment, I will come back to you for a comment, okay? Go ahead, Commissioner Pennington.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was the only distinction that I wanted to be clear about that, because I think you have to have an apples to apples comparison. And I wanted to be clear about that because I appreciate the comments that have been made about density. I appreciate living in Ward 7 of all places. I definitely take seriously the threat of gentrification. I definitely take seriously the threat of making sure that the housing that we are creating in the urban core is accessible. And so I take that very seriously, what the neighbors are asking with that. And that's why I really want to be clear about how it's being used currently compared to what's being proposed. Right. The other thing is about the accessory dwelling units. I think, and I know Asa will love me making this point, beating him to it, that I know that he's thinking, that is actually good for all of the financial and gentrification issues that the neighbors raised. That only allows for lower income people to be able to buy those homes and then supplement their income with the additional dwelling unit in the back. But we do need to address the traffic issues and the infrastructure issues on Helm. But that is not something that we get to address in zoning. But I do think we need to pursue that with our traffic commission. And I do think we need to pursue that with Public Works. And you'll have me as the first advocate to try to make that happen. So I guess I've made a series of a whole bunch of comments to say, I think commissioners, we need to be very careful about requiring more of the applicant than we would if they just literally just left the zoning as is. So we wouldn't have been able to approve the design. We wouldn't have been able to require the amount of green space. We wouldn't, I mean, these are all issues that it's like we're requiring more of them than is actually fair. I don't think that standard applies to what's going on in Area 1. So I'm open to the continuance. I'd like to hear what other commissioners think, but I think if we can't reach a conclusion, we know this negotiating is going to only continue no matter what conclusion we reach today.
Other commissioners have comments?
I found it odd that the owner of Musashi's hadn't weighed in on this. So I called him and asked him, and the consensus of the ownership group of the businesses on Western, they're all for this. Kind of a high tide raises all ships kind of mentality. I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Pennington once again today. The density concerns me a little bit, and in reference to the infrastructure of the sewer and the water, that's a city problem that, from one of the letters that we got emailed to us, has been an ongoing problem. So that's something the city needs to address, irrelevant of this development. So I'm going to be inclined to support this application.
Commissioner Hinkle.
Ms. Smith, I'm so sorry. I'm going to limit comments right now to the
I was
commissioners.
just going to say, we had talked to Carl Milam, the property owner over there, but we've also talked to Classen's business owners, and Classen's business owners actually oppose this project.
Every single
one of them.
I only talked to the person who abuts this project on two sides. And
yeah,
all I have is what he told me.
Fair enough. I wish he could be here today to comment on the record, just in lieu of, we get a lot of hearsay in these meetings. So if people aren't here, I take it at face value, but other commissioners have comments they want to weigh in on? I'll say this about it. My feelings on this case are I'm trying to count units and I'm trying to figure it out. These cases are just going to keep getting harder. They're going to keep getting harder. We have a policy to include that encourages this sort of increase in density. We see this stuff all the time, and this is an example of one that, when I was looking through the application, I look at the area and I'm counting the current rooftops, and then I'm counting the rooftops that are here. I'm a little bit at a loss as to, this isn't even the most dense project we've seen on a relative basis, but we have this policy, which this staff report, as they all do, articulates, wonderfully, that this is the kind of development that's encouraged by policy, by the comp plan, that's been supported by us for a number of years. And that, frankly, even though it is very challenging development, I would never touch this stuff. No disrespect, Claus. I would never touch this stuff because of how complex it gets. It's going to be something we see a whole lot more of. And so I think we need to be prepared for these challenges and figure out where to draw the lines. And some of these comments that the neighbors have made, I want you to know, I listened, I wrote everything down that you said, so that I could review them as we went through this discussion. And a lot of it is really subjective. Commissioner Pennington said it best. I'll summarize my comments with what he said, in just that's not within our purview. If there is a design district here, it goes to a design review committee before we ever see it. There isn't one here, and we can't imply one by forcing certain design regulations into PUDs. That's not what we do. There's a path for that. And I would strongly encourage you to contact your city council person about whether or not it is appropriate for a design review district to be placed there, and for that discussion to be had through those channels. But that's not before us today. I don't think, and other commissioners certainly have opinions on that, which is fine. But in my personal opinion, it is not for us to subjectively decide how these things are going to look and go down that road. This item was continued from July the 9th. There's been a lot of discussion about it. A lot. We know that from, frankly, the emails and things that we've gotten, but I don't see what a continuance is going to resolve here, except for design and other things that really I don't view as being within our purview. I'm torn. I typically, look to folks like ASA for guidance on projects like this, and to Janice for guidance on neighborhood, interruptions or disruptions or compatibility problems. I don't see them. So I think we've had a good discussion. We've addressed the issues. We know what they are. And I think we all are in a little bit different place, but I think it's time to call for a motion and see where we are as a commission, see where the votes are. It may be that it's continued as a byproduct of disagreement. So let's find out. So if somebody would, this is Janice, this is your word. If you want to make a motion, at this point, I'll accept it, and let's see where we are as a commission.
I'm going to move for approval.
I have a motion. I have a second from Commissioner Hinkle, I believe. Is that correct?
Hey,
Okay.
Scott,
I have a motion and a second to
Scott,
recommend approval.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've got some kind of weird technical difficulty going on here, so the only internet I got is this Zoom meeting.
Okay, that's fine. We can voice vote you, no problem.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1224. Please cast your votes. And that motion, just to be clear, was made by Janice Powers and it was seconded by Matt Hinkle. It says Kamal right now, but just FYI, Paula. Commissioner Coffey and Commissioner Privet and Hinkle, do you want to voice vote for us?
Privet, nay.
Okay. Commissioner Mike Privet is a nay. Commissioner Hinkle?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hinkle is a yay, and Asa Highsmith is abstained from this vote by recusal. And the motion does pass. So the application is moving on to City Council. I would advise a couple things on this real quick in closing comments to the neighbors. As you all know, this has to go to City Council. So I would encourage you to continue discussions, involve your council person, and continue discussions with the applicant. I have no doubt that Klaus will gladly continue to engage with you through that process. And I appreciate everyone's patience and input on the matter. These are not easy cases. And I know that, outcomes can be frustrating. I will just tell you, I really, we have this policy that we want to encourage infill development, and then it starts happening and you wonder if you're doing the right thing or not. I understand all the policies behind it, but I want you to know that it is a difficult decision for all commissioners, regardless of how they vote, I assure you. So appreciate everyone's time today. Item 30.
SPUD 1231 is an application to rezone 3924 North Youngs Boulevard from R1 to SPUD 1231.
This is a 0.34 acre site on the east side of Youngs Boulevard, just south of Northwest 39th Street. It's going from it's undeveloped right now. It's going from R1 single family to a spud with an I1 base that will permit one use, and that is personal storage. One building, 1,200 square feet for the private use of the owner. Staff found it to be in conformance, recommends approval with 3 TEs, and Donald Robinson is the applicant.
Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Is that you, Mr.
Okay.
Robinson?
On the only thing, I know you all are tired and everything, and so am I, but the TE,
That's okay. Can you give us your address, Mr. Robinson, just for the record, because your name also says Candy. So.
Candy. Okay, I know. I'm sorry. I'm at my wife's office. It's Donald Robinson, and I live at 3613 Treadwell Drive, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr.
73112.
Robinson. Go ahead.
Yes. On the TEs, I'm good with everything except for the sidewalk. Now, I don't know who's putting in the sidewalks all over the city, but they're in the process of putting sidewalks from Northwest 39th all the way up to 36 down all the side streets. And they're putting a new sidewalk directly across the street from me. So I don't know what a sidewalk would accomplish just in front of my property when all the other sidewalks go all the way up to 36 just to the east of my property. That's the only question I had on the TEs.
JJ, this is Commissioner Powers. What is our policy with respect to that? If there are sidewalks that are being installed as part of a larger project on the opposite side of the street?
I don't know that we really have a policy for that. I'm not aware of that sidewalk project. Are you, Jeff?
I'm Donald Robinson. Well, I'm sorry, you're not talking to me. I apologize.
I'm not either. Trying to look it up real quick here, but yeah, let me see if I can find that.
While you're doing that, I will say I have a couple of questions / issues with this application. And I think probably the use will be a plus over what's been there for a long, long time. But I don't understand why there's no site-proof screening along the residential properties to the south and the east. It says that they're going to require, trees on that will go to a height of 6 feet and along that 6 foot landscape buffer. But there will have to be, I'm sure, a fence around the storage use, the storage facility. So I don't understand why there's not real site-proof screening. And I also don't think the access into the alleyway that goes north and south behind those residential properties is a good idea. If there's going to be access into the east-west alley that is on the north side of this property, I think that's fine. It looks like it runs into a house on the east side, so it would really only be to the west, and I think that's fine. But I don't think it's a good idea for traffic from this use to take access down that north-south alley that runs behind those residences.
Is it okay if I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Robinson.
The putting up a site fence, I'm all about that. That's fine with me. I only need one entrance off Young's. I don't care anything about going up and down the alley at all for any reason. That the alley that runs north and south, there's trees in there 20, 30 foot high. It would take, you couldn't go up and down that alley without a bulldozer. And the one going east and west is adjacent to Julie's property, and it's paved for the most part, but I have no reason to go up and down that alley or anything.
Well, those are the only two real issues I have with this. I honestly do believe with the architectural controls that are written in and so on, that this probably would be a net benefit over what's there now, so.
Commissioner Powers, do you have an opinion or a preference on the elimination of T1 for the sidewalk?
If there really are sidewalks being built on the west side of the street, I think that's fine. If not, then, I think there needs to be sidewalks. We need sidewalks.
Jeff, there is sidewalk on 39th, but on Young's, I don't have a record of any sidewalks being built there.
They stopped at would be Northwest 38th, and they put one of those wheelchair deals where that has the grips right on the corner of that house, and it goes straight across over to 38th on the other side in front of Dorsey's Body Shop, and then continues down, and then it goes in front of Dorsey's Body Shop, and then down to 39th in front of the laundromat. There's a big laundromat that does a tremendous business, and then it goes from there, the laundromat, across Young's and straight down 39th to Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Can someone from staff just confirm quickly what the situation is with the sidewalks here? I mean, do we know for sure if there's going to be a sidewalk directly or west of this property?
There's nothing that's planned for that, and I don't know what may have been built there. It's not showing up on an aerial photo.
They're working on it right now. There's the equipment's all there right now. They started several months ago.
Are you saying saying there's sidewalk between West Lawn and 39th on the west side of the street?
I'm not sure where West Lawn is, to be honest with you.
West Lawn is the east-west street that dead ends into.
Oh, okay, I see it. I'm sorry. I just never have paid attention. Their sidewalks going down would be the south side of that street.
But there's no sidewalks across from you on Youngs Boulevard.
There may not be, but would be the only reason is it's already paved.
Yeah.
And then it goes down to the laundromat, and then right at the corner where you see that laundromat is, they've paved all that used to be dirt, and then it goes straight across over to in front of Bob's Automotive, the automotive shop right there. But if I put a sidewalk in on my property, it would just dead end to the south neighbor's driveway, and then they'd walk across the street to get on the sidewalk going up to 36th Street. But I mean, I'm willing to do anything. If you all want to put a stipulation, if you go by there and see that there is a sidewalk, that's fine. If there's not a sidewalk, I'll put a sidewalk in.
This is Commissioner Highsmith. I feel like we're getting in the weeds on the sidewalk here. To me, this is a pretty simple issue. If it's not there, then just like every other project, I think you need to put it in.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I agree.
If we've got an agreement on it from the applicant, thank you, Commissioner Highsmith. If we've got an agreement with it on the applicant, we're going to leave it in as a technical evaluation. Any other comments from commissioners on this item or questions for the applicant? Hearing none, I'll ask if there's anybody from the public that wants to be heard on this item. Unbelievably, we still have people with us. *6 on your phone or spacebar on your computer. Hearing none, Commissioner Powers, your ward, your motion.
I'll move approval. I think this is going to be a net plus.
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1231, subject to all three of the technical evaluations. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Hinkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Privet,
Yes.
and the application is headed to City Council. Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Robinson. It was a long day.
All right, thank you very much.
Item 31.
31 is SPD 1233, application to rezone 3121 North Pennsylvania Avenue from R1 to SPD 1233.
This is a 0.07 acre site on the west side of Penns in 31st and Cashin Place. Currently zoned R1 and is developed with a non-conforming commercial building. They were going to a spud with a C3 base. It's consistent with the surrounding development. This block to the north and south is commercial buildings that were built in the 50s that still happen to be zoned R1. Staff recommends approval with 2 TEs, and David Box represents the applicant.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. We agree with the TEs. It is a bit of a unique situation that these buildings were built so long ago. They were obviously built as commercial buildings. However, they're zoned R1. So I just want to make sure, obviously, on TE2, it's meant that vehicular access prohibited from Penn. But with that, we agree with the TEs.
Let's go ahead and amend that TE2, David, to just include vehicular access.
That's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Powers, this is your ward as well. So if you want to lead our discussion, questions for the applicant or staff.
Yeah, this hardly requires any discussion. It's absolutely correct. These are clearly commercial buildings. They were never built to be anything else. I was astonished to find out that they were zoned R1. So I want to be clear that by saying that we're not taking vehicular access onto Pennsylvania, the access to this property is from an alleyway between this property and the property to the north. That's going to remain open. People are going to be able to use the alleyway to access the building. So, that's a good thing because there's not any place else to park. So, there's parking in the rear and access off of Penn is down that alley. So,
Okay. Other comments from commissioners or questions of staff?
Okay, quick question from Commissioner Highsmith here. If we're saying no access off Penn, I mean, are we repairing the curb cut? Because people are going to pull in there if there's a curb cut, right? Regardless of what we say.
I don't think there is a
Well,
curb cut. There's an alley, but there's
An
no
alley.
curb cut. This building is on the right of way.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong building.
There actually is parking in front.
Not in front of this building.
Yeah, isn't that what I'm looking at?
Yes, there's parking. There's parking
Sir,
in
if you would
front.
give us your name and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Donald Momed, 3200 Ashland Court, Edmond, Oklahoma. I'm one of the owners of the building and the dispensary going in. And the city has redone that whole front a long time ago, and the owners of other two, it's a strip mall basically, that I bought it at the county auction. It says commercial on there, but it's been redone, and the other owner, he parks in the front of there's a barber shop next to us and a tailor next to that. They park in the front there.
So what's mentioned is on-street parking is not what the TE is geared towards.
Oh, no, I'm just saying there is parking. I just don't want to get them to where they can't park in the front of their business buildings.
No, JJ, correct me. That's not going to impact the on-street parking.
No, we're talking about vehicular access through a driveway cut. Go on the property and serve.
But this brings up a good point. I'm looking at the improvements there. That's the accessible sidewalk route. I don't believe that that's on-street parking. That design is really odd.
It is odd.
But that's actually the accessible public sidewalk route. And if people are parking there, I don't believe that's the intent.
Yeah.
We can sort that out.
Okay, just want to make sure I didn't mess up my neighbors.
Other comments from commissioners? Okay, I'll ask if there's anybody here that wants to be heard on the matter today from the public. This is your time. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Make sure to unmute your device. Hearing nobody, Commissioner Powers, I'll take a motion.
I'll move approval.
With the amended technical evaluation too?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Pennington. So I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1233. Subject to the technical evaluations, we amended technical evaluation 2 to say vehicular access shall be prohibited from North Pennsylvania Avenue. Please cast your votes.
Privacy, yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
And the application is approved. It's going to City Council. Thank you.
Item 32 is SPUD 1230, application to rezone 2351 and 2359 Northwest 10th Street from C3 to SPUD 1230.
This is a 0.76 acre site. It's on the northeast corner of Billen and Northwest 10th Street. It's currently zoned C3 and it's developed with 2 buildings that are currently auto repair. The SPUD has a C3 base and retains all the C3 uses, but adds auto sales. Staff recommends approval with 3 TEs, and George Mindros represents the applicant.
Mr. Mindros, are you with us this evening?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Start by giving us your name and address for the record, and then let us know if there's anything you want to add to staff's introduction of the application.
Okay. My name is George Mendros, and 5800 North Porter Avenue, Norman, Oklahoma. And I think JJ said it exactly correct. The 3 TDs are basically C1 infractions, so the client's on board with that.
But you guys are in agreement with all 3 technical evaluations as written?
As written, yes. But just to clarify on I believe it's the last one, it is saying that, let's see, it's saying that we have to deal with the vegetation and so forth. Now we're planning on putting a perimeter fence around the front and the side. encasing the roll gates. Would that be a problem?
No.
Okay, because we want to use like a wrought iron type, or it's steel, but it looks like wrought iron's picket fence.
Yep.
As long as it's not on the right of way.
Excellent, excellent. Then we're good.
Okay. Commissioner Highsmith, this is your ward, my friend. Do you have comments, questions for the applicant or staff?
I have no comments. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You know, I think the future of 10th Street currently is undecided, and I'd love to see higher use development start happening. But I think for now, this makes sense for what it is and what's going on there and what the current use is. So I'm ready to make a motion whenever.
Okay. Let me ask first if there's other comments or questions from commissioners. Hearing none, I'll ask if there's anyone here from the public with us that wants to be heard on this item. This is SPUD 1230. *6 on your phone or spacebar on your computer. Okay, well, hearing none, if there's no more discussion from the commissioners, Mr. Highsmith, I think we'll take a motion.
I make a motion to recommend approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from Commissioner Pennington to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1230 with inclusive of all 3 technical evaluations. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Privet, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
And the application is recommended for approval to City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Item 33 is SPUD 1240, application rezone 4641 Northwest 63rd Street from R1 to SPUD 1240.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Powers. I'm going to step away just for a moment.
I mean, not, I'm just gonna cry because, you know, it's.
A 2.72 acre undeveloped site on the north side of 63rd west of Meridian. We're going from R1 single family to a SPUD with an R4 base to permit multifamily development. Staff found it to be in conformance with Urban Low LUDA. Recommends approval with no TEs, and David Box represents the application.
Yeah, once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application for an infill project along 63rd Street. There was some concern raised by a few neighbors. With the help of Commissioner Clare, we were able to get a Zoom meeting scheduled last night, walk through the project with the neighbors as well as Mr. Clare and my clients. So when you think about infill projects, it's obviously, I think, in the city's best interest to develop the areas that we've got full city services. So that's what we have here. So what we are proposing is a 56 unit complex. It will be gated. My client's got a unique product and a unique way of thinking about these that I'd like him to explain here momentarily. But I want to kind of walk through briefly what we have done to try to mitigate any concerns. There was a protest letter in your packet that photoshopped a large urban style apartment complex right on the other side of the fence. So, and I'm not sure if that individual was on our Zoom call last night or not, but what we're proposing is a 15-foot setback along the east, the north, and the west boundary of the PUD. Within that 15-foot setback, we will have trees planted on 30-foot centers. Commissioner Clare has asked if at the time of planning, those trees could be 12 foot in height just to provide some immediate screening. And we have agreed to do that. So we do believe that with the 2-story limitation, 12-foot tall trees around the perimeter, that is going to provide for the necessary screening that the neighbors want. But with that, I'm going to turn over to my client, Dustin, who I see, to walk through some of these images and kind of walk through their concept. There are no technical evaluations on this, and staff does recommend approval. But so we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hello, my name's Dustin Bashaw. Thank you for meeting with us today and reviewing what we would like to do with this vacant piece of land. So just a little bit about what my company does. We historically go into inner city apartment complexes that are dilapidated and have deferred maintenance and are eyesores to the neighborhoods really usually don't like them. We purchase them and we go in with our construction company and we renovate them and bring the standard of living there up to a level that supports young professionals and people that would like to live in the inner city, but there's just not a lot of quality rental options for them. They're not interested in buying homes, and we've found that there's a niche where we can provide that to them. So this will be our first build project. I've done that successfully with 3 different apartment complexes. I have one right behind Baptist on 50th and May that I have a waiting list of young professionals that are just waiting to get in there into some good housing. So we feel that the best use for this land would be that same thing, but it would be a new build, so a Class A property. If we can go to the next slide, this is the property. I know that some of you know exactly where it is, but this is a 2.77 acre piece of land that has just been overlooked. In our opinion, it really won't support anything else. Single family homes will not work on it. No one would come in and build that, which is why it hasn't been done to this point. What the product we're going to offer is the next slide here. This is the conceptual layout of 56 units, all new construction with, as David said, a setback, mature, large. We even have a designation for the trees that are in there to give some space between ourselves and the residents around that we're going to be fitting in between. The next slide will show it's a gated community. Our clientele, like I said, young professionals who need higher end housing but just do not want to purchase a home. It'll have a pool, community park, workout center. We have green space and common space. We have a rigorous vetting process for our tenants. We don't have, there's a lot of apartment complexes around there that offer lower cost housing. We will not be that. We don't have problem tenants in our developments. It's a long-term hold for us. We're from Oklahoma, born, raised here, born in Oklahoma City, been here my whole life. So this is not I won't be passing this on to some other investor or someone that would want to purchase it. We hold long-term. Site-proof fencing and the premium landscaping and design. If we can look at the next slide, you can see our rendering. So this is what our architect has so far. We like this. This is what we will put up there. Let's go to the next. We can see so in the front off of 63rd is an entrance with a clubhouse that is accessible outside of the gate. The gating will be behind it, pool, and then our buildings behind that. Let's look at the next slide, please. I know we've been here a long time. Same thing, this is 63rd Street and an entrance there, a leasing office, and then a nice complex. I think we have another one, possibly. Yes, there we go. So there is the entire property view from above. Next slide. And I think that's the last. There may be another. Oh, yeah. This is just one of my other projects where I went in and renovated an existing. And we still do that. We just look for where we can create value in an inner city by bringing dilapidated apartments up to a level that you can't find in the area. And we have a proven track record of doing that and doing it well. Usually the neighbors, whenever I come in to do a project, bring me cookies because I'm just really raising the neighborhood up. We would like to do the same here. This will not be the typical apartment complex around that area. This will bring in good tax base, good residents. I'm not saying that low income isn't good, but it will bring in a different client than has been in the area in the past. Be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for considering our proposal.
Well timed, Mr. Bashaw, just under 5 seconds. Excellent work. Questions for the applicants on this item? Commissioner Claire, obviously you've been involved in this. This is your award. Do you have questions for the applicant or staff on this?
No, I really don't. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to meet with the neighbors last night, and I think You know, most questions were addressed. Have a feeling I don't see any specifically logged in, but I suspect that there probably are. Some of those phone numbers are probably either Lakewood or Lakeview or Rollingwood residents. So, but I'm in support of the application. I think it's a good addition to our area, and be interested to see if we have any neighbors that would like to comment.
Before I ask that question, are there any other commissioners that have questions for the applicant or of staff at this time? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask. Are there members of the public that are with us? I do not have anyone signed up to speak. Are there members of the public that are with us today that wanted to be heard on this item?
Can you hear me?
I sure can. If you'd start by giving us your name and address for the record, sir, and I'll give you 5 minutes.
My name is Vincent Baruman. I live at 6472 North Sterling. So this complex will be butting up to my backyard. I guess with the open space, probably the middle house on the open lot. You know, I kind of disagree with some of the things he's stating about the apartment complex and the lack of it around the city, because for one, I'm actually in the electrical construction business, and I'm the one that bids out all these projects when they built, and I know for a fact that we've sold and built a ton of these around town. So, I mean, there's vacancies at complexes all over the midtown, downtown area. So, and then not to mention, just within a mile of our neighborhood, there's 10 apartment complexes. I don't see why we need to throw another one up, but from the sound of it, this thing's going to pass anyways. Here's my concerns. One, the light pollution that's going to come from this. That's basically going to be a spotlight in my backyard. Two, probably trash debris, because they plan on putting the dumpsters back by my fence. Three, the noise and the 12-foot trees on 30-foot centers. I mean, that's not going to do anything. The 12 feet won't even get you to the second story of these complexes that are going in down there. So how is that going to keep these people from basically, I mean, I might as well set up a patio and, lawn chairs in my backyard for them. They're going to be able to see directly into my backyard. 12-foot trees are not going to block anything. And on 30-foot centers, that's not going to block anything. So those are my biggest concerns, is the light that's going to be shining into my yard. The coverage of the trees at 12 foot is not going to do anything. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. That basically states my biggest concerns about everything, and I'll give it back to you guys.
Mr. Rubin, we do appreciate you being here. And I don't know if you've been with us the entire time, but it's been a very long meeting. And so we're grateful for your comments and your feedback on it, for sure. So light pollution, trash and debris, and noise related issues were what Mr. Broom in summary referenced. Are there any other people here with us this evening that want to be heard on this item?
This is Shauna Hollopeter. I'd like to be heard, please.
Yes, Ms. Hollopeter, please give us your address for the record, and I'll give you 5 minutes.
It's 6420 North Libby Avenue. I'm on the west side of the proposed rezoning. And thank you for hearing me today. My husband and I bought in this area in Oklahoma City to remain homeowners here. This was a condemned house, then flipped, and it's been renewed part of this community. We have made significant improvements to this property, which represent our long-term commitment to the Oklahoma City area. If we would have known that dealing with an apartment concerns in our backyard was in our future, we would not have made this commitment to Oklahoma City in this area. I have several concerns. They may be a repeat, but I do have an extension on part of them. My first one is in the conceptual site layout online. The dumpsters are going to end up being in my backyard. I am going to have a dumpster right across the way. My children live in Oklahoma City, and they in apartments here, and those dumpsters are usually unmaintained and in deplorable shape. They smell and leak bacterial laden runoff at all times, and it's just the nature of the beast. I do see that there's a proposed the 15-foot setback with the trees, but they're not really in this layout that was sent out. And then there's also the proposed 25-foot setback for the dumpsters. However, those are right up against the fence line there. So, I mean, the smell and the heat will be horrible. There are 3 of them on the west side there, and that will be what we get to smell from this. And that is extremely disappointing. It'll decrease the value of my home and the health safety of our residents. It's just awful to have dumpsters in my backyard. Second is the 2 level of this complex. Like the man was stating before, 12-foot trees will not reach for the 2-story level. Again, this will decrease the value of my home, the safety of my home, putting my family and neighbors at a higher risk. There'll just be a direct line of sight straight into my backyard and straight into my home. I'll just be able to wave to them. Hi, how are you? You know, that's just inappropriate. Not to mention the light and the noise pollution that will be increased. The next main concern I have is the drainage issue. There seems to be some specifics, maybe, and it does require some review, I understand. But there's going to be increased runoff from the apartments, those liquid garbage runoff from the dumpsters, the parking lot debris will end up in my backyard. I know they're going to be luxury. I do understand, and I do appreciate that. I'm glad that they're not low income housing. We have enough of that around here, but still, we will still have to deal with the trash. Again, decreasing the safety and the value of my home. My concern also is future maintenance. It does sound like this landlord is and property owner is vested. I'm glad to hear that. But my gosh, looking down 63rd, all the complexes down here, they're in deplorable repair on the buildings, the land, and the parking lots. And I can only presume that this decreases the quality of life of those complexes. And it also increases the crime zone activity, which is ridiculous. It just seems like, I mean, he's wanting to reinvest in these. We've got many things up and down 63rd, many apartment complexes that need massive reinvesting in. I don't see why we have to create another area that will see some type of deterioration. This area would be great to have 0 lot line retirement homes in. If you want to have a closed gated area, we have older people who want to be near their
45
families.
seconds, Ms. Oliver.
I mean, we have that. I'm sure that you would not want to have these safety and health concerns in your backyard. My husband and I do not approve of this. We oppose this. I've spoken with many other of my neighbors. They're older. They don't have the ability to get on here, and they do oppose this also. I thank you for your time and your attention, and I do understand.
Ms. Alpier, again, we appreciate you being here sincerely. It's been a long meeting, been a long day. Thank you for being patient with us as we got to your item to hear your concerns. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else that wants to be heard on this item?
Hi, my name is Kistin Escapa, 6472 North Sterling Drive.
Ms. Escapa, if you would, thank you for giving us your address. If you would, please don't repeat issues we've heard about already, and I'll start your 5-minute clock.
Well, I will do my best to do that, but I've been on since 2 o'clock, so I'm working in between, so I may have missed something that was said just a few minutes ago. I noticed in their plan, I mean, I'm against it completely, utterly. I don't need, this area does not need any more apartments. I don't care if they're of a higher level than what is around. What was touted was that this company renovates apartment complexes. We would love for them to try to purchase one around there to renovate. We don't need to add more what we have. The rendering showed the dumpsters 15 feet from the property lines, but in the plan, it stated they would be 25. So our lot backs up to where a dumpster would be directly located. We have a negative grade towards our house from that lot. So we already have excessive drainage issues. and that's just going to make it worse. I understand they're doing a lot, but we're adding probably at least 100 occupants in a 56 unit complex. So there's that much more pressure on the area. I think the majority of what I had to say has been echoed already. And as she just stated, there's a lot of elderly in this neighborhood that don't have the opportunity to be on, but are additionally very much against this project. The new neighborhood, Cherokee, I forgot the name of it, sorry, that's just west of us, made some promises to those neighbors as well. And we were shown photos of their flooded backyards afterwards. So a lot of things that may be being said will happen. We don't necessarily have faith that will actually occur. And that's my piece.
Well, Mrs. Scapa, we appreciate you being with us tonight, and certainly while you're trying to work and do this simultaneously, great respect for that. So we appreciate your comments and thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else that wants to be heard on this item this evening?
Can I respond to their issue?
Just a moment, Mr. Bishal. I'll give you a chance in just a second. *6 on your phone, spacebar on your computer. Last call for comments on SPUD 1240. Okay, David, Mr. Bishal, I'll give you guys a minute to respond to the comments that have been made if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll let Dustin respond on the dumpsters. I think he'll probably be the best one to go through those.
Just in general, I want to say that I hear everything that that the neighbors are saying, and I definitely don't want to cause them problems or cause them issues. I would like to say that I currently live in one of the complexes that I renovated with my family. I have 6 kids and a wife. We live in one of those complexes. There isn't trash blowing around. There's not sewage or things running away from dumpsters. We have dumpsters there too. They're encased in an enclosure, and every morning I have staff that goes through the entire complex every single morning and picks up every piece of trash. My property will be cleaner than the neighborhood. I do understand. I also don't want to shine lights in your backyards. I won't do that. It can be in the spot. It can be however we need to do it. I'm not interested in causing anyone problems. I do feel it is the best use for that property. And while I do understand that there are complexes around there, there are not complexes like mine. I understand that the electrician earlier said that he's doing a lot of projects downtown and in way up on Memorial, far away from the inner city, where people can't find homes or apartments like I offer. I know that as for a fact, because at my other ones that I have done, I have waiting lists of people trying to get in, paying high rates that have extremely good jobs and are just like you and me. So I hope that those things can help you. And like I said, we're willing to do what we need to do to, on the drainage issues, we already have a civil engineering firm designing that. We will be with the city on that. We will not be flooding anyone's yards. We already have a game plan. It's being worked up right now, but we've had site visits already with our civil engineering company to take care of any of those issues. It will actually be better when we finish. So thank you for considering our application and staying so long for these meetings.
This is Jeremiah Bryant, the co-applicant. Can I respond?
Just 1 second, Mr. Bryant. Mr. Bishal, I appreciate it. I let you have a little extra time there because you were addressing some of our protestants' concerns, and I, appreciate your comments and your attempts to do that. The things that I hear among their comments before I turn over to Commissioner Claire that seem like we could probably do something to at least appease the issues, the consistent comments amongst the group. Again, I try to take very diligent notes when protestants are speaking and listen to comments. And these are the consistencies. The concerns about the light, I think we could probably address in your application. The concerns about the trash, I think we can probably address. And the concerns about the landscaping and the tree separation, I think we can frankly address. So those would be things I'm anxious to hear our commission, discuss and provide feedback on, and then get your feedback on what you guys can do to appease that. But before I take any other comments, I want to give an opportunity for commissioners to be heard on this. And I'll start that with Commissioner Claire.
Yeah, thank you. Well, so one thing that I want to make everyone aware of is the site plan graphic they have provided is conceptual in nature. It gives everyone an idea of what it could look like, but the verbiage in the design statement is what they're held to. So you may see dumpsters within 10, 15 feet of the property line, but if they call out 25, that's where they're going to be held to that. So the dumpsters are something that I've not been excited about since receiving this application. And I wanted to ask the applicant if there was any opportunity to move those. I've been involved with many multi-family complexes before. And one of the things that we saw at some of the higher end complexes was that there was actually one compactor enclosure at the entrance of the property that residents were able to take their trash when they left for work or to go to the gym or whatever, and deposit it in the compactor at the front of the complex. You didn't have trash trucks coming in, going through the complex, tearing up pavement. And so I wonder if that might be an option that the applicant would be willing to look at. I think that would help alleviate some of the concerns with the dumpster issues kind of spreads throughout and close to the residential properties. And then as far as the lighting goes, I think maybe we can add a TE, something to the effect of no exterior building lights facing residential property or R1 properties. And then see what the applicant's open to on maybe modifying the tree and landscape requirements. That's what I had.
Mr. Bashaw, Mr. Bryant, or Mr. Box care to respond on that to Commissioner Claire's comments?
This is Jeremiah Bryant. By design, all of our
buildings. Your address real quick, Mr. Bryant, since these are your first comments. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
915 Green Gulch Run.
Thank you very much.
By design, our layout, all buildings are in facing for that reason. Even the building that run across the east side of the property all face west inwards towards our property, and then all buildings on the west side face north and south inwards, so that any building lights would not be directly shining towards any of the adjacent neighbors' yards.
No, I get that, and I see that on the illustrations, but a lot of times, for security reasons,
lights on the back,
exterior wall packs. So we just want to make sure that we're considerate of neighbors and that we
are 100% fine with that going in the PUD, that we will not have any lights facing towards.
Yeah, we're not interested in shining lights on the neighbors.
Yeah. So David, this is probably more for you. 4.1 lighting. I'm assuming we just add a TE to amend that. And Nate, I think I encapsulated what you said or captured it. Lighting fixtures shall be directed away exterior lighting fixtures shall be directed away from adjoining R1 residential.
Yeah, that can be done through TE.
Okay. What say you on the trash?
I'll let my client respond on that piece.
So we can definitely look at the dumpster placement. We would need dumpsters throughout the property. We can look at the placement of those rather than just one at the entrance. It's not on the higher end that you don't want to carry your trash, how you put it on the hood of your car or you're walking. You do need dumpster placement throughout, but the dumpsters are enclosed. And I know it probably the people that live in homes, and you're just gonna have to trust me on this, I guess, if you're not an apartment dweller or a higher end apartment dweller, it's not an issue. There's not trash blowing around. It's not horrid smells coming out of the dumpster. There is trash in there. It's collected daily and it's gone. And I was a little bit surprised when I heard that. I never, I mean, like I said, I live in one of mine now, so that's just not a horrible issue. And I have to say, I don't have experience with low dilapidated apartments. That may be a horrible issue there, but for what we do, that's not really. So I would need dumpsters toward the back, just because those people in the buildings in the back, I don't want them to carry their trash, a quarter of a mile to the front.
Mr. Bischoff, if I could interject, I think sometimes it's the perception of a problem more than a real problem. I'm not in disagreement with you because I have a bunch of commercial dumpsters, but I'll tell you this, it's a common discussion that we have, and whether this is arbitrary or it's really the right distance, we settle on 50 feet from the property line an awful lot when we try to settle these disputes with neighbors. Is that something that you could agree to? Do you believe with your site plan configuration and all that, is 50 feet an achievable distance?
Jeremiah is our site guy.
I think it's possible. I'm hesitant to say with all assurity that we could, because it is a unique layout. But I think that there's a good
what about 40 feet? Could you get to 40 feet?
I'm pulling up the site plan real quick. I apologize.
Yeah,
I just want to look at one thing.
I believe our staff
Okay,
has
so
access to the site plan you provided.
I think we could do that. I see where they could go.
Yeah, if we could do 40 feet.
Actually, it'd be in the middle. It would be in the middle. We can do that.
You can do 50 or you can do 40?
I don't, there's no
I'd
way
really
for me
like
to
to have
measure. There's no way for me to measure this distance. Jeremiah, what's the width of the entire?
We can do 40 feet. I can confirm we can do 40 feet.
So we can make that another TE if that's what you'd like.
Okay. So essentially that would be a TE to amend 4.3 of your MDS, but so basically, Nate, I've got this down. I can help you read this one into the record if we want to.
Okay.
But I think you can do it too. If we just changing the distance that they've got memorialized in 4.3 of the staff report from 25 feet to 40 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Last issue that I think is a fair comment are the trees. I'm not seeing in the report, I'm seeing that you're agreeing to the landscape requirements. Is that where that 30-foot center comes from?
So we agreed to 30-foot centers, and then Commissioner Claire asked for the 12-foot, which we agreed to. So that won't be in there. That's an extra.
12-foot centers?
12-foot tall.
At time of installation.
At time of planting.
Yeah, at time of installation, which within a year or two will be close to 20 feet.
Could I push you to agree to 20-foot centers?
I would just like to add that 2 stories is already covered under the current R1 zoning. So we're not even going any higher than what's covered under the current zoning.
I'm not worried about the height of the.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not worried about the height of the buildings. I'm just thinking about the comments related to, noise and density and compatibility. I think it's perfectly appropriate to buffer that with trees.
We have, David, do we not have site-proof fencing in conjunction with the trees on 30-foot centers?
There will be a site-proof fence as well, yes.
I feel like that's quite a bit on our part that we're covering. I mean, I'm not opposed to discussing more trees, but I mean, we are doing site-proof fencing in conjunction with trees. We met Nate's requirement for the heights. Is that?
I get it. The way you've designed the site plan, you've put all the parking in the interior. So you've got these areas that run along these adjoining property owners' line. And I just think that, if you do 30 feet, you do 20-foot centers, it just helps that fill in quickly. It helps that mature foliage fill in more quickly. It just further, helps buffer the noise, the light, this, whatever. I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay.
You can say no. I got 8 other people that are going to get a chance to.
We can agree to 20 foot.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Claire, you got anything else?
No, sir.
Other commissioners have comments, thoughts on this?
I like the compromises.
Okay, well, go ahead, Mr. Pennington. Sorry.
I like the compromises. I think it's great that we were able to move the dumpsters, increase the separation, the landscaping between the residences and this apartment complex. And, I don't know if Mr. Bashaw or Mr. Bryant have other developments in Oklahoma, but you can be assured that if you don't do what you've promised to do here, you will be held to account for it from these neighbors for sure. So.
Well, I will tell you, I like the project. And I think what you guys are doing in terms of infill land that's going to create property value to support school districts and all kinds of things is nothing but good. I think the complaints that the neighbors had on this item were fair and reasonable. And I think that the concessions that have been made, I appreciate them in that, if nothing else, the neighbors' objective concerns about the impact on their development, we've tried to mitigate those within reason while allowing this project to move forward. And at least for me, I think that's a good outcome. So I appreciate you all being willing to work. Some of the other things I can't address because we can't fix them. They're not our issue to ferret out. But I appreciate your cooperation. If there's no other comments, I'll take a motion from Commissioner Claire if you're prepared to make one on this, and I can certainly help with any language if you need me to, Commissioner Claire.
Certainly, I'll take a run at it. So I move approval of SPUD 1240 with the following amendments to the MDS. On item 4.3, dumpsters shall be placed no closer than 40 feet from all property lines. On item 4.1, no lighting on exterior building exteriors that face R1 zoning. And in regards to landscape buffering, trees 12 feet in height at time of installation, planted at 20 feet on center.
And I think it would be fine to make each of those just a separate technical evaluation, Nate. So we would just add those 3 comments from Commissioner Claire as the 3 TEs that are being added to the application for approval. I have a motion on the item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Pennington has seconded the motion. So I have a motion, a second, to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1240, subject to the 3 added technical evaluations as read by Commissioner Claire. Please cast your votes.
Yay. Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Powers?
for some reason, my page has disappeared, so I'll vote aye.
That's okay. Commissioner Powers has voted aye, and the application is recommended unanimously for approval to City Council. To the neighbors who joined us this evening on this item, again, I appreciate your patience and your time with us, your comments and your concerns very much.
And I will just add for any neighbors on that, you will have an opportunity to speak again on this item at City Council. So
We'll be there.
Okay, item 34 is SPUD 1239, application to rezone 1335 West Sheridan Avenue from I-2 to SPUD 1239.
This is a 3.2 acres that comprises several sites in the vicinity of McKinley and Sheridan. The property is going from I-2 to a spud with an I-2 base, keeping all I-2 uses and adding uses that will accommodate the current and anticipated development of the Jesus House campus. Staff found it to be in conformance, recommends approval with 5 TEs. And let's see, David Box represents the applicant.
Good evening. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Once again, we have a host of people on the line to walk you through everything about the project if you'd like. But what we're trying to do here is to provide for an expansion in the future of the Jesus House. At the outset, I'd let you know there was some concerns that were raised by some property owners. I'm not sure if they're on here or not. And we were able to have a Zoom conference with my development team, the neighbors, and as well as Commissioner Highsmith. And if nothing else was accomplished other than opening up a conduit of a line of communication between people within the Jesus House and the neighbors, I think something was accomplished. So some of the concerns were raised about, some of the elements in the area. And I think it was helpful, hopefully, for the neighbors to hear that, the elements that they're concerned about really aren't clients of the Jesus House. The people that are seeking services at the Jesus House are checked in, and they are in the facility seeking treatment, trying to improve themselves. The issues that they're facing in the area, we don't really think are Jesus House issues, but a working relationship between the folks at the Jesus House and these neighbors will do nothing but to ensure good progress throughout this area. So I think it would be helpful, perhaps, if Bruce, if you're on, to kind of go through a little bit of the design of what you've got.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
This is Bruce DeFries, Bacchus Payne, and I believe actually Brent is on with the images, and if so, I'll let him walk us through, and if not, then I will.
Brent, are you with us? Bruce, looks like you're up, man.
Okay, let me see if I can add video here.
And Bruce, real quick, while you're adding video, what's your address for the record?
Bacchus Payne, 6303 Waterford Boulevard.
Thank you much.
Yes, and so let me just try to describe the project. So the main portion of the property is the center portion of the property, and on the south side, right on Sheridan, is the main building, the existing building. It has some housing included in that space right now, as well as the kitchen and dining area. And so with the master plan, that building becomes an administration building. And the first phase of construction immediately north of that, to the north and west, is a kitchen and dining hall.
Hey, Bruce, why don't you share your screen?
Okay, I'm having trouble with that right now. I apologize.
You were just made co-host. You should be able to do it.
Let's see.
This is Brent at Bacchus Payne. So I probably need to be the one who shares the screen, actually figure this out.
That would be better.
You've been made co-host Bacchus Payne, so you should be able to share.
Okay.
Brent, I'm assuming your address is the same as his?
Yes.
That's good enough for me.
Okay. So what Bruce was describing is that right now this is the existing administrative building. So we're looking to add to the campus by building a dining hall, dormitories for the residents of the Jesus House that are going through their rehab program. Item number 3 would be a community gymnasium.
I'm not sure you've shared your screen.
Yeah, can we stop for a second? We're not seeing the screen.
Okay. Can you see it now?
There we go.
Okay, everyone see it?
Got it.
Okay, just quickly run through that again. Right now is the administrative building that is existing, number 1. The next item to be built would be a dining hall. 4 and 5 are dormitories for the residents of the rehab program that Jesus House offers. Number 3 would be a community multi-purpose center, gymnasium. Then 6 is our existing food pantry, which would be still in existence. And then with the SPUD, it captures these other lots that they currently own just to put them kind of in the campus area. Item 8, or 8 over here on the east side, is actually an existing prayer garden that they already have. Then the 8 directly across the street from their existing building. There's been talk of transitional housing for graduates of the program. They would move into their own house as they go out, get jobs, contribute to society. But nothing as distinct in the design of the transitional housing at the moment.
Why don't you walk through some of the images?
Try.
Did we lose Bacchus Payne?
I'm still here. Just can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. So this is an aerial view of the campus.
Actually, did it open on a second screen? We don't. We see.
I don't see that it's open.
File browser.
I hate to be the bad guy to speak up, but given that it's 7:30, I have a lot of information in my packet. I've driven by the Jesus House a lot, like a lot of people have, and the specifics of what is where is not that important to me at this time. If there are any protesters or commenters from the public that cause us to question any of that, then maybe we come back to the applicant and get more clarity as to what is where.
Fair enough. I'll just say we agreed all the TEs, except I do want to make sure that on TE5 that it's as it relates to new buildings and not existing.
We could just say for new construction on the end.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner LaForge. Are there other questions of the applicant, of commissioners or from commissioners? Hearing none, I'll ask if there's anybody here that is signed up to speak on the item from the public that would like to be heard on this evening. This is your opportunity. This is SPUD
I'm here. I'm Shelley
1239.
I'm here.
Excellent.
Shelley
Would you give us
Denton?
your name and address for the record?
Yes, Shelley Denton. Our business is at 1300 West Main Street, Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Ms. Denson. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so a little history. In the last few years, our little neighborhood community of businesses, we've been meeting on a regular basis with the Oklahoma City Police, who have been phenomenal in helping us try to deal with the homeless problem and how they're affecting our businesses. So we've been trying to brainstorm, we're trying to expand on the development in downtown Oklahoma City that is moving westward. We're literally 1 block away from the 21C Hotel, the West Village apartment building, Jones Assembly. So we're right on the cusp. So we've really been trying to focus on what can we do to bring that development our way. And so what we've learned is it's all about fixing up your property. So we've all been spending thousands of dollars to improve lighting, landscaping, all that to try to improve. Okay, but then on top of that, we still have the homeless community. They're still creating a negative impact for us to be able to move forward. So as we've met with the police in town, we've learned that there's sources out there that tell us that the homeless community has been moving more people to Oklahoma City because they have learned that our churches are very generous, and they are, which is wonderful. They're very generous, so they said this is a great place to go.
So the population, has picked up in the last 2 years, without a doubt, tent city everywhere. So that's been very frustrating. And so we're not saying we're against this idea of the Jesus House. We just don't think it belongs right in the middle of our industrial business community that we're trying to improve upon, expand, and we've had conversation with this new residential community actually bring more homeless people to the Oklahoma City area because they hear about this new great place, and the churches will continue to come to bring you whatever you need, So that's kind of been the topic of our discussion at these meetings. And so our business, my dad's bought the building in 1994, and he's an engineer. I'm an engineer. All my siblings are engineers. We have operated numerous businesses, employed several people out of our building. And so now we're at the point where we can't even really employ people because they don't want to come there anymore because it's too scary. You can't come to the front door. There's always somebody laying in the front door. So that's become a problem. And then, so I've had to call the police probably on a weekly basis the last 2 years to come move out the tents that are camped up in our loading dock area, So after the last time we called the cops for us, like I said, they've been wonderful moving them out. So the last time they moved them out about a month ago, they moved them out. The homeless people left behind a couple of suitcases. And so we go out there and we got to clean up these suitcases. So when we went out there, we found out these suitcases are full of human waste. And so we have to dispose of these somehow because nobody else is going to do it. And so this is what we deal with on a weekly basis. And it's not just me, it's my neighbors, we all talk. So that's become a problem as well. So now we put up fencing completely around our property with barbed wire, the cameras, the whole thing, and the police, like I said, the police have been wonderful. They're trying to help us. They really are. But I'm just worried if we approve this project, I'm afraid it's going to make the situation even worse. I think if we could just move it somewhere else where it's not in the middle of all of our businesses, they're trying to support the movement west of downtown, that, it would be better. So, not opposing it, just don't want to see it right in my neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Denton. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else that wants to be heard on this matter this evening? Hearing none, I'll turn it over to the commissioners, and I'll start with Commissioner Highsmith. This is your ward, so I'll let you lead us off.
As David pointed out, we had a Zoom meeting. I've spoke with David about it several times, but we had a Zoom meeting with, I believe Shelley was there and a few of the other property owners. And, we hear this on any item that has to do with homeless services or anything that has to do with, lower income peoples. And it's tough for me because I don't know where we put these services because everybody protests them no matter where we put them. And to me, it's like, I don't know a better place to do this kind of thing than near downtown where we can aggregate as many of these services for people with no transportation as possible. I don't know how else we approach these types of services as a city in terms of where they're appropriate. If we've got some kind of city plan for this type of thing, I'd love to, hear about it and learn more, because I have these conversations all the time. And, I don't mean to, sound like I belittle the concerns of the surrounding property owners. I get it. It's a real thing and I understand, but at the same time, as a city and as a commission of the city, I don't know how to address that concern or even talk about it. So, I'd love to hear thoughts from my fellow commissioners. In terms of land use, I think right now, based on what I know and my feelings on this type of issue, I feel like I have to support it. But yeah, I'm gonna look to my fellow commissioners for more wisdom.
I have a question for the applicant. David, you may know the answer to this, you may not. How long has the Jesus House been in existence at this location?
1983.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, that was exactly the point I was going to make too. So thanks for asking that. I had looked up on the county records, and as I first of all agree with Commissioner Highsmith's comments. But for the neighbor that spoke, yeah, you said you bought in 1994. I wouldn't do it just because of this, but the fact is the Jesus House was there first anyway. So to want them to move, it's all the reasons Commissioner Highsmith said, but also that timing is pretty compelling.
Yep. To me, this is a use that's been in existence for a long, long time, and they have every right to expand it. And to Ace's point, if we tried to move this anywhere else in Oklahoma City, there'd be 100 people line up that said the same thing. So I can't think of a better place for this use to continue to expand to serve the needs of the city and this underserved population than right where it's been serving them since 1983. Other commissioners have comments on this one? Hearing none, Commissioner Highsmith, I'll take a motion from you if you got one to make.
I'll make a motion to approve. Recommend
The
approval.
alteration on TE5.
Correct. The alteration on TE5 that it only applies to new buildings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Yep, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Pennington, staff. Motion and second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1239. Please cast your votes.
Privet, yay.
Hinkle, yay.
And the motion passes. It's on to City Council with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
The other items on our agenda. What'd you say, Dave? Sorry.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Good luck with the project. The other items on our agenda have been canceled, have been continued. So that brings us to the additional items on our agenda. Communication reports, planning commission committees, real quick, super quick. The drainage issue, I met with Eric Winger. We had lunch 2 Fridays ago. We went through it at length. He is absolutely steadfast that this note that they have included in the staff reports and want to include be applied beginning with the next meeting, that note simply reflects the current ordinances that should be enforced as it relates to drainage. I feel like at this point, this is beyond our purview to litigate. If they want to include the note and they believe that the ordinance is on point, and that's what it simply memorializes, then beyond this, it's a city council issue or something for them to address with their representative. So I think we've done all we can to try to arbitrate this and find a solution. Staff via Eric Winger, Public Works Director, indicated to me that they are steadfast for inclusion. So this is going to begin appearing in the next meeting's staff reports. I will certainly notify the people that I was in contact with on this, and that gives them essentially 8 weeks to contact their city council people if they have concerns. So that's all the comments I have on that. Any planning commission members have comments they want to make? Hearing none, I'll just say this. Guys, this is a long meeting, and I feel like we've done everything we can. If anybody has feedback or thoughts or anything, please email me, share those with me individually. I always want your feedback on how we can improve this process. It's important to me that you guys know that you can reach out because my job is to mediate these meetings on your behalf. So please share those with me. Planning Department, any comments?
No comments. Thank you.
Development Services, JJ? Nope.
Nope, nothing here.
Okay, Municipal Counselor's Office. They called in the A-team, I heard, Laura McDevitt.
Nope, nothing for me.
Okay. Feel terrible for the Mustang Schools person. I don't think they're with us any longer. Citizens to be heard. Would someone reach out to them, please, and obtain at least like their written comments or thoughts of what they wanted to share so that gets in front of the commission in the next packet? Somebody.
Yeah.
His name was on the speakers list, Cindy. If there's no other business, I will take a motion gladly to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Nay.
That's not even funny, Asa.
Right,
Yeah.
we've been here long enough.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hearing no nays, I consider us adjourned.
Good night.
Later.
Bye.
See y'all later.
Goodbye, everyone.
Good night, John Boy.